Hey everyone, What If Fan here, bringing you another exciting part of What If Overpowered Ichigo left Karakura town. You can find the fanfic title and the original author's name in the description below. Make sure to check it out and show them some love. If you enjoy the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, and ring that notification bell so you never miss an upload. Alright, let's jump into it. Chapter 81, Arc 15. Ichigo opened his eyes. He looked to see Naoma and Shishiki sleeping beside him. They had discreetly joined him in bed. Ichigo sat up. He looked to see Naoma and Shishiki open their eyes as well. "Good morning, ladies," Ichigo said. "Good morning, master," they replied. They got out of bed and began to get ready. Ichigo walked down and had a quick breakfast. After that, Ichigo left Changlu. Once Ichigo was alone, he entered the shadows and moved towards the Overlord's castle. "Ichigo, the planetary core communicator is activating," Kyoka interjected. "It is? Direct me to the source." Ichigo moved around the mountain. He could see countless guards stationed at every corner of the mountain. In a few minutes, Ichigo walked around the entire mountain. "Is the communicator broken?" Naoma asked. "I don't think so," Kyoka said. "We were able to find Evernight with it." "Shishiki, look into the history of whooshing and see if this mountain was always here, or did the Nobunaga create it?" "Give me a moment," Shishiki replied. "He created the mountain," she finally said. "So, we need to go underground," Ichigo concluded. He transformed into a small mole and began to dig underground. "Keep going down. The signal is getting stronger," Kyoka said. After 10 minutes of digging, they arrived in an empty cavern. Ichigo reverted to his dragon form. He summoned the planetary core communicator and held it in his hand. "I wish to speak with the planetary core of this planet." The planetary core communicator was activated. Ichigo could feel his mind being sent somewhere else. Scene change, mind of the planet. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was in a stone cavern. Ichigo could see a large golden dragon laying down in the cavern. The golden dragon opened its eyes at Ichigo. He could see it was a mix of red, blue, orange, silver, and green with a black slit. "What do you want, human?" the dragon growled. "I wanted to speak to you about having an alliance with my planet." "No," the dragon growled. "Just kill that dragon and leave my planet. You can keep the dragons you've taken." "Okay," Ichigo said as he was sent back out. The dragon laid back down and went to sleep. Scene change, empty cavern. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was back inside the empty cavern. Well, that happened, Ichigo thought. It could be worse, Naoma admitted. It could. Ichigo agreed as he transformed back into a mole and crawled back up. After 7 minutes of crawling, Ichigo was where he started. Ichigo entered the shadow and moved upwards to the Dragon God King's castle. Ichigo could see countless guards stationed at every corner of the mountain. Ichigo easily slipped past them. "Are you planning to assassinate the Dragon God King?" Naoma asked. "Only if we fail to settle this peacefully," Ichigo replied. The Dragon God King allowed Akechi Mitsuhai to take charge of all matters relating to the invasions. "You're planning to ask the Dragon God King to peacefully end his side of the war," Shishiki said. "Correct," Ichigo said. It wasn't long before Ichigo was outside the castle. He sneaked inside the castle. He immediately found a guard and used legilimency on him. Ichigo learned the layout of the castle and quickly used Shadowrun to get to the top of the castle. Ichigo spotted the throne room, where the Overlord of Destruction is usually at. Ichigo could see someone entering the throne room. Ichigo quickly slipped inside before the doors could close. Ichigo could see a dragon sitting on a throne. The dragon's body was covered in primary black scales except for its underbelly, which was covered in faded white scales. There were red, blue, orange, silver, and green orbs embedded into the dragon's chest. The orbs were about 30 centimeters, 11.81 inches. They were in a pentagram formation. The person immediately took a knee and bowed to the dragon. This servant greets His Highness, Dragon God King Nobunaga. The person said. What is it? Dragon God King Nobunaga asked. It was reported that Wood Dragon King Akechi Mitsuhide has been killed and the majority of his nobles have disappeared. The person reported. I see, has the next Wood Dragon King been selected yet? Dragon God King Nobunaga asked. Not yet. The late Wood Dragon King Akechi Mitsuhide did not have a recognized heir. Once the next Wood Dragon King has been decided, order them to come here and reaffirm their oath of loyalty to me. Yes, Your Highness. The servant said. You may go. Dragon God King Nobunaga said. Yes, Your Highness. The servant replied as he stood up and left the throne room. Nobunaga let out a sigh. He looked down and noticed a sheet of paper near his foot. Did this fell out of his pocket? Nobunaga thought as he picked up the paper. Nobunaga's eyes widened as he realized the note was written in Japanese, not Longyu. Hello, Oda Nobunaga, Demon King of the Sixth Heaven. I wish to speak to you about the actions that the Wood Dragon King has done. If you accept, then reply in Japanese. If you are not able to speak, fold this paper in the same way as before and burn it. Ichigo watched as Nobunaga silently folded the paper exactly as Ichigo did and burned it. He stood up from his throne and walked out of the throne room. Ichigo silently followed him in the shadows. He walked down to a hallway before arriving in front of a guarded door. No one is allowed to disturb me unless it is an absolute emergency. Nobunaga said in Longyu. Yes, Your Highness. The guards replied as they opened the doors for him. Nobunaga and the hidden Ichigo entered the room. The doors closed behind them. Nobunaga waved his hand and sealed the door with a magic spell, preventing anyone from eavesdropping on them. Nobunaga took off a bracelet and placed it in a wooden box on his desk. You can come out now, Nobunaga said in Japanese. Ichigo rose out of the shadows. I didn't expect you to accept, Ichigo said in Japanese. You have no idea how long I've waited to find information about my home world, Nobunaga said as sat down on the couch. Please sit. Ichigo sat down beside him. I believe you would be interested in this, Ichigo said as he summoned a large bottle of sake from his mindscape. Sake! Nobunaga yelled in joy. Ichigo and Nobunaga poured themselves a cup of sake and took a sip. I missed this. He said. So, you somehow found a way to whooshing? Nobunaga asked. Kind of, Ichigo answered. Earth is being invaded by your people. What? I told Mitsuhide to tell me if they decided to invade Earth. According to his memories, when he found Earth and to see it filled with humans, he assumed that you wanted to find Earth and destroy the humans since he believed that they must have done something horrible to you since he wasn't aware you used to be a human, Ichigo replied. Dame, Nobunaga said. I assume Earth hasn't fallen yet? It hasn't, Ichigo replied. I was tasked with ending the invasion. Do you think you can call off your forces? I can't, Nobunaga admitted. One of the terms in our contract prevents us from prematurely recalling our forces. If I destroy the dungeon archways, would we be able to end the invasion? Nobunaga shook his head. Destroying the dungeon archways will only delay them. So, the only way to truly end the invasion is to kill the 7 overlords. Nobunaga finished. So, waiting till the agreed end time is a lie, Ichigo said. I can neither confirm nor deny it, Nobunaga admitted. I see. Ichigo said. Before we fight, please tell me. What happened after I killed myself? He asked. Ichigo told Nobunaga how the Sengoku period finally ended. Nobunaga focused entirely on Ichigo. I see. Nobunaga said as he closed his eyes. You might already know this, but the Dakibi can monitor my health and listen to all conversations I have with that bracelet. I assumed so, Ichigo replied. The magic in the box allows it to block out our conversations but maintains the ability to monitor my health. I can modify the box so that when I die, the box imitates my health, but it will only be a short amount of time. How short? Ichigo asked. Like 10 minutes, Nobunaga replied. I see, Ichigo said. Do you have a place you wish to fight? I do, Nobunaga replied as he extended his hand out. Ichigo grabbed it and they were teleported away. Scene change. Underground training grounds. Ichigo and Nobunaga appeared in a large empty cavern. Ichigo could see large support beams all around them with long ukanji. This is my private training grounds, Nobunaga said. The support beams above us can absorb the energy of our fight to strengthen and regenerate themselves. I see, Ichigo said as he transformed back to his human form. Ichigo raised his hand. I summon the Wrath of the Heavens, Summoner of Clouds, Bringer of Rain, Rage of the Earth, Dragonslayer. Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The Nodachi appeared in his hand. To think I would be able to see one of the imperial regalia again, Nobunaga said in a nostalgic tone. If you showed me this much honor, Nobunaga took a deep breath. Then, in turn, I should show you my true strength. Nobunaga roared. The 5 gems on his chest glowed as he began to grow bigger. His human body transformed into a bipedal dragon. Ichigo held the Nodachi with both hands. Ichigo and Nobunaga charged at each other. Raiken! Ichigo shouted. Kusanagi no Tsurugi glowed white with electricity. Nobunaga's hands glowed brown as he blocked Raiken. There was a large explosion of energy, knocking both of them back. Reijiki! Ichigo yelled as he stabbed Kusanagi no Tsurugi forward, firing a large bolt of white lightning at Nobunaga. Nobunaga stomped his feet down, creating a wall of earth and metal. Reijiki struck the wall and was neutralized. Nobunaga punched the wall, firing chunks of his wall at Ichigo. Mizuken, Water Sword. Ichigo said. Water erupted from Kusanagi no Tsurugi's tsuba. The water coagulated around the Kusanagi no Tsurugi's edge. He slashed the incoming chunks in half. Mizujiki, Water Strike, Ichigo said as he stabbed Kusanagi no Tsurugi forward. A jet of water, about the same width as Kusanagi no Tsurugi, shot toward Nobunaga. Nobunaga fired his own jet of water from his mouth, through an opening in the wall. Both streams of water collided with each other, stuck at a standstill. Reijiki! Ichigo shouted. A large bolt of white lightning shot out of Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The lightning used Mizuguchi and Nobunaga's water to quickly move toward him before he could react. Rahaha! Nobunaga roared in pain as the lightning coursed through him. Ichigo stopped both Reijiki and Mizujiki. Ichigo raised Kusanagi no Tsurugi and rushed toward Nobunaga, who was still stunned by Ichigo's attacks. Ichigo twisted his back as Kusanagi no Tsurugi glowed white. Lightning Fang. Ichigo swung Kusanagi no Tsurugi, firing a white crescent beam at Nobunaga. The crescent beam cracked with compressed electricity. Nobunaga finally regained control of his body. He opened his mouth as the 5 gems on his chest glowed. He fired a multicolored beam at the incoming Raiga. The 2 attacks collided with each other, causing a massive explosion. Ichigo stabbed Kusanagi no Tsurugi into the ground. Be reborn once again, Yamada no Orochi! Ichigo chanted. Kusanagi no Tsurugi glowed as 8 streams of energy shot out from the spot Ichigo stabbed Kusanagi no Tsurugi. The energy blew away the remaining dust. The streams of energy formed into an 8-headed and 8-tailed serpent. 3 of the heads and tails were made of wind, another 3 heads and tails were made of water, and the last 2 heads and tails were made of lightning. Yamada no Orochi hissed at Nobunaga. Ichigo pulled Kusanagi no Tsurugi out of the ground. Attack, Ichigo ordered, pointing Kusanagi no Tsurugi at Nobunaga. Yamada no Orochi lunged at Nobunaga, using all 8 heads to attack Nobunaga. Raha! Nobunaga roared as he tried to fight back. His left arm was covered in water while his right arm was covered in metallic silver. He tried to punch the Yamada no Orochi. Yamada no Orochi maneuvered its body, making him hit the wind portion of its body. The attacks phased through Yamada no Orochi's wind body. Yamada no Orochi used the opportunity to bite down on Nobunaga's limbs with its lightning fangs. Raha. He yelled in pain as he was getting shocked by the attack. Yamada no Orochi used its other heads to tear Nobunaga apart. Blood oozed out of his body from the open bite wounds. "Bind him," Ichigo said. 5 of Yamada no Orochi's heads slithered around Nobunaga's limbs, restraining them. Ichigo held Kusanagi no Tsurugi with both hands, pointing at Nobunaga. Santoryu, 3-sword style. Kusanagi no Tsurugi glowed white, blue, and green. Kusanagi no Tsurugi transformed into 3 katanas. All of them looked the same except for the tsuba and the handle. One of them had a white and golden handle with a white tsuba with golden lightning engraved on it. The next one has a blue handle with white waves engraved on it. The last one has a green handle with a black whirlwind engraved on it. Ichigo held 2 of the katanas in his hand with the third one in his mouth. Ichigo crossed 2 of his katanas in front of his chest. "Rei-Ataken, lighting storm rush," Ichigo said as he charged toward the restrained Nobunaga. Ichigo was surrounded by a vortex of white, blue, and green energy. Nobunaga struggled to break free. Ichigo swung all 3 blades at Nobunaga. "Ra!" He yelled horizontal cut and a diagonal crossing cut appeared on his chest. Blood oozed out of the cuts. Ichigo turned to the bleeding Nobunaga. "Itoryu, 1-sword style." All 3 katana glowed their respective colors and reformed back into Kusanagi no Tsurugi. Yamada no Orochi released Nobunaga, allowing him to fall to his knees. "Good fight," Nobunaga said as the blood continued to flow out of him. "It was," Ichigo said, as he walked to him. "Any last words?" "I'm sorry for what my people did to my homeworld," he said. "Please don't massacre my people." "I won't," Ichigo admitted. Nobunaga smiled. "Please continue to project neon." "Of course," Ichigo said. Nobunaga smiled as he closed his eyes and lowered his head, exposing his neck to Ichigo. Ichigo raised Kusanagi no Tsurugi in the air and swung down, decapitating Nobunaga with 1 slash. He could feel Script-O, the Oversoul activating as it absorbed Nobunaga, the Overlord of Destruction, and the Dragon God King. Ichigo opened a Garganta and left the underground training grounds. He used Takechi Mitsuhide's memories to find all the dungeon archways and cast a delayed destruction spell on all of them. After that, Ichigo left whooshing with a minute to spare. Scene change, unknown location. Palgon Bull, Red Fire, the Dakibi contracted with Nobunaga, was sitting around his desk, observing multiple transparent blue screens. "Looks like the humans are stronger than before," he thought as he noticed that the humans were clearing out more dungeons than before. "I should loosen the restrictions and allow more dragons to enter the dungeons." Suddenly multiple screens turned red. Palgon Bull looked over at the first red monitor. His eyes widened in shock. The Overlord of Destruction died? Palgon Bull quickly looked at the other monitors. Someone destroyed all of the Overlord's dungeon archways? He quickly teleported out of his office to the location of the bracelet he gave to the Overlord. Scene change, whooshing. Palgon Bull arrived at the Overlord of Destruction's office. "Strange. I don't sense any traces of a battle here." He floated over to the Overlord's desk. His eyes widened as he found the bracelet in the box. He opened the box and found the bracelet inside it. A million thoughts ran through Palgon Bull's mind. Sabio, Cyber, designed the bracelet so that only the respective Overlord could willingly remove the bracelet. Palgon Bull thought. Palgon Bull looked around the room and noticed the sake bottle and the 2 cups on the coffee table. Palgon Bull snapped his fingers, causing the sake bottle and the cups to float toward him. The writing on this bottle isn't something from whooshing. Palgon Bull looked inside the bottle to see it was mostly empty. The cups both had traces of liquid on them. Palgon Bull poured the remaining liquid out of the bottle and took a sip of it. "This is traces of alcohol in this." Palgon Bull floated around the rest of the office to see nothing disturbed. He glanced outside to see the guards were posted outside, oblivious to what happened inside the office. A theory began to form in Palgon Bull's mind. I need to warn the others. Palgon Bull teleported away. Scene change, unknown location. The Dakibi returned to his workstation. I need to take a look at the Overlord's past. Palgon Bull thought as he typed away on his terminal. His eyes widened as he looked through his notes. He immediately called the other Dakibi. A few moments later, 6 other Dakibi teleported in. Guess, your overlord was killed, Iadam said with a sneer. Fuck off, Iadam. Palgon Bull replied. Iadam, calm yourself. The Dakibi with brown fur with a faded brown shirt and pants said. Sorry, young Wanhan, Hunter, Iadam replied. Palgon Bull, were you able to gather any information? The Dakibi with white fur and dressed in a violet parka and pants asked. Yol chewy, icy cold, based on what I saw, whomever the killer is, knows the Overlord before he became the Overlord. Palgon Bull replied. Elaborate. Sabio, Cyber, asked. Palgon Bull snapped his finger, showing the scene of the Overlord's office. The Overlord was inside his office, drinking with someone else. Palgon Bull began. The screen zoomed into the table with the bottle and cups. The drink in question is not something native to that world. The screen changed to the Overlord's office table. The tracking necklace was found inside a box, which allowed the Overlord to make it appear that he was wearing it. Due to Sabio's enchantments, the Overlord must willingly take off the necklace. This means that the Overlord trusts the killer enough to remove the necklace, for some reason. Were you able to find his body? This Dakibi has dark brown fur and wore a white karate gi with a black belt around their waist. Palgon Bull shook his head. Jiansa, fighter, the killer, or the Overlord used some kind of teleportation technique to silently leave the Overlord's office since the guards posted outside his door were unaware of anything. Palgon Bull replied. Can you show the writing on the bottle? Sabio asked. Palgon Bull moved back to the bottle. Sabio summoned a green transparent screen and scanned the bottle. Looks like I have a hit, he said as the green screen grew bigger. The writing on the bottle is from a language called Japanese and it translates to pseudo-honky. Where does this language come from? Iadam asked. Planet 42016. The current planet we are attacking. It makes so much sense. Iadam shouted. What are you talking about? Eolium Chewy asked. I believe everyone noticed that the dungeons are being cleared much faster than before Iadam began. Everyone nodded their heads. I believe that the killer of the Overlord of Darkness and the Overlord of Destruction is someone that is either from Planet 42016 or is an outsider who decided to ally themselves with Planet 42016. The first theory doesn't work since the agreement is still valid. Nogseg Sup said. The second theory doesn't as well since the Overlord of Destruction was born in Wuxing. Palgon Bull added. In the end, it doesn't matter who the killer is. The 7th Dakibi interjected. She remains silent the entire time. This Dakibi has purple fur and wore a white lab coat. We know that there is someone out there that killed 2 of our overlords. We should warn our remaining overlords to be careful. She said. You are right, Yogbying, plague, young Wanhan said. With that said, all the Dakibi left. Scene change, Giganton, Giants. Young Wanhan appeared in front of a 6-meter, 19.7 feet, tall wooden door. She knocked on the door. Come in. Someone yelled from the other side. She opened the door and entered the room. She could see a large muscular man eating food. He was covered with battle scars throughout his body. He has waist-long dark hair which is tied into a bun and adorned with 2 golden antennae-like bird tail feathers. He wears no clothing on his upper body and no footwear. He wears white baggy pants and a piece of fabric that resembles dragon scales, which are tied by a belt. His shark-like teeth easily tore apart the food. Ah, young Wanhan. Join us. The man said. A woman, who was about 4 meters, 13.1 feet, tall, presented young Wanhan with a plate of food. She took the plate of food and silently ate it. After 10 minutes, all the food was gone. Did you enjoy your hunt? Young Wanhan asked. Eh? The man replied while shrugging his shoulders. It's a pain, but I need to eat. Well, I might have found you a new prey. She said. The man's eyes lit up as if he saw a new toy. Who? He asked. Unfortunately, none of us know the identity of your prey. The man immediately got disappointed. But we know he is targeting the overlords. Who did he kill? The man asked, excited again. Darkness and destruction. The man nodded his head. Go and find him. The man said with a smile. Yang Wanhan nodded her head and disappeared. Scene change, void. Ichigo was currently traversing through the void. Which overlord will you be attacking next? Shishiki asked. The next one is the overlord of Everlasting, Ichigo said. Everlasting? The giant king? She asked. Correct, Ichigo replied. According to the reports, the overlord of Everlasting is one of the strongest overlords, but he has one major weakness. Which is? Shishiki asked. His lust for battle, Ichigo replied. According to Earth-sama's report, Yang Wanhan, the Dakibi contracted with him, has to find him strong opponents for him to fight as a part of his agreement with her, Ichigo said. So, you're planning to take advantage of that to kill him, Shishiki asked. Correct, Ichigo replied. The only problem is that he has extremely fast self-regeneration, making him hard to permanently kill. But you have a way to end him, right? Shishiki asked. I do, Ichigo admitted. Ichigo could sense he was near the end. Ichigo activated Scriptu, the Umbra. A suit of black armor appeared on him. As soon as the Garganta opened, Ichigo dove into the shadows. The Garganta immediately closed itself. From the shadows, Ichigo could see he was in a forest. The trees were much larger and thicker than any trees he had seen before. Ichigo sent a pulse of Ryatsu and found a lone cabin. Ichigo used Shadowrun to move toward that cabin. The cabin was much larger than the regular houses. Ichigo sneaked inside the house to see a 4 meters, 13.1 feet, tall woman taking care of a baby that was about 2 meters, 6.5 feet, tall. If you ignored the giant's height, they would look like regular humans. Damn, this is the world of giants. Ichigo though. Ichigo used legilimency on the mother. He learned the language and basic information of this world, which is called Giganton. Ichigo discreetly left the cabin, making sure no one followed him. Ichigo used the knowledge he gained to move towards a village. Ichigo could see the buildings were extremely tall for him but perfect for the giants. Ichigo moved through the town and used legilimency on the nearby giants. After an hour, Ichigo finished using legilimency on everyone and returned to the forest. He learned that his town is called Omicron. Once Ichigo was alone, he began to transform himself into a giant. He left the shadow and walked toward Omicron's gate. Ichigo arrived at the entrance to the village. Toll. One of the guards said. Ichigo pulled out a few coins and handed them to the guard. The guard inspected the coins for a few moments. Go ahead, he said. Ichigo entered the village and booked a room in a nearby inn. After that, he mingled with the other giants, verifying the info he gained through legilimency. After a long dinner, Ichigo walked up to his room. Once Ichigo was sure he was alone, he activated Tengen. Haugan. Ichigo activated, sending himself into Haozaimasho, treasury of the Supreme King. Scene change, Haozaimasho. Ichigo opened his eyes. He could see the wood dragons have recovered and joined with the other dragons. Ichigo could see their town has grown bigger. Ichigo returned to his normal form. Ichigo began to explore the city. As he walked, he noticed that the town was inhabited by everyone he sent into Haozaimasho. All the citizens greeted and bowed to him. Ichigo replied with a simple greeting. It didn't take long before Ichigo found Kazara and Valiona, who were in the largest building in the town. Master! Kazara and Valiona flew out of the house and greeted Ichigo. Hello, you two, Ichigo said. How is everything with the dragons going? Good, Kazara replied. Let us give you a tour of the Diguozhuang Imperial Estate, Valiona said. Wait, did they really call this the Diguozhuang? Ichigo asked. They did, Kazara replied. The Drowan demons have begun to call you the Emperor as well. Ichigo sighed as they continued through the door. The Diguozhuang resembled the ancient palaces Ichigo seen in China. They eventually arrived in an underground basement. The basement had support beams on top, strengthening it. The underground basement reminded Ichigo of Nobunaga's underground basement. Were you able to do it? Ichigo asked. Valiona snapped her fingers. A white staff appeared in front of them. The staff was about 2.1 meters, 7 feet, tall. Ichigo grabbed the staff and swirled it around. How does it feel? Valiona asked. Good. The staff feels balance. Ichigo said. Great. Now, bond the weapon with Script P, Valiona said. Ichigo nodded his head. He picked up the weapon and activated Script P, the planter. Life energy flowed out of his body and into the staff. The staff began to glow green. Ichigo sensed the script and the staff merged. Tetsubo, Iron Cudgel, Ichigo said, naming the staff. The staff in his hand glowed white as it transformed. The light died down to reveal its new form. The staff was still primarily silver with each end of the staff solid green. Ichigo pointed the staff at the end of the underground basement. Nobairo, grow, Ichigo said. Tetsubo quickly shot out towards the other side of the underground basement. It stopped before it crashed into the stone wall. Looks like Tetsubo uses the energy in Script P, the planter, to grow. Chijime, shrink. Tetsubo quickly shot back to Ichigo. Ichigo was able to make it half the initial size. The extra energy is returned to the script. Ichigo noticed. Ono, axe. The top portion of Tetsubo glowed as it transformed into a single-sided axe. Ichigo swung Tetsubo Ono a few times and tried Nobairo and Chijime. Despite the addition of the axe at the end, nothing changed. Ichigo tried Shabaru, shovel, which turned the single-sided ace into a shovel, and Toridento, trident, which turns the shovel into a trident. When Ichigo used Kama, sickle, he discovered that Nobairo doesn't work with Kama. When Ichigo used Agama, scythe, he discovered the opposite, or he couldn't shrink it past the initial height. Ichigo used Kanbo, cudgel, to return the ends to normal. Ichigo stabbed Tetsubo into the ground. Sakero, split apart. He said. The ground rumbled as multiple Tetsubo burst out of the ground. Ichigo pulled Tetsubo out of the ground to see it branched out like a tree branch. Masaru, combine, Ichigo said. All the multiple Tetsubo shrank, merging back into one. Ichigo sealed Script P, the planter. Tetsubo disappeared to his mindscape. Good job, Ichigo said as he kissed Valiona. Ichigo turned to Kazara. Now then, do you have any ideas for the other scripts? I have a working design for Script L, the Luminous Liberator, Kazara said as a screen showed up beside her. Ichigo could see a pair of large crosses with sharp edges along the entire crosses. The ends of the crosses resemble axe heads with a chisel grind. On the other side of the crosses, there are handles on the sides of the crossguard, making them long fist weapons rather than actual swords. 1. Looks like you have a good design. What seems to be the problem? Ichigo asked. It's just forging the materials is taking much longer, Kazara admitted. How and why? Ichigo asked. Throughout the creation process, I need to constantly expose the weapon to light energy for it to have great synergy with the script. Ichigo nodded his head. The problem is that the metal is taking a long time to absorb the light. Do you need my help? Ichigo asked. Kizara shook her head. I don't want any foreign energies being exposed to the weapon. Kizara reasoned. Okay, Ichigo said, accepting her arguments. How are the efforts in transforming the Azura Machina weapons for the Scrifs? Shiragene's sword, Bismuth's spear drill, and Rhodonite's chains can be used as is. We separated Hagane's abilities into two. We are using Hagane's gravitational powers to improve Kuragane's arms while using Hagane's spatial powers to create another sword to go with Shiragane. Once that is done, we need to begin to expose the weapons to the energy from the Scrifs. Kizara answered. Ichigo kissed Kizara. Please continue taking care of the weapons and the other dragons, Ichigo said. Of course, Kizara said. Ichigo transformed back into his giant self. How gone? Ichigo activated, sending himself out of Hauzimasho. Scene change, Giganton. Ichigo appeared in his room. He looked to see his room was undisturbed. Ichigo heard someone knocking on the door. Ichigo walked to the door and opened it. He spotted a note on the ground. Strange. Ichigo thought as he looked left, right, and up he didn't see anyone there. Ichigo grabbed the note and walked back into his room. Ichigo opened the note and read it. I know the truth about you. If you don't want me to reveal the truth about the darkness and the dragon, head to the forest west of Omicron. I didn't expect the Dakibi to find me this quickly. Ichigo thought as he crushed the note. He activated Scriftu, the Umbra. Engulfed the light and plunged the world in darkness, Night Shroud. Night Shroud appeared around him like a cloak. Ichigo slipped into the shadows and moved toward the forest, west of Omicron. After 10 minutes of using Shadow Rush, Ichigo spotted a Dakibi floating in the forest. Ichigo, according to Earth-sama's files, this is a Dakibi, Shishiki warned him. Yang Wanhan opened her eyes. I sensed an abrupt change in the area. It must be the killer. Yang Wanhan though. Killer of the Overlord, I know you were somewhere around here, Yang Wanhan began. How was she able to find me? Ichigo silently thought from the shadows. I come in peace. My name is Yang Wanhan. I will not harm you or inform the other Dakibi of your whereabouts. Ichigo activated Script E, the earth, and used it to write his reply to her. Yang Wanhan noticed the dirt suddenly moving and floated towards it. How can I trust you? Ichigo wrote. Naoma, are you able to use Sathariel on the Dakibi? No good. Something is blocking her from the effects of Sathariel. Naoma replied. I see. Ichigo replied. Looks like my senses were right. The killer is somewhere here and can hear me. Yang Wanhan thought as she summoned the contract and placed it in front of the written words on the ground. I have prepared this contract and I have already signed it. She said. Ichigo moved so that he could read the contract. I, Yang Wanhan, the Dakibi contracted with the Overlord of Everlasting, agree to the following rules. To protect the identity of the killer of the Overlord of Darkness and the Overlord of Destruction, the person will be dubbed as Salinja, killer/murderer. Yang Wanhan will not reveal any information she obtains regarding Salinja unless she has permission from Salinja. Yang Wanhan will make sure only the people Salinja allows to know the information will be present. The ground changed as Ichigo wrote his reply. I accept your agreement with a few conditions. Before I speak with the Overlord of Everlasting, I will speak with Giganton's will of the planet. In the meantime, I will be in a disguise. Yang Wanhan looked at the writing. She picked up the contract and added Ichigo's conditions to it. She placed the updated contract back on the ground. Ichigo looked to see the contract to see if she added the requested portions. Ichigo discreetly walked out of the shadow, making it appear as if he walked out of the tree. Yang Wanhan quickly turned around to face the giant Ichigo. Is this an illusion? Yang Wanhan asked as she floated towards Ichigo. She gently touched Ichigo, feeling his physical body. No, Ichigo replied, altering his voice. I see. She replied. Do you know where's Giganton's will of the world? Ichigo asked. I don't, young Wanhan admitted. But the Overlord of Everlasting might know. Ichigo sighed. Take me to him, Ichigo said. Yang Wanhan nodded her head as she snapped her fingers, teleporting them away. Scene change, throne room. Ichigo and Yang Wanhan appeared in a throne room where they could see someone sleeping on the throne. Naoma, Ichigo said. Already on it. She replied as she activated Sathariel. Yang Wanhan floated towards the sleeping man. She snapped her fingers and a bucket of water appeared above the sleeping man's head. The bucket fell, dumping the man with water. Gah! The man yelled as he abruptly stood up. Were you able to use Sathariel on him? Ichigo asked. I did. I'm working with Chishiki on sorting the information out. Naoma replied. He looked around and noticed us. Yang Wanhan. He shouted as he ran towards them. Is this him? He asked. He is, Yang Wanhan replied. The man turned to Ichigo with a vicious smile. He reminds me of Kenpachi. Ichigo thought. I am Lubu, the Overlord of Everlasting and the King of the Giants. He introduced himself. Another person from history. Ichigo thought. Hello, Lubu, Ichigo replied. Are you ready to fight? He asked. Before we fight, I need to speak with Giganton's will of the world, Ichigo said. You need to speak with that old hag? Lubu groaned. Follow me. Ichigo and Yang Wanhan followed Lubu out of the throne room and down a hallway. A few giants noticed Lubu and immediately bowed to him. As they walked, the planetary core communicator began to activate. They soon arrived at a small shrine. They could see someone tending to the shrine. The attendant looked up at them. Giant King and guests, the attendant greeted them with a bow. Hello, Nikki. My guest wishes to make a prayer to the hag. Lubu said. Very well, Nikki said, ignoring the fact that Lubu insulted her goddess. She stepped away from the shrine's entrance. You can go to the middle and pray there. Ichigo walked to the middle of the shrine. He discreetly summoned the planetary core communicator and held it in his hand. I wish to speak with the planetary core of this planet. The planetary core communicator was activated. Ichigo could feel his mind being sent somewhere else. Scene change, mind of the planet. Ichigo opened his eyes to see a large giant standing in front of him. She has lightly tanned skin, purple eyes, and long blonde hair that reaches her back with two short strands in front of her face. She had on a dark blue tank top and pants. Hello, human. I am Matrona, the physical manifestation of Giganton's planetary core. She introduced. Hello, Matrona. I am Ichigo. Ichigo replied. So, Ichigo, what do you want with me? She asked. I wish to ask if you are willing to merge your planet with mine, Ichigo asked. Matrona mumbled, thinking about Ichigo's question. Unfortunately, I have to reject your request. Why? Ichigo asked. I wish to steer them back to the right path, Matrona replied. Right path? Ichigo questioned. When I created my children, they were a peaceful race. They would only fight when necessary. Matrona let out a sad sigh. This all changed when Lubu was born. As he grew older, he fought with other giants and forced them under him. As time passed, those giants followed Lubu's example. After a few decades, Lubu and his forces conquered all of Giganta and all the giants followed his violent path. Do you think you can guide them back after I killed Lubu? Ichigo asked. I hope. She said. That reminded me of a story, Ichigo said as he remembered hearing this from, look up filler episode about 10th Kenpachi. So, you believe that even if Lubu is dead, they will continue down this violent path, Matrona said. I do, Ichigo said. I see. Matrona said, sounding sad. What about a restart? Ichigo asked. Matrona questioned. You can recreate your race on my planet, Ichigo suggested. Will your planet allow that? She asked. I believe so if you offer a portion of your planetary core. Matrona closed her eyes, thinking about Ichigo's suggestion. Part of me wants to do it, Matrona admitted. But another part of me don't. What about splitting yourself in two? Ichigo suggested. Huh? She replied, looking confused. Create a copy of yourself that contains all your desire to restart the giants, your hope that they don't turn out like these giants. While the parts of you that still have hope for these giants can stay here and try to guide these giants. She began to think about Ichigo's suggestion. That might work, but what if the humans will try and kill my children? She asked. I will try my best to prevent that, Ichigo said. I can try, Matrona admitted. She took a deep breath as she began to concentrate. Ichigo could sense her energy began to revolve around her. Ra-ha-ha-ha! She screamed out as she unleashed waves of energy from herself. Ichigo stood steadfast as he watched her. Her entire body was enveloped by the energy she released, only allowing Ichigo to see a vague outline of her body. Slowly her body began to split from the middle. As the process continued, more energy was unleashed by Matrona. Her screams grew louder and gained a second voice. Soon the body split into two and the energy stopped being unleashed. Ichigo could see Matrona, but she looked slightly older than before. The other girl besides Matrona looked like a younger version of herself. Looks like the process was a success, Ichigo said. It was, Matrona said as she turned to her younger copy. Have you thought of a name for yourself? Yes. She replied. I want to be called Diantha. She said. Okay Diantha, Ichigo replied. Ichigo turned to Matrona. Do you have the core? I do. She said as a small orb appeared in her hands. This is a portion of my planetary core that I broke off for you. She presented Diantha with the planetary core. Thank you, Diantha said as she took the planet care from Matrona. Good. I am planning to send you into my personal pocket dimension, is that okay with you? That is fine. She replied. Ichigo wrote a quick note and handed it to Diantha. He activated Tengen, transforming his eyes. How gone? Ichigo activated, sending Diantha into Hao Zaimasho. Do you have anything else you wish to say to me? Matrona asked. I don't. He replied as he was sent back. Scene change, Giganton. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was in front of Matrona's shrine. Ichigo took a few steps away from the shrine. Ichigo turned to the attendant. Thank you, Ichigo said. You are welcome. May the goddess bless you. She replied. Now it's time for our fight. Lu Bu yelled. Allow me to teleport both of you to a safe place to go all out, Yang Wanhan said as she snapped her fingers. All of them were teleported out of Lu Bu's castle. They appeared in an empty field, devoid of life. Lu Bu raised his hand as a large halberd appeared in his hand. Ichigo turned to Yang Wanhan. Is our agreement still valid? Ichigo asked. It is. She replied. Ichigo raised his hand. May your light shine down upon the battlefield and bring me victory, Excalibur. Ichigo chanted, activating Script W, the Warlord. Excalibur appeared in Ichigo's hand. Ichigo stabbed Excalibur into the ground while holding the pommel of the sword. I decree this to the laws that bind all worlds. Ichigo chanted. Black, dark violet, and crimson red divine energy began to gather around him. Know ye and fear thee. Know ye and revere thee. The energy began to violently spin. For I am the Lord of the Eternal War. The energy obscured Ichigo from Yang Wanhan's view. Let all creation hear my declaration. Suddenly the energy was forcibly parted, causing the energy to dissipate and reveal the transformed Ichigo. He is now dressed in a suit of black armor. While the tunic portions are primarily dark violet with blood red lining. Ichigo has a black hood attached to the back of the neck guard. The shadow cast made Ichigo's eyes glow. Excalibur glowed as Ichigo held it with both hands. It feels like I am in front of a legendary constellation. Yang Wanhan thought. Now we're talking. Lu Bu yelled, breaking Yang Wanhan out of her thoughts. We will begin the fight at the count of 3, Yang Wanhan said. 1. Lu Bu raised his halberd. Ichigo calmly stood there, as he stabbed Excalibur back into the ground. 2. Lu Bu flexed his feet, ready to charge toward Ichigo. Ichigo raised his left hand. 3. She yelled. Die! Lu Bu yelled as he charged toward Ichigo. Once he was within range, he thrusted his halberd at Ichigo. He casually swatted the attack away with his left hand. Gore! Lu Bu growled as he continued thrusting his halberd at Ichigo. Is he this weak? Ichigo thought as he blocked the strikes. From what I can gather, all these opponents have been exhausted beforehand, giving him the advantage, Naoma replied. Stop blocking! He yelled. Okay, Ichigo said as he grabbed the halberd with his left hand and pulled Lu Bu towards him, causing him to lose his balance. At the same time, he raised Excalibur and delivered a powerful downward slash at Lu Bu's unprotected chest. Blood sprayed out of his chest as he was forced to step back. Ichigo walked towards Lu Bu and continued to attack him with Excalibur. Ichigo could see Lu Bu try to regenerate the damage he took from Ichigo's attacks, but Ichigo didn't let up. He continued to attack Lu Bu. I didn't expect Selinja's attack speed to overcome Lu Bu's regeneration. Yang Wanhan thought. Lu Bu used his halberd to push himself away from Ichigo, getting some distance away from him. I didn't expect you to retreat. Ichigo taunted him as he pointed Excalibur at him. Retreat! Lu Bu said. Why should I retreat? Lu Bu grabbed a necklace that was on his neck. When I am having too much fun. He yelled as he ripped off the necklace. Red energy erupted out of Lu Bu. Ichigo couldn't help but chuckle at the scene. This reminds me so much of Kenpachi. Ichigo thought as Lu Bu pointed his halberd at Ichigo and recklessly charged toward him. In contrast, Ichigo calmly blocked Lu Bu's thrusts with his left hand and attacked Lu Bu's exposed body with Excalibur. This feels like an inexperienced fighter fighting against an experienced fighter. Yang Wanhan thought as she watched Ichigo continue to control the flow of the fight. It didn't take long before Lu Bu realized that Ichigo wasn't taking him seriously. Take me seriously! Lu Bu roared as he continued his assault. Fine then, Ichigo said as he suddenly stepped to the right. He cut off Lu Bu's left arm. Gah! He screamed in pain. Ichigo swung Excalibur upwards, firing a beam of black energy at Lu Bu. The attack forced Lu Bu away. Ichigo stabbed the halberd with Excalibur, breaking the weapon in half. Ichigo looked at Lu Bu. Ichigo could see he tightly held his left arm as it began to regenerate. Time to end this, Ichigo said. He held Excalibur with both hands. I decree this to the laws that bind all worlds. On this day, Lu Bu, the overlord of everlasting and the king of the giants, shall die by my blade. Neither the gates of heaven nor the gates of hell shall hide Lu Bu from thy blade. Let all creation hear my declaration. Ichigo yelled. Excalibur glowed crimson red as he charged toward the unarmed Lu Bu. He tried to dodge Ichigo's attacks, but Ichigo managed to cut him. Lu Bu's eyes widened as his body failed to regenerate. Ichigo used Lu Bu's distracted state to continue his attack. Gah-ha! He screamed in pain as he fell to the ground. His body was covered in open wounds from Excalibur. Ichigo stood on top of Lu Bu. Ichigo turned to Yang Wanhan. Are you going to stop me? He asked. Yang Wanhan shook her head. No. She replied. Does anyone want the final kill? Ichigo asked. Ichigo stabbed Excalibur into Lu Bu's chest. Gah! He coughed up blood. Ichigo ignored him as he fired an energy blast, causing an explosion. His blood and guts flew all over the field, covering Ichigo and Yang Wanhan. Ichigo could sense Script O, the oversoul collecting Lubu's body and soul. Ichigo turned to Yang Wanhan and pointed Excalibur at her. She quickly raised her arms up. "WWH, what are you doing?" she nervously asked. "I'm still not able to use Sathariel on her," Naoma said. Ichigo summoned the chains of hell. Yang Wanhan tried to teleport away, but Ichigo was faster. The chains of hell pierced through her body and wrapped themselves around her. Yang Wanhan tried to teleport away, but she couldn't. "What? I can't escape?" Yang Wanhan thought as she twisted her body, trying to break free from the chains of hell. "Stop struggling," Ichigo said. Yang Wanhan ignored his words and continued to struggle. Ichigo grabbed Yang Wanhan's head with his left hand and forced it toward him. Legilimens. Ichigo cast, entering Yang Wanhan's mind. Ichigo spent 5 minutes in there before he pulled out of her mind. Ichigo sighed as he shook his head in disappointment. "I'm giving you all the information I got from Yang Wanhan." "Okay, master." Naoma and Shishiki replied. Ichigo looked at the nervous Yang Wanhan. What are you going to do to me now?" she nervously asked. "You're now my prisoner," Ichigo said as he activated Tengen. He wrote a note to Yang Wanhan before sending her into Haozaimasho. Ichigo used Yang Wanhan's memories to find all the dungeon archways on the planet. He cast a delayed explosion spell on all of them. After that, Ichigo opened a Garganta and left Giganton. A few minutes later, all the dungeon archways exploded. Scene change, the void. Ichigo ran inside the void. 3 down, 4 to go. Ichigo thought. "All the other Dakibi should have told their respective overlords us now," Naoma said after looking at Yang Wanhan's memories. "Then it just means we need to be careful," Ichigo thought as they reached their next destination. Ichigo summoned Night Shroud as the Garganta opened. Ichigo quickly dove into the shadow and quickly moved away from his location. As Ichigo moved, he took a look around his surroundings. Ichigo noticed a boar the size of a dump truck being hunted by a pack of animals. Ichigo could see a panda, tiger, snake, crane, monkey, and praying mantis. Ichigo could see the panda, tiger, and monkey standing on their hind legs. The monkey was the only one armed with a weapon, a wooden staff with a metallic spiked tip. The animals began to attack the boar. The monkey used its spear while everyone else fought with their hands. According to Earth-sama's reports, the dominant species of this world are animals with human-like intelligence, Ichigo recalled. "Let me see if I can use Sathariel on them," Naoma said. As they fought, Ichigo recognized their techniques. They were using Hung Jie Kung Fu. "I got it." After 5 minutes of fighting, the truck-sized boar collapsed in front of them. The panda untied a brown pouch that was on his waist. He opened the bag and pointed at the boar. The pouch glowed as it absorbed the entire boar. The panda tied the pouch back on his waist. The panda turned to the others. "Good job, everyone," the panda said. "Is this enough meat for dinner?" the tiger asked. "Plenty," the panda replied. "Good, let's get some fruit," the monkey said as it twisted its spear, separating it into 2 pieces, and strapped them on its back. "I spotted some banana trees on our way here," the crane said as it flew away. "Crane!" the panda yelled before getting on its front legs and chasing behind Crane. The tiger and monkey got on their front legs. The snake slithered on the tiger while the praying mantis climbed on the monkey. The tiger and monkey chased after them. "Looks like these animals can be bipedal and quadruped," Ichigo observed from the shadows. "The planet we are on is also called Earth," Naoma reported. "Interesting," Ichigo said. According to Yang Wanhan's memories, the Dakibi label this planet as Earth 5158. Anyways, they are known as the 6 Sentinels. They are the personal guards to the King of Beasts, Naoma said. "Okay." Ichigo thought as he used Shadowrun to follow behind them. The 6 sentinels stopped by a few bushes to harvest some berries. The panda's name is Pa and is a male. The tiger's name is Tigress and is a female. The crane's name is Sora and is a male. The monkey's name is Goku and is a male. The snake is Viper and is a female. Lastly, the mantis's name is Edge and is a male. Neyama added. Thank you for the info, Ichigo replied. They soon arrived at a large village. All the buildings were made of either wood or stone. Ichigo could see other kinds of animals there. Ichigo spotted a large stone castle in the distance. Ichigo could see the 6 sentinels walking towards the castle. As they got closer to the castle, Ichigo could see stone steps pressed along the side of the hill. They soon arrived at the edge of the steps. Ichigo saw the praying mantis, snake, and crane join them. They all began to walk up the stairs. According to their memories, everyone who wishes to enter the castle must climb these stairs. No one, except for young children, the sick, or the elderly, is allowed to be carried or fly up these stairs. The stairs represent that everyone is equal among each other but below the king of beasts. Neyama said. Interesting, Ichigo said as he slipped into the panda's shadow. All the animals began to climb up the stairs. It took them an hour before they arrived at the top of the hill. Ichigo could see everyone was slightly tired but fine. Ichigo could see 2 rhinos standing guard at the entrance. They were in a suit of armor with a large sledgehammer on the side. The guards looked at the 6 sentinels and silently nodded their heads before resuming their original position. The 6 sentinels walked inside the castle. Ichigo could see the castle was rather bare compared to the other castle he has seen. According to Viper's memories, when she was patrolling the castle, she discovered a secret shrine in the lower levels of the castle. She was punished and warned not to mention the existence of the shrine. Neyama said. Guide me there, Ichigo said. Neyama led Ichigo deeper down the castle. Ichigo, the planetary core communicator is activating, Kyoka interjected. Good. Let us know if the signal weakens. Ichigo replied as he continued to follow Neyama's instructions. It didn't take long before they arrived at an abandoned shrine. Cobwebs covered every corner of the shrine. It looked as if it was about to collapse. Is this the place? Ichigo asked. Yes, but when Viper was here, the shrine hasn't deteriorated to this state yet, Neyama admitted. The planetary core communicator is fully activated, Kyoka interjected. Ichigo rose out of the shadows. Neyama appeared beside him. I'll keep an eye out, she said. Good idea, Ichigo replied as he summoned the planetary core communicator and held it in his hand. I wish to speak with the planetary core of this planet. The planetary core communicator activated. Ichigo could feel his mind being sent somewhere else. Scene change, mind of the planet. Ichigo opened his eyes to see an old turtle sitting on a rock. The turtle had long hairs on its face. Besides the turtle was an aged wooden cane. The turtle opened its eyes and looked at Ichigo. Welcome, stranger. The turtle said. You must be the will of the world, Ichigo said. I am. The turtle replied calmly and slowly. And you must be the one who wishes to kill the king of beasts. I am, Ichigo replied. The turtle nodded its head. What can I do for you? The turtle asked. I wish to ask you if your world wishes to ally with mine, Ichigo asked. The turtle stroked its beard and thought. The idea is interesting. The turtle admitted. But I cannot. Why? Ichigo asked. Simple. It is not me that has to make that decision. The turtle said. But aren't you the will of the world? Ichigo asked. I am. The turtle replied. All things in creations will eventually turn to dust. From that dust new life is born. The cycle will never stop. The turtle said. So, you accepted the inevitable. Ichigo interpreted. I did. The turtle said. I taught my children how to correctly live. If they decided to follow my instructions, then I hope they will continue to live in harmony with me. If they fail to heed my warning, then they shall die. I see. Thank you for your time, Ichigo said. The turtle nodded its head as Ichigo left. Scene change, Earth 5158. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was back in the shrine. Time to go hunting, Ichigo thought as he used the 6 sentinels' memories to find the King of Beasts. Ichigo used Shadowrun to arrive at a large banquet hall. Ichigo could see all kinds of animals there. With the 6 sentinels' knowledge, Ichigo was able to quickly identify them. According to the procedure, the King of Beasts is the last one to enter the banquet hall. Neyama said. Do we know the name of the King of Beasts? Ichigo asked. It is King Theodore Roosevelt, Neyama said. As in the former American president? Ichigo asked. Correct, Neyama replied. I see. Ichigo replied. Has King Roosevelt been attacked before? Many times, Shishiki replied. She summoned a memory and allowed Ichigo to look at it. The memory appeared to be from the point of view of one of the 6 sentinels. King Roosevelt was a lion with a burly, muscular build. He stood nearly 2 meters tall. King Roosevelt's opponent was a gray snow leopard. Ichigo looked at King Roosevelt as the referee began to count down. 3. King Roosevelt and the snow leopard got into a fighting stance. 2. They glared at each other. 1. Suddenly King Roosevelt's eyes widened as if he just learned something. King Roosevelt defeated his opponent in a few moves. Next, Ichigo said. Neyama played the next fight. King Roosevelt was now against a large rhino with a large mace. Ichigo noticed the strange behavior from King Roosevelt again. Do we have any assassination attempts on him? I think so, Neyama said. The new scene showed King Roosevelt sitting down, eating a meal. Ichigo looked to see King Roosevelt's eyes suddenly widen as he quickly threw his plate to the side, hitting the incoming assassin. I think I have an idea on C true power, Ichigo said. What is it? Neyama asked. King Roosevelt's ability is either short-term clairvoyance or the ability to alter causality. Ichigo theorized. If you focus on King Roosevelt's eyes, you would have noticed that his eyes widen a second before the fight or assassination attempt begins. That makes sense, Neyama said. I scanned through the memories we have regarding King Roosevelt in a fight or assassination attempt. Shishiki began. All of them have that similar reaction. So, what is the plan? Neyama asked. If he indeed has short-term clairvoyance, will not be able to activate against me, Ichigo said. Right as the Defier of Fate, Neyama remembered. Correct, Ichigo replied. If it is altering causality, then I hope I'm able to prevent it from activating by using Hagen. Good plan, Neyama admitted. Does anyone want to absorb King Roosevelt? Ichigo asked. We do, Kaiten answered. Okay. Neyama, try and get a copy of his soul as soon as he walks in. Got it, Neyama replied. Attention please. Someone yelled. Everyone turned to the speaker. When the flower wind rages, Ichigo chants from the shadows. Rise. Everyone that was sitting down stood up. The flower god roars. Ichigo continued. Presenting His Highness, King Roosevelt. The man yelled as the doors opened. King Roosevelt entered the room. When the wind of heaven rages, the god of the underworld sneers, Ichigo finished the chant for Kaiten Kayakatsu. King Roosevelt walked across the banquet hall. Neyama? Ichigo asked. Got it, Neyama replied. King Roosevelt arrived in front of his throne. Good evening, everyone, he said. His loud voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Before he could continue, Ichigo used Scriptu, the Umbra, to bind everyone with shadow tentacles. He shot out of the shadows. He stood behind King Roosevelt. His eyes widened in shock. Ichigo stabbed Kaiten and Kayakatsu into King Roosevelt's chest. A large explosion of silver energy shot out of King Roosevelt. He could feel Kaiten and Kayakatsu absorbing the energy. In a few moments, they were done. King Roosevelt was barely alive. Ichigo cast a delayed explosion spell on him. After that he shunpaied away, freeing everyone from the shadow tentacles. Everyone rushed to King Roosevelt as they tried to heal him. Naoma, were you able to find the location of the dungeon archways? Ichigo asked. Looking for it, Naoma replied. Kaiten and Kayakatsu were surrounded by a sphere of silver energy, Kyoka reported. Once again, keep an eye on them, Ichigo replied. Found their location, Naoma said as she showed King Roosevelt's memories of the location. Ichigo quickly shunpaied to all the dungeon archways and placed the same spell on them. Ichigo detonated the spell before leaving the world in a garganta. Scene change, void. The last 3 overlords will be the hardest to deal with, Ichigo said as he ran along the path. Why? Naoma asked. The final 3 overlord has absorbed the will of the planet, therefore become the planet, Shishiki said. This means that the moment we set foot on the planet, the overlord will know our exact location and can attack us, Ichigo replied. So, who will you use against the overlords? Zangetsu asked. Ichigo could see everyone else was paying close attention to Ichigo. I plan to use Zangetsu against the overlord of corruptive frost, Ichigo said. While I love to fight, wouldn't it make more sense for you to use Shirayuki? Zangetsu asked. Normally you would be right. Shirayuki started. But the overlord of corruptive frost has enough power to corrupt my ice and turn it against me. According to Earth-sama's notes, the overlord of corruptive frost can use its energy to forcibly evolve the victims until they are capable of living in her world and then enslave them to her will, Ichigo said. With this in mind, I will have the Ryatsu from Scrift T, the Teo flowing around my body to protect myself from the corruptive energy. Ichigo could sense they were approaching their destination. Ichigo summoned Kokogetsu. Stride forth to the gates of heaven and use your might to tear the heavens asunder. Charge forth to the gates of hell and destroy the chains of the damned. Enter the doors of your humanity and use your strength to shatter fate. Zangetsu! Ichigo chanted. Zangetsu appeared in his hands. Ichigo looked at Zangetsu to see they looked normal. The Garganta opened, allowing Ichigo to see an ice-covered world. Ichigo into the ice-covered world, ready for battle. Chapter 82, Arc 15. Ichigo jumped out of the Garganta to see he was in the air. Ichigo dove headfirst toward the ice-covered ground. Ichigo could see the ice beginning to consolidate into a fist, the size of a skyscraper. The giant fist extended itself toward Ichigo. Ichigo allowed his Ryatsu to gather into the Zangetsu in his right hand. Ichigo spun in the air, making it where he faced the incoming fist. Getsuga, Tenjiki! Ichigo yelled as he stabbed Zangetsu forward. A black sword-shaped beam with a red outline shot out of Zangetsu towards the incoming fist. The attack pierced through the fist, causing a large explosion that destroyed the fist. Getsuga Tenjiki continued descending before it pierced the icy ground below, causing a massive explosion. Ichigo crashed into the ground, forcing all the icy dust and debris away. In the distance, Ichigo could see a pack of 100 large polar bears charging toward him. All of them were completely white with red eyes. The polar bears were bigger than tanks. Ichigo gathered more of his Ryatsu into the Zangetsu in his right hand. Mugen Getsuga Tensho! Ichigo shouted as he fired his attack up in the air. The incoming polar bears ignored the attack and continued to charge toward him. Then Mugen Getsuga Tensho turned down and scattered into regular Getsuga Tenshos, which began to rain down on the polar bears. The polar bears were quickly torn apart by the attacks, staining the white snow with their blue blood. Ichigo could see the blue blood beginning to bubble. Don't touch the blue blood. That is energy from the overlord. It might contaminate you. Shirayuki warned. Got it, Ichigo replied. The bloodied snow began to pull itself together, forming a shape. Ichigo, there is no point in attacking them. The overlord can infinitely regenerate them. Shirayuki added. Got it, Ichigo said as he quickly shunpaied away. Kyoka, let me know when I am getting closer to the overlord. Okay, Kyoka replied. Ichigo continued to shunpa forward. The ground rumbled as Ichigo saw a pack of 200 white woolly mammoths walking towards him. All of them were over 4 meters, 13.12 feet, tall with white fur and red eyes. One of the mammoths raised its trunk and blew air out of it, acting like a horn. The other mammoths pointed their trucks at Ichigo and blew cold air at him. Ichigo quickly shunpaied up, avoiding the cold air. Getsuga Tensho, Ichigo said as he unleashed a few Getsuga Tenshos at the woolly mammoths. The attack bisected the animals, staining the white snow with their blue blood. Ichigo could already see the bisected woolly mammoths and the snow beginning to transform. Ichigo quickly shunpaied away. Are there any signs of the planetary core communicator activating? Ichigo asked. Nothing, Kyoka replied. I see. Well, hopefully, the increase in monsters in our way is a sign we're on the right track. Ichigo thought as he stopped in the air. Ichigo could see an army of monsters coming toward him. In the air were flocks of white wyverns, descendants of dragons with wings attached to their forearms. On the ground, large golems slowly walked toward Ichigo. They were about the same size as the mammoths. Based on my estimate, approximately 400 wyverns and 400 golems are coming towards us, Shishiki commented. Getsuga Tensho, Ichigo said as he unleashed a few Getsuga Tenshos at the incoming golems. The golems roared as they were knocked back by Ichigo's attack. The wyverns roared as they began to unleash a whitish-blue beam. Ichigo quickly dodged the attack. The beam hit the ground, forming pillars of ice. Mugen Getsuga Tensho, Ichigo shouted as he fired multiple attacks up in the air. The wyverns swerved to the side, trying to dodge the falling attacks. The golems roared as the falling Getsuga Tensho knocked them off their feet. Ichigo shunpaied towards the wyverns. Zangetsu, coat your blade with Ryatsu so the blood doesn't stain your blade, Shirayuki instructed. All right, Zangetsu said. Both the blades in Ichigo's hands glowed as he began to slaughter the wyverns. The wyverns tried to fight back but Ichigo killed them before they could react in time. The wyverns' corpses merged with the golems on the ground. Some of the golems now had the wyvern head attached to their body. The wyvern heads turned to Ichigo and began to fire a whitish-blue beam at him. This is getting ridiculous, Ichigo thought as he fired a few more Getsuga Tenshos at the mutated golems. The two attacks collided, causing large explosions. Ichigo used those explosions to hide his escape. Anything yet? Nothing yet, Kyoka replied. But with the unexpected increase in monsters makes me think we are on the right path, Shirayuki added. In that case, we should go full speed to the Overlord, so we have enough energy to fight the other two Overlords, Zangetsu commented. Aren't I passively generating more Ryatsu? Ichigo asked. Yes, you are, Kyoka replied. But we still need to absorb some energy from the environment to produce Ryatsu. But the ambient energy is contaminated by the Overlord of Corruptive Frost. Shirayuki began. If we wanted to use it, we need to use Hellfire, Holy Fire, and Scrift Tea, the Teo to purge all the contamination. The process consumes much more energy than how much it produces, Kyoka concluded. I see, Ichigo said. Then I will pick up the speed. Ichigo shunpaied forward, ignoring as much of the enemy as he could. Scene change, other side of the planet. A female humanoid being sat on a white throne made of frozen bones. She has a seductive body. Her skin was bone white with icy blue scales on her body, which emphasizes her beauty. She has long gravity-defying white hair. She has reptilian crimson red eyes, which contrast her primary white body. She was dressed in a black dress with matching black fur on the collar. Beside her was a dakibi with white fur and dressed in a violet parka and pants. Both of them were watching a panel of ice, which was showing Ichigo slaughtering a pack of 1,000 white dragons, the size of passenger airplanes. So, Eoleum Chui, icy cold, this person is the one who killed the other overlords? The woman asked. Yes, Overlord. Eoleum Chui replied in a formal tone, like a butler. They watched as Ichigo shunpaied away, leaving the corpses of the saber-toothed tigers. I would suggest sending out a platoon of your Ritsar knights. How many? The Overlord of Corruptive Frost asked. Maybe 1,000. Eolium Chui replied. The Overlord waved her hand, creating 1,000 knights. All of them wore heavy armor and were armed with a sword and tower shield. They were in a formation of 100 knights per row. She positions them along Ichigo's path, forcing him to encounter them. It took less than 5 minutes before he reached their location. To think he would be able to travel that far in such little time, take out that much of my forces, and still have more power in reserve. She commented. Indeed. Eolium Chui said. The knights charged toward Ichigo. He fired a Getsuga Tensho at them. All the knights stopped their charge and slammed their tower shields down, forming a multi-layered wall. The Getsuga Tensho slammed into the tower shields. The force of the attack disintegrated the first 7 rows of knights and pushed back the 8th to 15th rows of knights, leaving the 16th to the 20th row of knights unharmed. I didn't expect one of his attacks to be that strong. She admitted. Before the knights could recover, Ichigo fired another Getsuga Tensho at the remaining knights, disintegrating them. To think that he could easily fire those destructive blasts without much downtime. Eolium Chui added. Agreed. The Overlord replied as Ichigo shunpaied away. I want him. She said, giving the image of Ichigo a hungry look. I want to devour all that energy he has. She stood up and walked away from her throne. Eolium Chui sighed as he watched her leave. At least I didn't need to bribe her this time. Eolium Chui thought as he continued to watch the ice panels. Scene change, with Ichigo. Ichigo unleashed multiple Getsuga Jujishos at the enemy in front of him. The enemy in front of him were more knights, but this time it was 2,000 knights. Getsuga Jujisho destroyed multiple rows of knights. It didn't take long before Ichigo shunpaied away, leaving only a couple of hundred knights remaining. As he shunpaied across the white snowy plains. Strange. There aren't any more enemies. Ichigo thought after 10 minutes. Isn't that a good thing? Nayama asked. No, Shirayuki replied. All the enemies we fought were created from the Overlord's energy, who has near limitless energy. The Overlord is likely using the time to create an extremely large army to try and crush us, Ichigo replied. Ichigo, the planetary core communicator is activating, Kyoka interjected. Good, Ichigo replied. After 5 more minutes, Ichigo arrived to see an even larger army waiting for him. Ichigo could see thousands of knights, armored polar bears, and wyverns. At the end of the battlefield, Ichigo could see a woman sitting on a throne that was carried on a golem's back. Hello, invader. The Overlord of Corruptive Frost greeted. Ichigo used the memories of the Overlords to learn what she was saying. Ichigo ignored her greeting and shunpaied towards her, charging both his Zangetsu with much more Ryatsu than before. Getsuga Jujisho. Ichigo yelled as he swung both of his swords, releasing a humongous Getsuga Jujisho. The Overlord's eyes widened in shock at the size of the attack. A large portion of her wyverns flew down towards the attack. They surrounded themselves with energy before dove in front of the incoming Getsuga Jujisho, attempting to stop the attack. Upon collision, there was a massive explosion, kicking up dust, chunks of ice, and blue blood everywhere. Ichigo swung his large Zangetsu down and parted the dust. Ichigo could see the Overlord was unharmed. So uncivilized. The Overlord said with an annoyed look. Beat him until he's almost dead. The red eyes on the remaining knights, polar bears, and wyverns glowed red as they charged toward Ichigo. Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo shouted as he fired his signature attack. The first few waves blocked the attack, sacrificing themselves in the process. The other waves came out unscathed and continued to charge toward him. The wyverns fired their icy beam at Ichigo. Mugen Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo shouted as he fired his attack up in the air. Before the attack could reach the optimal altitude, it suddenly collided with a barrier, causing the attack to prematurely detonate. In the distance, the Overlord of Corruptive Frost laughed. You didn't think I would allow you to use that over and over again? She said. Ichigo blared as he was forced into close combat with the army. Both of his swords were coated with his Ryatsu as he slashed down a nearby knight. Getsuga Tensho! Ichigo shouted as he swung both of his swords, firing 2 Getsuga Tenshos toward the incoming enemies. The knights were pushed back by the attacks but were mostly fine. Looks like she increased their defensive capabilities, Ichigo thought as they quickly recovered and charged toward Ichigo. Ichigo faced them head-on. Ichigo swung his sword in his right hand down at the knight only for the knight to block it with his sword. Ichigo pointed the Zangetsu in his left hand at the knight's chest. Getsuga Tenjiki! Ichigo shouted as he stabbed Zangetsu forward. A compressed beam of Ryatsu shot out and pierced through the armor of the knight in front of him. The attack pierced through the enemy behind the knight. Despite being hit by Getsuga Tenjiki, they continued to move, as if they weren't hit by Ichigo's attack. I think it's time to kick this up a notch, Ichigo said. Finally. Which way? Zangetsu asked. Massive destruction, Ichigo replied. Soy la furia que destruye el cielo. I am the fury that destroys heaven. Ichigo began to chant. Ichigo had his Ryatsu form a barrier around him. The knights surrounded him and began to attack the barrier. Courage la furia que destruyó los 9 círculos del infierno. I am the rage that destroyed the 9 circles of hell. Ichigo continued the chant. His energy is increasing. The overlord noticed. Stop him, she ordered. The knights all swung their weapons at the barrier. The wyverns fired their icy blasts at the barrier. The black and red wall of Ryatsu stood strong. Yo soy el que se atreva a desafiar el destino. I am the one who dares to challenge fate. Ichigo continued. Resurrección Luna Nueva. Resurrection of the new moon. Ichigo shouted as the black barrier exploded, releasing massive waves of black energy all around. Most of the wyverns barely managed to fly away, avoiding the explosion. The knights and polar bears, on the other hand, were mostly wiped out. Only about 1,000 remained, as they were the farthest away from Ichigo. The dust and energy settled, revealing the hollowified Ichigo. Ichigo glanced down and noticed that Zangetsu looked slightly different. Both of them are much longer, matching the length of the large Zangetsu, with the tip being more curved, with 3 protrusions along the blunt end of the sword close to its tip. The tsuba retained its manji-like shape, but it became more curved and jagged. 1. Ichigo turned his head towards the overlord of corruptive frost and the Dakibi. Ichigo took a deep breath. He unleashed a loud, intimidating roar. Ra-ha-ha! The shockwaves shocked the entire battlefield, causing avalanches all over the nearby mountains. What is that? She asked. I'm not sure. Eolium Chui replied. Ichigo gathered energy in both of his blades as he sonito-ed towards them. Getsuga Jujisho. Ichigo roared with his distorted voice as he swung down with his Zanpakuto, releasing a large and much more powerful cross-shaped blast of energy compared to before. The Dakibi quickly teleported away, abandoning the overlord. Ah ha ha! She screamed as the attack hit her and sent her flying. All the remaining enemies turned to Ichigo and tried to attack him. Ichigo charged the Zangetsu in his right hand. Mugen Getsuga Tensho, he said as he fired the attack up in the air. Unlike before, Ichigo's attack broke through the barrier. Once it reached the optimal attitude, it began to fall toward the enemy. Ichigo sonito-ed where the overlord landed. Ichigo arrived. The overlord's lower body has been bisected apart, which was leaking blue blood. She immediately spotted Ichigo. Bastard! The overlord of corruptive frost yelled. She unleashed a wave of icy blue energy. Ichigo stood there, unfazed by the energy. Ichigo could sense the overlord began to gather energy from the planet. The blue blood began to coagulate and regenerate her lower body. Should I stop her? Ichigo asked. No, Shirayuki replied. She is beginning to reabsorb all the energy from her minions and the planet. Ichigo could see the Overlord was surrounded by the icy blue energy and began to grow bigger. Suddenly fists made out of snow shot out from in front of the Overlord towards Ichigo. Ichigo swung his swords at the incoming fists, bisecting them in half. More fists quickly formed and attacked him. Ichigo continued to attack the fists as he looked at the Overlord of Corruptive Frost. She now is taller than Mount Fuji. She discarded her clothes were covered in thick layers of dragon scale. Her eyes glowed crimson. On her chest was a large glowing orb. In her scaled hands was a large broadsword made out of ice. The orb on her chest is the planetary core, Kyoka said. Good, Ichigo said. He pointed his right sword at the ground below the fists. Black Ryatsu began to concentrate in front of the tip of his sword. Zero! Ichigo shouted as he fired a black ball of energy. The attack flew down and destroyed the ground the fists were coming from. The fists all stopped, allowing Ichigo to Sonito-ed towards her. Getsuga Tensho! Ichigo shouted as he swung his sword down, releasing his attack. Not this time! She screamed as she swung her sword at the Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo's eyes widened as her sword bisected his Getsuga Tensho, forcing the two halves to explode behind her. The giant greatsword continued to fly toward Ichigo. Ichigo Sonito-ed to the side, avoiding the blade. Getsuga Jujisho! Ichigo yelled as he swung both of his swords down. The Overlord turned around and barely had enough time to raise her broadsword to block the attack. The Getsuga Jujisho shook her entire body. The Overlord raised her broadsword and tried to attack Ichigo. Once again, Ichigo Sonito-ed to her blind spot and attack her with either a Getsuga Tensho or a Getsuga Jujisho. Stop running! The Overlord yelled as she quickly became frustrated at Ichigo hit-and-run tactics. Ichigo suddenly increased the speed of his Sonito, creating clones of himself. All of them began to bombard the Overlord with a Getsuga Tensho or a Getsuga Jujisho. Metal, snowstorm! She yelled as she swung her sword around her, sending a circular wave of ice around her. The attack destroyed all of Ichigo's speed clones. She looked around, trying to find where Ichigo went. Ichigo stood above the Overlord. He brought up his white blade and used it to cut himself. Red blood stained the white sword's blade. He pointed the sword below him, towards the Overlord. He held the black sword up, ready to swing it. A black Zero with a royal blue outline formed in front of him. Gran Ray Zero, Ichigo said as he fired his attack. Immediately after he swung his black sword down. Getsuga Tensho! The two attacks combined and flew toward the Overlord. The Overlord looked up to see the powerful attack descending towards her. No! The Overlord yelled. Her broadsword began to glow. Lavina! Avalanche! She yelled as she swung her broadsword up. She fired her own crescent-shaped energy beam. The Gran Ray Getsuga Tensho pierced through the Overlord's attack. She raised her broadsword and tried to block the attack. When the Gran Ray Getsuga Tensho hit her broadsword, there was a massive explosion, even greater than before. Ichigo stood in the sky as he waited for the dust to settle. The explosion from Ichigo's attack knocked the Overlord of Corruptive Frost off her feet and caused her to fall into the snowy ground, being buried in the snow. Her body was severely damaged from the attack. I will not fall. She growled. The planetary core in her chest glowed as she absorbed even more energy from the planet. I will kill that bastard. She screamed as she began to transform. The remaining ice on the planet began to transform into raw energy and was pulled towards the buried Overlord. We need to get off the planet. She is slowly absorbing everything. Shirayuki warned. How? I can't breathe in outer space. Ichigo replied. Not to worry, Yawatch replied as he activated Script V, the Ventus. Ichigo felt as if he had an oxygen mask on his face. Ichigo used Sonito to escape the planet. Ichigo used his Ryatsu to form a platform on him to stand. He watched an icy blue metallic orb float out. More of the planet was being absorbed by the orb and causing it to grow bigger. In a few moments, the planet was gone, replaced by the metallic orb, which was slightly smaller than the planet. The orb began to release icy blue energy as the orb transformed. In a few moments, the orb turned into a giant icy blue metallic bird-like dragon. It has a saurian posture and bird-like features. Its head and neck are sculpted to resemble that of a bird of prey, with feather-like ornaments on each side of its head and at the elbows, and a jagged cone surrounding its neck. Its wings have the appearance of being feathered. Behind its head, there is a large arch connecting its shoulder pauldrons. 3. The creature looked up, immediately spotting Ichigo. "To think you would force me to use my full power," she arrogantly said. Icy blue energy gathered around her neck and flowed to her mouth. Poly null, absolute zero. She fired a large icy blue energy beam at Ichigo. Ichigo quickly Sonito-ed out of the way. The beam hit a nearby asteroid belt, instantly freezing the asteroids in their attack range. Ichigo quickly cut his hand and smeared blood on his right horn. Ichigo immediately gathered his Ryatsu into both of his swords and his horns. "Gran Race Zero," Ichigo said as he fired his attack. Immediately after he swung both of his swords down. "Getsuga Jujisho." The two attacks combined and flew toward the Overlord. "Lavina," the Overlord said as her claws glowed icy blue. She swung them at the Gran Ray Getsuga Jujisho, sending the attack off course. Ichigo's attack exploded behind her. "That was my strongest attack," and she swatted it away like a fly. Ichigo thought. "Not so strong now." The Overlord fired another icy blue beam at Ichigo. Ichigo dodged her attack and fired another Gran Ray Getsuga Tensho. She ignored the attack and tried to hit Ichigo with her attack. Ichigo was forced to dodge again. "Should I use Script Z?" Ichigo thought. "We still have one trick left," Zangetsu replied. "We do?" Ichigo asked as he dodged another attack from the Overlord. "Ichigo, do you trust me?" he asked. "I do," Ichigo replied. Ichigo's eyes widened as he felt something change in him. Suddenly Ichigo stopped moving. The Overlord turned her head to him. Black, red, white, and blue energy began to gather around him. "I didn't expect him to have so much energy left," the Overlord thought. "Chosatsuki, transcendent release," Ichigo said. Suddenly there was an explosion of black, red, white, and blue energy. The explosion forced the Overlord to move away. "What is he?" the Overlord thought. The energy died down to reveal Ichigo's new form. Ichigo now stood about 213.36 centimeters, 7 feet tall. Ichigo's long orange hair has turned black. Ichigo's golden yellow eyes are replaced by crimson eyes. Ichigo's hollow mask disappeared except for his horns. His skin turned back to normal. Ichigo's chest is covered in bluish-gray bandages around his chest areas. Ichigo gained golden flame-like tribal markings around his forearm. Below his waist is a clean pair of black kimono pants. Ichigo's fingers and toes now had black claws. On his back were 5 pairs of black angel wings. In Ichigo's hands were 2 large weapons that were about the size of Ichigo. For the sword in his right hand, the handle and the inner portion of the sword are crimson red with the base of the sword is black. As for the one in his left hand, the handle and the inner portion of the sword are blue while the base of the sword is white. Both blades' bases are slanted and continue with a section jutting out from the underside as a guard. There is a golden chain attached at the bottom of each sword. "Ion Zangetsu no Adarashi Yuzora, eternal slaying moon of the new night sky," Ichigo said. "What is this new form?" Ichigo thought. To his surprise, he didn't hear anyone reply from Zangetsu or anyone from his mindscape. "Even with your new form, you're no match for me," the Overlord said as she opened her mouth and fired another Pony Null at Ichigo. Ichigo suddenly disappeared from his spot. Ichigo silently reappeared behind the Overlord. That was different, Ichigo thought. Even though this was the first time Ichigo used the technique, he already knew its name of it. Fukuma Kijetsu, waiting late into the night for the moon, Ichigo thought. The Overlord turned her head and spotted Ichigo. "Now I got you," she screeched as she fired another plynyy null. Ichigo used Fukuma Kagetsu to disappear again. It doesn't feel like Shuunpa or Sonido, for Ichigo thought as he reappeared behind the Overlord. Ichigo raised his black sword in the air. Black Ryatsu began to gather around the sword. The Overlord turned around as Ichigo opened his mouth, ready to say the name of his signature attack, but something else came out of his mouth. Maikagetsu Tensho, Crescent Moon Heaven Piercer. Ichigo roared as he swung the sword down. An energy slash, resembling Ichigo's signature attack, flew out of Ichigo's new sword. The attack was completely black except for the edge, which was white. Lavina! She shrieked as she swung her arm down, trying to break the attack. To her shock, the Maikagetsu Tensho broke her Lavina and hit her arm. Rahaha! She screamed in pain as blue blood oozed out of the wound. I'm not done yet, Ichigo said as he pulled his black sword back. It glowed with black Ryatsu. Jujin Tenjiki, Waxing Moon Heavenly Strike. Ichigo said as he stabbed the sword forward. A compressed linear energy blast shot out of the sword. The attack was also completely black with white edges. The attack hit her right leg, piercing through her metallic icy blue skin. Ahaha! The Overlord shrieked in pain. Ichigo pulled his white sword back. It glowed with white Ryatsu. Jujin Tenjiki. Ichigo shouted as he stabbed the white sword forward. A compressed linear energy blast shot out of the sword. This time, the attack was completely white with black edges. The attack hit her left arm. Ichigo quickly used Fukuma Kagetsu to get behind the Overlord. He charged both of his swords with his Ryatsu. Maikagetsu Jujisho, Crescent Moon Cross-Shaped Piercer. Ichigo shouted as he swung his swords down. The Overlord turned around and raised her arms as a black and white cross-shaped attack flew to her. She tried her best to block the attack. Rahaha! She continued to scream as she struggled against the attack. Ichigo quickly fired another Maikagetsu Jujisho at the Overlord. The two sets of attacks combined and caused a massive explosion. Ichigo used Fukuma Kagetsu to appear closer to the Overlord, parting all the extra dust. Ichigo could see the many wounds all over the Overlord's body. Ichigo could tell she was defeated. Ichigo tried to summon Shirayuki or Kosetsu, but nothing happened. Looks like I need to leave Ion Zangetsu no Adarashi Yozora. Ichigo thought as he left his form. Ichigo was surprised when returned to normal while holding Kokugetsu. Suddenly Ichigo could feel the air in his body trying to rush out. Before Ichigo could react, a bubble of air surrounded Ichigo. Ichigo looked to see Yawatch, Kyoka, and Shirayuki appearing beside him. Kyoka and Shirayuki tackled and hugged him. Are you okay? They asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Kyoka and Shirayuki looked at Ichigo one last time before letting him go. Ichigo turned to Shirayuki. Go finish her. Very well, Shirayuki said as she summoned her blade. She shunpaied towards the Overlord. She summoned a copy of her Zanpakuto. Suddenly Eoleum Chui appeared in front of the Overlord. Ichigo snapped his figures. Chains of hell quickly shot out and bound the Dakibi before it could react. Shirayuki stabbed her sword directly into the Overlord's core. Ahaha! The Overlord screamed as icy blue energy rushed out of her and was slowly absorbed by Shirayuki. As it happened, Ichigo turned to Kyoka and Yawatch. So, what happened when I used Ion Zangetsu no Adarashi Yozora? Ichigo asked. The first thing was that Zangetsu disappeared from your mindscape, Yawatch said. Disappeared? Ichigo asked. We couldn't find him at all in the mindscape, Kyoka added. We tried to ask you if you knew anything, but you couldn't hear us. We tried to appear outside your mindscape, but something prevented us from leaving your mindscape. Suddenly Suzumabachi appeared out of the mindscape. We found Zangetsu. She shouted in joy. Where is he? Ichigo asked. He is sleeping in a black coffin, Suzumabachi said. What? Everyone shouted. The icy blue energy settled. They looked to see Shirayuki as she pulled her Zanpakuto out of the Overlord's body, which lost its icy blue sheen. I'm done absorbing her energy. She ready for you to finish and take her planetary core. Shirayuki said with a yawn as she returned to the mindscape. Ichigo sent Kokogetsu into his mindscape. Let the world witness your rise. Let my allies feel your warmth. Let my foes feel your fury, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Ichigo chanted, activating Script T, the Teo. Ichigo pointed aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi at the remains of the Overlord. He shunpaied towards her and stabbed aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi into her chest, beside the planetary core. The Overlord let out a weak cry. The metallic skin began to sizzle from the heat as Ichigo began to cut around the planetary core. In a few moments, Ichigo finished cutting around the planetary core. He grabbed the planetary core and used both hands to pull the large orb out of the Overlord's chest. He sent the planetary core into his mindscape. He pulled out a no Murakumo no Tsurugi from her chest. He shunpaied up in the air. He held a no Murakumo no Tsurugi with both hands as he raised the sword over his head. Koken, Ichigo said. Black flames surrounded the blade. Nichibatsu, sunset. Ichigo swung a no Murakumo no Tsurugi downwards, releasing a straight wave of black flames. Koken Nichibatsu flew down and hit the Overlord. The black flames began to burn her body. In a few moments, Script O, the Oversoul activated and absorbed the Overlord. The black flames quickly extinguished themselves as Ichigo sealed Script T, the Teo. Let's get out of here, Ichigo said. You should take a brief break before we fight the next Overlord, Yawatch suggested. Good idea. We still need to talk about the side effects of Chutsukai. Ichigo added. Yawatch, Kyoka, and Suzumabachi returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo opened a Garganta and jumped in. Ichigo activated Tengen and used Haugan to send himself into Haozaimasho. Scene change, Haozaimasho. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was in his bedroom that the Evernight Drows, Evernight Demons, and Dragons built for him. Kyoka, Suzumabachi, Kaiten, Kayakatsu, and Yawatch appeared. How are you feeling, Kaiten? Kayakatsu? Ichigo asked. We are fine, Kaiten answered. Kayakatsu silently nodded her head. Good, Ichigo said. Kaiten, can you answer some of our questions regarding Chutsukai? I can tell you the basics. She replied as she sat down in a chair. Kyoka summoned a notepad. As you learned previously, a Zanpakuto is a fusion with a portion of the Shinigami's soul and an Asachi. Kaiten began. Ichigo nodded his head. Shurkai is the beginning of your understanding between yourself and your Zanpakuto. True Bankai is achieved when you and your Zanpakuto harmonize with each other. Chutsukai takes that idea and takes it further. The user and their Zanpakuto completely merged as one, similar to what you experienced when you used the Seigo no Getsuga Tensho. Ichigo turned to Yawatch. Is Ion Zangetsu no Adarashi Yuzora stronger than Seigo no Getsuga Tensho? Ichigo asked. It depends. Yawatch answered. Why? Ichigo asked. The Seigo no Getsuga Tensho you used was weakened due to you not being aware of the true Zangetsu. In this case, how would you rank all three of them? Ichigo asked. The strongest would be the true Seigo no Getsuga Tensho if you learned the truth about Zangetsu. But I would still lose my spiritual powers, Ichigo asked. You would still lose them, Yawatch replied. Ion Zangetsu no Adarashi Yuzora is the next strongest. And I don't need to worry about losing my spiritual powers, Ichigo said. Correct, Yawatch replied. So, what happened to Zangetsu? Ichigo asked. I'm not sure, Kaiten answered. Well, I'm going to rest for the time being, Ichigo said as he closed his eyes and immediately went to bed. Scene change, unknown location. Iadam, Palgon Bull, Yangwanhan, Yogbying, and Sabio sat around a table. Yoli Chui and Jiansa are late. Sabio said as he looked at his watch. Has anyone received a reply from them? Iadam asked. No one replied to Iadam's question. Then we have to assume the worst has happened, Yogbying said. I agree with Yogbying, Sabio said. We need to assume the worst has happened. Then Yogbying's and Sabio's overlord are the last ones, Iadam said. So, what is the plan? Yang Wanhan asked. Have we figured out anything about the killer? Palgon Bull asked. According to the information we gathered, I believe the killer is someone from planet 42016. Sabio started as he clicked a screen showing the evidence from the Overlord of Destruction's office. But the contract hasn't been broken. Yang Wanhan pointed out. I agreed, Sabio said. But I would like us to focus our attention on Clause 9 of the contract. As he pulled out a copy of the contract. Everyone could see the clause Sabio was referring to. Clause 9, at the start of the invasion, all beings on the planet will become members of the Defenders. I believe that Earth sent the killer away from the planet before the contract was signed. Sabio theorized. But why would they do that? Iadam asked. Training, Yang Wanhan answered as he summoned a chart. It has 2 different color lines on it. This is a chart with the death count and the average power level of the Defenders from the beginning of the war till now. The data shows that the initial death count started in the middle before it hit the low level. When the line began to go down, the average power level immediately went up. Sabio concluded. Yang Wanhan nodded his head. So, they used us to train their people. Palgon Bull growled in anger. But why would they send the killer out now, when the contract is almost over? Iadam asked. Maybe the Earth was aware of how the overlords obtained their flawless victories? Palgon Bull suggested. That makes possible sense, Sabio said. Earth used us to train her forces and used the killer to attack the overlords in the end. I have something else to show, Iadam said as he snapped his finger. He showed a chart. They could see all the values dramatically shoot up. This chart showed the active people in the dungeons. The dates circled are the ones where the overlords have died. I believe that the Defenders are aware of what the killer is doing and are pushing everyone to milk the dungeons as much as they could before they are destroyed. So, what can we do now? Palgon Bull asked. There is nothing that we can do now, Yang Wanhan said. We can only inform the Overlord of the killer and his abilities. We can't directly interfere beyond that. So, you are saying that we call it quits and let the killer go free? Palgon Bull yelled. For now, we must, Yang Wanhan said. But remember that this is not over. There are other worlds with other beings we can cultivate into mighty overlords, those even stronger than these. We can use them as revenge against this world. So, we should look for new overlords while we abandon Quaratia and Intelligentsia, Yogbying said, summarizing Yang Wanhan's statement. Both of you should, Yang Wanhan admitted. Sabio glanced at Yogbying, who nodded his head. Thank you for the concern, but both of us are loyal to our partner, Sabio said. Very well. Yang Wanhan accepted their decision. All the other Dakibi disappeared. Scene change, Haozaima show. Ichigo opened his eyes. He looked to see Kyoka sitting on a nearby chair. How long have I been out? Ichigo asked. About 2 hours, Kyoka replied. I see. Ichigo replied as he got out of bed. Anything I need to know right now? Both of the Dakibi are secured and unable to escape, Kyoka reported. Good, Ichigo said as he activated Tengen. Are you planning to attack the Overlord of Pestilence? Kyoka asked. I am, Ichigo said. Good luck, Kyoka said as she returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo used Haogan to send himself out of Haozaima show. Scene change, outside world. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was standing on a Ryatsu platform in the void between dimensions. Ichigo resumed running towards the exit. Ichigo soon spotted the exit. Let the world witness your rise. Let my allies feel your warmth. Let my foes feel your fury, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Ichigo chanted, activating Script T, the Teo. Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi appeared in Ichigo's hand. Teo no Hikari, light of the sun, Ichigo said. A transparent veil of heat surrounds Ichigo, protecting him from any harm. Ichigo exited the Garganta. Ichigo arrived in space, looking at the overlord of Pestilence's planet. The planet was primarily green and purple. There is a black and green ring that surrounds the prime meridian of the planet. In the middle of the planet, there is a large circular mouth with immense, horn-like crushing mandibles. Koken, Ichigo said as the flames around Ain no Murakumo no Tsurugi turned black. Enri Usui, burning meteor. Ichigo said. Ain no Murakumo no Tsurugi's black flames engulfed Ichigo as he launched himself down toward the planet. All the flames from entering the planet's orbit turned black due to Koken. Green and black vines shot out of the ring towards Ichigo, likely trying to stop his descent. As soon as the vines got close to Ichigo, they caught on fire. The flames quickly traveled along the vines, burning everything along the way. Ichigo, surrounded by the black flames, continued to fly down. In 5 minutes, Ichigo crashed onto the surface of the planet. Black flames flew all over the area, setting anything they landed on fire. Ichigo calmly walked out of the large crater his landing caused, unharmed by the flames due to Teo no Hikari and his immunity to heat. Anything from the planetary communicator? Ichigo asked as he took a deep breath, breathing in the toxic air. Nothing so far, Kyoka replied. Ichigo could feel his body quickly evolving to combat the toxic air. Keep an eye on it, Ichigo replied. Ichigo shunpaed forward. He arrived at a spot in the forest that wasn't on fire. Ichigo spotted a large swarm of car-sized red fire ants. They turned to Ichigo and began to charge toward him. Black flames gathered on the edge of Ain no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Teo Furia, solar flare. Ichigo yelled as he swung his sword around him. He released a black circular wave toward the incoming ants. The ants screeched in pain as they were engulfed in flames. Some of the ants dropped to the ground and began to roll around, attempting to put out the fire. I'm surprised that these ants are aware of stop, drop, and roll, Kyoka commented. Same, Ichigo said. Anything from the planetary communicator? Ichigo asked. Still nothing, Kyoka replied. Ichigo watched as the surrounding area began to burn. Ichigo shunpaed forward and continued to attack the planet with his black fire. Ichigo encountered armored scorpions, the size of military tanks. The scorpions swung their black tails at Ichigo, trying to sting him. Ichigo stepped to the side, avoiding the stingers. Teo Furia, Ichigo said as he swung in no Murakumo no Tsurugi, unleashing a wave of black flames. The scorpions raised their armored claws, trying to protect themselves. Teo Furia easily sliced through their armored claws and killed them. The black flames began to devour their bodies and began to burn the rest of the area. Ichigo looked forward and spotted a swarm of mosquitoes, the size of helicopters. They flew towards Ichigo. Enri Usui, Ichigo said as he was surrounded by black flames. He shunpaed toward the swarm of mosquitoes. Most of the swarm scattered and avoided Ichigo's charge. The others began to burn. The burning mosquitoes crashed on the ground, starting small fires all over the place. Ichigo continued to charge at the mosquitoes, lighting them all on fire. In a few moments, all the mosquitoes were burning on the ground. Anything yet? Ichigo asked. No, Kyoka replied. Okay, Ichigo said. Suddenly the ground began to rumble. Ichigo shunpaed up in the air as he watched the burning ground begin to curve up. The ground burst open as a gargantuan dark purple centipede creature shot out. The centipede looked at Ichigo. Its face has 3 sets of glowing yellow eyes, long antennae, and a large mouth with sharp teeth. The centipede creature roared at Ichigo as it lunged toward him with its mouth wide open. Ichigo held Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi with both of his hands as he twisted his back as if he was about to thrust a spear. Black flames gathered around the sword's blade. Teo Pyromanensu, solar prominence. Ichigo shouted as he thrust Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi forward, at the incoming centipede. A compressed beam of black flames shot out of the thrusted sword. The centipede closed its mouth and turned away. Teo Pyromanensa punched through the centipede's teeth. The centipede screamed in agony as the black flames began to burn it. The gigantic centipede dove towards the unburnt ground and began to devour it, trying to suffocate the flames. Ichigo raised Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi up. Nichibatsu, Ichigo said as he swung Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi downwards, releasing another wave of black flames at the gigantic centipede. Nichibatsu slammed into the centipede's exoskeleton, breaking it and spreading the flames further. The gigantic centipede let out another loud screech as the black flames made their way through its body. Cracks began to form around the centipede's exoskeleton, where more black flames escaped out of the insides of its body. The gigantic centipede finally collapsed on the ground, as the black flames continued to consume it. "Anything?" Ichigo asked. "Still nothing," Kyoka replied. "At this rate, I might have to light the entire planet on fire." Ichigo thought. Ichigo continued to travel across the planet, burning everything with his black flames. After an hour, Ichigo finally lit the last spot on the planet on fire. Finally, Ichigo thought. Suddenly the planet began to shake. "We're getting a reaction from the planetary core communicator," Kyoka reported. Ichigo watched as the planet began to transform. Ichigo shunpeied into outer space, using Script V, the Ventus, to help him breathe. The planet unleashed a dark green light, extinguishing Ichigo's black flames. The planet began to transform into a female humanoid shape. She has glowing red eyes, pale skin, long flowing black hair, purple lips, and insectal hands and feet. She also wore greenish-black armor that left her upper cleavage and shoulders exposed. Ichigo used the Overlord's memories to understand the Overlord of Pestilence's language. "So, you're the one who has been harming my children?" the Overlord of Pestilence asked. "I am," Ichigo answered. "And you are?" Ichigo asked. "I am Koracia, the Overlord of Pestilence and the Queen of Insects," she said. "I see," Ichigo said. He held a no Murakumo no Tsurugi with both hands. The black flames were absorbed by the blade, causing the blade to glow primarily white with a blue edge. "Joshinsei, supernova," Ichigo said as he swung down. Koracia's eyes widened as she felt her body move. She looked to see the left side of her body, from her left shoulder to her left pelvis, began to float away. "Impossible!" she screamed as she used her right hand to grab her floating body. She pushed the portion back together, trying to reconnect them together. "There is no use," Ichigo said as he raised Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi up. "No!" she screamed as she raised her right hand and fired a blast of dark green energy. "Joshinsei," Ichigo said as he slashed down. The attack bisected through Koracia's energy beam and sliced off her right hand. "Ah ha ha!" she screamed in pain as her right hand began to float away. As for Koracia's energy beam, it continued to move toward Ichigo. Ichigo's slash gave him enough room to avoid the attack without dodging it. The dark green energy beam dissipated, revealing Koracia without the left side of her body or her right hand. "I will not be stopped," she screamed as her body began to violently shake. Insect parts began to forcefully grow out of her body. "Suzumabachi, are you ready?" Ichigo asked. "I am," she replied as she appeared beside Ichigo, with her stinger on her right arm. Ichigo raised a no Murakumo no Tsurugi. "Joshinsei," Ichigo said as he swung diagonally downward, aiming at Koracia's limbs. "No!" she screamed as she tried to dodge the strike. Suzumabachi shunpeied towards her. Joshinsei slashed her waist, leaving her head and chest unharmed. Koracia screamed in pain as Suzumabachi stabbed her stinger into the planetary core. Waves of dark green energy erupted out of her chest. "And oh! she screamed as dark green tentacles burst out of her back, trying to crush Suzumabachi. "Keep it up, Suzumabachi," Ichigo said as he shunpeied in front of her. He deactivated Joshinsei. Ichigo incinerated the tentacles by unleashing waves of fire from Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. It didn't take long before all the attacks stopped. Ichigo turned around to see Suzumabachi dislodging her stinger, beginning to fall. Ichigo shunped towards her and caught her. Suzumabachi looked at Ichigo. "Thanks for catching me," she said. "No problem," Ichigo replied. "You should go back and rest." "Good idea," Suzumabachi replied with a yawn. She returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo stabbed a no Murakumo no Tsurugi into Koresha's body. She let out a weak painful cry. Ichigo ignored her as he began to move a no Murakumo no Tsurugi, cutting the planetary core from her body. It took a few minutes before Ichigo was able to remove the planetary core from her body. "Kill me now," she mumbled as Ichigo pulled a no Murakumo no Tsurugi out of her body. "Very well," Ichigo said as he raised a no Murakumo no Tsurugi while holding the Nodachi with both hands. Koken, black flames erupted and surrounded the blade. "Nichibatsu," Ichigo said as he swung a no Murakumo no Tsurugi downwards, releasing a large wave of black flames at Koresha, incinerating her. Ichigo watched as the black flames extinguished themselves. Ichigo sealed Script T, the Teo. Suddenly Chishiki appeared in front of him. Ichigo stopped in front of her. "Master, I believe we must establish a plan before we attack the last overlord," she said. "I have a plan," he replied as he opened a Garganta and entered it. Shishiki quickly followed behind him. As Ichigo traversed through the void, he told her his plan. "But that is insane," she replied as she heard Ichigo's plan. Ichigo looked at her. "I know it is an insane plan, but do you have any other suggestions?" Shishiki sighed. "Very well," Shishiki replied, accepting the plan. "Master, if you're going to follow your crazy plan, then let us give you something that might help," Kazara said. Ichigo stopped running and activated Tengen. He used Haugan to pull Kazara and Valiona out of Haozaimasho. "How are you two?" Ichigo asked. "Good," they replied. "I'll go first," Kazara said as she snapped her fingers. A pair of large Latin crosses appeared in her hands. The crosses were colored platinum with a sharp axe head with a chisel grind on each end of the cross. Kazara flipped it over to reveal white dragon leather handles at the intersection of each cross. "Do you have a name for them?" Ichigo asked. "No. I believe you should have the honor of naming them," she replied. "Okay," Ichigo said as he took the crosses from Kazara. He activated Script L, the Luminous Liberator. Ichigo could feel the light energy flowing into the weapons. "I name you Daybreaker," Ichigo said. The pair of crosses glowed white, blinding everyone. The light died down, revealing Daybreaker. Ichigo could see Daybreaker engraved across the long face of Daybreaker. Ichigo sealed Script L, the Luminous Liberator, causing Daybreaker to disappear. He turned to Valiona. "I have finished modifying the weapons from the Azura Machina," Valiona said as she snapped her fingers. Two giant broadswords appeared in front of Valiona. The one on the right has a platinum white fuller, a perpendicular crossguard, a handle, and a pommel. The edge of the broadsword is gold. The kanji, White Knight, has been engraved along the fuller in platinum white. The sword on the left has a metallic black fuller, a perpendicular crossguard, a handle, and a pommel. The edge of the broadsword is dark red-violet. The kanji, Black Knight, has been engraved along the fuller in dark red-violet. Ichigo grabbed Shiroshi, White Knight, and Kurokishi, Black Knight. "You named these swords?" Ichigo asked as he began to swing the swords. "I did," Valiona admitted. "Is there a problem with the name?" she asked. "Not really," Ichigo said as he stabbed both swords down into the ground. He activated Script K, the Kukenteki Shurihai. He could feel the spatial energy from Script K, the Kukenteki Shurihai flowing into the saber. He could feel all three of them merged together. Ichigo could feel the script's power resting inside Shiroshi and Kurokishi. Ichigo sealed Script K, the Kukenteki Shurihai, causing Shiroshi and Kurokishi to disappear. "Here is Bismuth's spear drill," Valiona said as she snapped her fingers. Ichigo could see a teal-blue spear drill appear in front of her. Ichigo gripped the spear as he activated Script N, the negate. He could feel the unique energy from Script N, the negate flowing into Bismuth's spear drill. The two quickly began to harmonize. "I name you, Kusho Yari, Void Spear," Ichigo said. The spear drill briefly glowed before returning to normal. Despite the lack of change, Ichigo could feel the connection between Script N, the negate and Kusho Yari. Ichigo sealed Script N, the negate, causing Kusho Yari to disappear. "Next is the chains of Rhodonite," Valiona said as she presented to Ichigo a set of coiled chains. "Stand before creation. Fall after the end. Chronogenesai." Ichigo chanted as he activated Script C, the Chrono Arcanta. Ichigo grabbed the coiled chains with his left hand while keeping his right hand on Chronogenesai. Ichigo allowed Script C, the Chrono Arcanta's energy to flow into Chronogenesai and the chains. The chains glowed with the energy before combining with Chronogenesai. Ichigo could see the top of Chronogenesai now has a sharp spear tip and where 4 chains split off and surrounded the silver shaft of the scythe. The 4 chains reunite at the bottom of the scythe's shaft. Ichigo noticed the black leather along the shaft disappear. Ichigo sealed Script C, the Chrono Arcanta. "Now the last ones," Valiona said as she summoned a pair of black gauntlets. They were primarily black with silver markings along the gauntlet. "These are made from Kuragane's arms and Hagane's power?" Ichigo asked. "They are," Valiona confirmed. "Engulf the light and plunge the world in darkness, Night Shroud." Ichigo chanted, activating Script U, the Umbra. Ichigo allowed Night Shroud to fully manifest. Ichigo was in black and gray armor with a few red gemstones on the chest. The was attached to the collar of the suit. Ichigo pulled the hood down. The gauntlets Ichigo currently wore due to Night Shroud disappeared, allowing Ichigo to slip the new gauntlets on. Ichigo could feel the energy from Script U, the Umbra flowing into the gauntlets. In a few moments, the gauntlets glowed. Ichigo watched as the silver markings flowed from the gauntlets to the rest of the suit of armor. Ichigo sealed Script U, the Umbra, sending the upgraded Night Shroud back to his mindscape. "Good luck, Ichigo," Kizara said as she hugged him. Ichigo replied with a quick kiss. "Hey, don't forget me," Valiona grumbled. Ichigo ended his hug with Kizara and quickly hugged Valiona. She quickly kissed him as well. Ichigo ended the hug and kissing and sent them back to Hauzamasho. Ichigo continued to traverse the void. It didn't take long before they arrived at the end. Ichigo jumped out of the Garganta to see a gigantic planet. The planet was much bigger than any other planet Ichigo visited. The planet was covered with shining metal. Ichigo could see large metallic towering cities without end in vast metallic plains, spiraling metal mountains, and bottomless neon-lit chasms. Ichigo landed on the ground of the metallic planet. "The gravity is super strong," Ichigo commented as he felt the effects of the large planet's gravity. Luckily for him, it took a few moments for him to get used to gravity. Suddenly alarms began to go off. Ichigo could see humanoid robots flying toward him. They were about 152 centimeters, 5 feet, tall and made entirely of metallic silver, 5. The robots landed in front of Ichigo. They all pulled out their guns and pointed them at Ichigo. "Unknown organic object detected," the robots said in unison. "Submit yourself to the Empress or you will be terminated." "Volstandig," Ichigo replied. All 25 scripts activated at once. There was a massive explosion of energy, destroying the nearby robots. The dust settled, revealing Ichigo, now in his Volstandig. Ichigo glanced to see his red and white dragonic gauntlets gained black scales all over the gauntlet. "That's likely due to the new gauntlets," Yawatch commented, noticing the new addition to Ichigo's Volstandig. In the distance, more robots flew toward him. They pointed and began firing laser beams at Ichigo. Dividing wall. Ichigo cast. A transparent blue wall appeared in front of Ichigo, blocking all their energy blasts. "A Shukuryoku, compression force," Ichigo said as he extended his right palm. Ichigo closed his fists. Suddenly all the robots were pulled together and crushed into a large metallic ball. Ichigo continued to tighten his grip, crushing the large metallic ball even smaller. Ichigo opened his hand, freeing the metallic ball from his control. Anyone know where the Overlord might be located at? Ichigo asked. None of the Dakibi know the exact location, since she communicates through a screen, but based on the background of the screen, she is in a large tower, Kyoka said. Then let's go to that spot, Ichigo said as he pointed to a large tower in the distance. It appears to also be one of the sources of robots. Good idea, Kyoka replied. Ichigo used his wings and flew towards the source of the robots. Suddenly the nearby buildings transformed, revealing large laser cannons. They began to attack Ichigo with beams of lasers. Dividing wall, Ichigo said. A transparent blue barrier appeared around him, blocking all the incoming laser beams. Ichigo could feel dividing wall draining the energy from their attacks. Dividing reflection, Ichigo said. All the collected energy from dividing wall shot out at the laser cannon, destroying them in the process. Ichigo continued his way toward the source of the robots. Ichigo spotted another fleet of robots flying toward him. They were much larger than the robots Ichigo encountered before. They stood about 3 meters, 9.84 feet, tall and were much more armored. Ichigo raised his hand at the incoming robots. In Ryoku, attractive force, Ichigo said as he focused on a robot in the back. Suddenly all the other robots were pulled towards the robot. Ichigo could see the robots were stuck together like a ball, with their limbs dangling outwards. All of them were struggling to free themselves from each other. Juryoku, gravitation force, Ichigo said as he pointed his fingers downwards. Suddenly the ball slammed into the ground, being crushed by the increased gravity. Ichigo moved his hands together. 2 transparent walls appeared on either side of the ball and pressed themselves together. Ichigo repeated this a few times, before stopping at a perfect cube of metal. Ichigo resumed flying. This planet is so large, Ichigo thought as he continued to fly towards the tower. Based on my rough math, this planet is bigger than Jupiter, Kyoka commented. I see, then I need to go faster. Ichigo thought as he flew faster. Ichigo quickly spotted more laser cannons. Ichigo raised his right arm. All the rings on his right arm began to clockwise. Spiral Magnum, Ichigo said as he punched at the laser cannons. All 5 rings shot out of his arm, like a missile. The rings easily pulverized the laser cannons. Ichigo raised his left arm, causing all the rings to spin clockwise. Spiral Magnum, Ichigo said as he punched with his left hand. All the rings on his left arm flew out, destroying the laser cannons. Reload. All the fired rings flew back to Ichigo's arm. The metal ground shook as the ground opened, revealing a hole. A large brownish-orange robot rose out of the ground. The robot stood over 250 centimeters, 8.2 feet tall. It has a large stomach with teeth-like lines long in the middle. 6. The robot turned to Ichigo. Raha! The robot's stomach roared. The robot took a few steps before rolling towards him. Chained Magnum, Ichigo said as he flicked both of his arms. The rings glowed with transparent silver energy as they flew off Ichigo's arm. Ichigo soon had 2 100 meters, 109.36 yards, long whips, with each ring being 20 meters, 21.87 yards, apart from the other. Ichigo punched his left arm forward, causing the whip to shoot out and slam into the rolling robot. The whip stopped the robot in its place. Ichigo swung his right hand to the side, chasing the whip to shoot out and slam the robot on the side. The orange robot began to spin like a top. Ichigo swung both of his arms together, causing both whips to fly up in the air. The orange robot stopped spinning and tried to regain balance. Ichigo swung both of his arms down. Both of the whips flew down and bisected the orange robot and causing an explosion. Reload, Ichigo said. All the rings flew back to Ichigo, blowing the dust away in the process. Ichigo flew towards the tower. The buildings around the tower began to transform into laser cannons. They began to fire laser blasts at Ichigo. Dividing wall, Ichigo said as a transparent blue barrier appeared around Ichigo. Sky Chaser. Sky Chaser appeared on Ichigo's left gauntlet. He raised his arm out as the bow fully expanded. Ichigo pulled Sky Chaser's drawstring back. A large green arrow appeared. 5 counter boost, Ichigo said. The green gem on Ichigo's right gauntlet glowed as the green arrow grew even bigger. Ichigo pointed the arrow up in the air. Piercing storm. Ichigo cast as he let go of the drawstring. The large green arrow flew through the transparent barrier, flying high into the air. The large green arrow separated into hundreds of arrows, all of them falling toward the tower and laser cannons. The laser cannons stopped attacking Ichigo and attacked the falling arrows. As the laser cannons dealt with the arrows, Ichigo raised Sky Chaser and pulled the drawstring back. A golden arrow appeared. 5 counter boost, Ichigo said. The green gem on Ichigo's right gauntlet glowed again, causing the golden arrow to grow bigger. Boosted Storm Piercer, Ichigo said as he released the arrow. As the arrow flew, it began to spin and formed a golden cyclone. The golden cyclone arrow pierced through a group of laser cannons, causing them to explode. Ichigo quickly pointed Storm Chaser at another group of laser cannons and fired another boosted Storm Piercer, once again destroying them. Ichigo fired 2 more shots before he destroyed all the laser cannons. Ichigo recalled Storm Chaser and summoned Daybreaker, which grew bigger to accommodate Ichigo's larger size. Ichigo flew up, toward the top of the tower. As he flew up, the sides of the building began to transform into more laser cannons. Ichigo spun Daybreaker, so the long blades are facing forward. Luminous Edge, Ichigo said. Daybreaker began to glow white. Ichigo rushed towards the laser cannons. The laser cannons began to fire lasers at Ichigo. Ichigo dodged the lasers. When he got close, Ichigo swung Daybreaker, slashing apart the nearest laser cannon. This is too slow, Ichigo thought. Luminous Breaker. Copies of Daybreaker appeared around Ichigo, floating in the air. Go, Ichigo ordered. The copies of Daybreakers flew toward the other laser cannons. The laser cannons changed targets, now attacking the incoming copies of Daybreakers. Ichigo charged forward and sliced down the nearest laser cannons. The copies of Daybreaker were able to destroy the higher laser cannons. Soon Ichigo reached the top of the tower and broke in with Daybreaker. Ichigo entered an empty office room. In front of him was a monitor. The monitor turned on, revealing Intelligentsia's face. "Hello, killer," she said. "Overlord," Ichigo replied. "I didn't expect you to know my native tongue." She replied. "Where are you?" Ichigo asked. "So, you can kill me?" she asked. Ichigo didn't answer her. "Based on the fact you arrived at this location, I can infer that either the Dakibi had betrayed me, or you can forcefully read memories," she said. Ichigo continued to remain silent. "Your silence answers my questions." Intelligentsia chuckled. "Unfortunately for you, I'm not there. Good luck finding me." Suddenly the entire tower exploded, engulfing everything in flames. Remnants of the building crashed to the metallic floor. The area was covered in flames. After a few minutes, the dust and remnants of the tower were blown away, revealing an unharmed Ichigo. "It was a good thing that I was able to activate chronostasi, time stop, as the explosion happened," Yawatch said. "It was," Ichigo replied. "I was able to protect us with dividing wall before we had to use chronoarchy, time start," Ichigo replied as he stepped out of the destroyed tower. "I hope Chishiki has a better time than us." "Onwards to the next tower," Kyoka said. Ichigo sighed as he flew towards the next tower. Chapter 83, Arc 15. Scene begins, Ground Zero. On the metallic battlefield, there was a metallic ball comprised of metallic silver humanoid robots. The field shows the remnants of a battle, where one side was dominated by the other. The ground began to rumble as it began to rise, revealing a secret tunnel. Squads of bipedal humanoid creatures in metallic suits ran out of the secret tunnel. They appeared to be 160 centimeters, 5.2 feet, tall. The metallic suits were primarily brown with a red metallic cloak over their heads. 1. they silently ran to the metallic ball. They quickly and silently pulled the robotic remains from the metallic ball. Unbeknownst to them, someone was watching them from the shadows. Interesting, Shishiki said as she watched from the shadows. Let's finish this mission so Master could reward us, Naoma said. Naoma, be patient. Keter interjected. Naoma and Keter began to glare at each other. Both of you be quiet, Shishiki said. Master is risking himself, being the distraction for us. Naoma and Keter quickly turned away from each other with crossed arms. Master, please give me strength to deal with these two. Shishiki thought as she recalled their plan. Flashback, in the void. Ichigo and Shishiki ran along the path Ichigo made in the void. So, the plan is for me to draw Intelligentsia's attention by destroying as much as I could. As that happened, you would use the planetary core communicator to find where Intelligentsia is truly hiding. You don't think you would be able to find her? Shishiki asked. No, Ichigo replied. The Dakibi had never physically met her. They communicate through a screen. The background is of an office with a window in the background, which showed the surrounding metallic buildings. We took those memories and compared the backgrounds. Ichigo said. What did you figure out? Shishiki asked. With Kyoka's help, we determined that there were a total of 12 variations to the background she used. So, we can pretend that the Dakibi betrayed her by going to these 12 locations, Shishiki said. It would be 6 locations, Ichigo answered. Why 6? Shishiki asked. Half of the background is depicting her at night, Ichigo answered. I see. Shishiki replied. So will I be going alone on this mission? No, Ichigo replied. Naoma and Keter will be going with you, Ichigo said. Very well, Shishiki said, accepting Ichigo's decision. But none of us have any abilities to infiltrate the area. That's fine, Ichigo said. Engulf the light and plunge the world in darkness, Night Shroud. Night Shroud appeared in its cloak form. Ichigo draped the cloak over Shishiki. She instantly gained the ability to use Scriptu, the Umbra. Ichigo spotted the incoming exit. Naoma. Keter. Naoma and Keter appeared behind Shishiki. I'm ready, Keter said. Hope you give us a big reward, Naoma said with a teasing smirk. Not now, Shishiki said. Good luck to all of you, Ichigo said. Same with you, Master, Shishiki said as all of them entered Ichigo's shadow. Flashback end. Shishiki, Naoma, and Keter watched as some of the robots carried the remains back to the secret tunnel. Other robots ran out to replace them. They remind me of a ninja, Naoma commented after watching their action. For identification's sakes, we will call them robotic ninjas, Shishiki said. Naoma and Keter nodded their heads. We should follow the robotic ninjas. Someone must have ordered them to retrieve the remains. Keter suggested. Good idea. Shishiki agreed. She used Shadowrun to move from their hiding spots to one of the robotic ninja's shadows. They used Shadowrun to remain in the robotic ninja's shadow. After 5 minutes, they arrived at a large underground building. The robotic ninja dropped the robotic remains on a conveyor belt before leaving the building. The ladies jumped from the robotic ninja's shadow to the shadow underneath the conveyor belt as it dropped the remains. They followed the conveyor belt. They spotted another group of robots. These robots were mostly red with a few white limbs. They were scanning the robotic remains. Most of the remains were allowed to move forward while a few remains were pushed off the conveyor belt and into a chute. Looks like these robots are scanning how damaged the remains are, Shishiki said. I can try and hack into these scanner robots, but I need to know if they are being monitored. Let me try something, Keter said as she summoned a white book. She stared at the robot. The white book glowed as the pages began to flip. After a few moments, the pages stopped flipping. Keter began to read the page. Interesting. Very interesting. What? Naoma asked. These robots, the ones Master destroyed earlier, the robotic ninjas, and the scanning robots are a species of robots called Warframe. Keter began. These robots used to be controlled by an alien race called Tenno. Eventually, the Tenno encountered intelligentsia and were quickly defeated by her. She decided to enslave the surviving Tenno and use them to create AIs based on their combat abilities with each Warframe. Keter said. So, what's the name of the robots Ichigo destroyed? Naoma asked. They were called Excalibur, Keter replied. Is there a reason why they picked the name? Shishiki asked. I'm not sure, Keter admitted. Chakma isn't able to find out from their remains, Keter replied. What about the ninjas? Naoma asked. The ninjas are called Ivara, and the scanning robots are called Harrow, Keter answered. So, the Harrows are currently controlled by AIs right now, Shishiki asked. Correct, Keter replied. If I try and hack one of them, what will happen? Shishiki asked. According to their programming, they would warn the other AIs of the hacking and try to destroy the source of the hacking. If that fails, it will try either self-destruct or the other Harrows would try and destroy the hacked Harrow. Keter summarized what she read from Chakma. Not if I have something to say about that, Naoma said as she summoned a black book. She stared at the robot. The black book glowed as the pages began to flip. After a few moments, the pages stopped flipping. Found it. Naoma summoned a black feathered quill. She crossed out lines from her book. After that, she began to write something in her book. Done, Naoma announced as she closed her book. Keter opened her book and the book quickly arrived at the page. According to their programming, the Harrow that is being hacked will quietly move away from the other Harrows and attempt to destroy the source of the hacking. The other Harrows will ignore the hacked Harrow because it is a test of the AI's capabilities to defend itself against hackers. Keter read. Shishiki nodded her head. The ladies moved around the conveyor belt, finding all the Harrows on the line. They found a Harrow that was located at the end, where none of the other Harrows faced. Shishiki allowed her nanobots to run out of her shadow. They rushed towards the unsuspecting Harrow. The nanobots slowly hacked its system, tricking its sensors to think nothing was going on. Once the Harrow was surrounded by the nanobots, that was when Shishiki struck. She quickly took control of the Harrow. She had the Harrow continue to do its job while she looked through the information stored in the Harrow. Done, Shishiki said as she pulled out of the Harrow. What did you find? Keter asked. As we know, the Harrow units in this area specialize in filtering out which portion can be repaired or reused. Down the line, another set of Harrow units specializes in rebuilding the robots. Shishiki began. So, what is controlling the Harrows? Naoma asked. All the robots we saw follow the orders of a robot called Vauban. Shishiki raised her hand and showed a picture. It was an orange-red armored robot with silver and black metal plates around its body. In its standby form, it resembles a tower. Shishiki waved her hand, causing Vauban to transform into a large tower. Vauban is normally in its passive scanning mode. When Vauban detects an anomaly, it would enter active scanning mode to find and deal with the anomaly. How? Naoma asked. It would activate the needed robot based on the situation, Shishiki replied. Do we know where's Vauban? Keter asked. The Vaubans are the large towers Ichigo planned to attack as part of his distraction efforts. Shishiki identified. So, what's the plan? Naoma asked. We should go further down, Shishiki said. Down? Keter and Naoma questioned. We have some knowledge about everything above us but nothing below us, Shishiki said. You are thinking that intelligentsia is hiding underground? Keter asked. It makes sense. Naoma pointed out. My Gagiel and your Chakma were only able to find that much information. If I may ask, how does your power work? Shishiki asked. Our abilities allow us to read and edit the history of the object in question. Keter began. We can read the creator's intentions with the object, how the object was used, when was it used, and when the object changed. Naoma finished. I see, so that explains why intelligentsia wasn't mentioned when you looked up the heroes, Shishiki said. Correct. Intelligentsia likely ordered the Vauban, and the Vauban passed the orders down to Hero. Our abilities would only allow us to see the connection to Vauban but not to intelligentsia. Keter said. In that case, should I use Chakma on the facility? Keter asked. You could try, Shishiki said. Keter stared at the faculty. The white blue glowed once again. The pages quickly flipped to a new section and Keter began to read the page. I think I found something, Keter said. Read it to us, Shishiki replied. The chutes lead down to an underground facility which was built on the orders of Vauban. Once the underground facility was completed, all robots besides Vauban were destroyed. Vauban ordered a group of Hero to use the destroyed parts to create a Zaku, the basic skeleton of a warframe. An infant AI is installed into the Zaku. The Zaku are then trained by Styanax. Once the Styanax deems the Zaku trained, the Zaku are allowed to choose which warframe they wish to become. Their body is then combined with special armor to become their selected warframe. Their memories are modified to keep the location of the underground facility a secret. Keter said. That is very good, but anything about intelligentsia? Shishiki asked. There is a suspicious dead end in the facility. No one knows why it's there, Keter commented. Chakmut isn't able to provide any insight on it? Shishiki asked. Nothing, Keter replied. Based on how Choma operates, this dead end was created by Vauban, but the Vauban themselves didn't know why it was added. The dead end was never used at all, nor was it changed. Naoma said. If we assume that intelligentsia ordered Vauban to create the underground facility, then why would she add the strange dead end? The dead end could be part of a secret tunnel, Keter suggested. Either way, we should take a look. Shishiki decided. Agreed, Keter said. Naoma silently nodded her head. Shishiki used Shadowrun to take them down the chute. I'm surprised how far this chute goes, Naoma commented. It has been 10 minutes since they used Shadowrun to travel down the chute. They look down and finally see glimmers of light. About time we're at the end. They arrived at the end of the chute. They looked to see many piles of broken scraps. How are we going to get down there? Keter asked. We need to wait for something to fall and enter its shadow, Shishiki explained. A few minutes later, they heard something falling down the chute. They looked to see a broken arm falling. Shishiki quickly used Shadowrun, entering the shadow of the broken arm. The broken arm fell on a pile. They noticed a Hero walking around the piles. It shot a red beam over the pile of scraps. Looks like it is looking for something, Naoma commented. The red beam stopped at the broken arm. Do you think the Hero noticed us? Keter asked. I don't think so, Shishiki replied. The Hero walked to the pile and began to float over the pile towards the arm. The Hero picked up the arm and floated off the pile. It began to walk away. Shishiki quickly used the opportunity to leap into the Hero's shadow. Let's see how they create a Zaku, Keter suggested. Very well, Shishiki replied. They soon arrived at the underground facility. The Hero entered the facility and began to walk down a hallway. It opened a door and entered a room. They could see a bipedal humanoid robotic skeleton lying on its back on the bed. They could see many mechanical parts including wiring, eyes, mouthpieces, moving limbs and digits, and other pieces. This skeleton was missing an arm. The Hero took the extra pieces off the limb and installed them on the skeleton. The Hero walked to the head of the skeleton and pressed a button. The robotic skeleton shook as energy flowed into the body. The energy soon calmed down and the robotic skeleton rose. Face me, Hero said. The skeleton silently obeyed the Hero's order. The Hero began to inspect the robotic skeleton. The Hero typed something down on the terminal. Zaku Alpha 252020 completed assembly and performance test. The Hero said. You are to report to Styanex Sierra 072022 to begin training. Yes, Harrow. Zaku Alpha 252020 replied. It stood up and began to leave the room. Shishiki quickly used Shadowrun, entering the Zaku's shadow. Keter, do you know where the dead end is? Shishiki asked. I think so, Keter said. Good, guide me, Shishiki said. The Zaku will walk past the dead end, Keter said. Good, warn me when we get close to it, Shishiki replied. Got it, Keter replied. Zaku Alpha 252020 silently walked down the hallways. It soon walked past the dead end. Shishiki quickly used Shadowrun to move from Zaku Alpha 252020's shadow to a shadow on the wall. We're here, Shishiki said. Keter looked at the wall as she activated Chakma. The white bloop glowed once again. The pages quickly flipped to a new section and Keter began to read the page. She shook her head. It's the same, Keter said. Let me try something, Naoma said. Gamaliel appeared in front of her. I summon one of the earthen wraiths from Desolate, she said. A ghost with a dull silver cloak flew out of the mirror. The ghost floated down to Naoma. This nameless metallic wraith has answered Mistress's summon. The nameless metallic wraith answered while bowing its head down. You are going to discreetly enter the wall and continue to go straight until you find something besides solid metal, Naoma ordered. As the mistress commands. The nameless metallic wraith replied as it stood up. Shishiki allowed the metallic wraith to slip out of the shadow. The metallic wraith immediately turned transparent and phased through the wall. They stood there and waited for the metallic wraith to return. The metallic wraith returned 10 minutes later. Shishiki let the metallic wraith enter the shadow. What took you so long? Naoma questioned. This nameless one apologizes for the delay. The metallic wraith replied. What did you find? Shishiki asked. At first the wall was solid metal. The metallic wraith began. After a few meters in, there is a small tunnel, enough for something to crawl through. Did you go down the tunnel? Naoma asked. This nameless one didn't. The metallic wraith replied. So, what are we going to do? Naoma asked. We are going to check out what the metallic wraith saw, Shishiki said. She turned to the metallic wraith. Do you think you could create a microscopic tunnel from here to the small tunnel? It is possible. The metallic wraith answered. Where do you want the small hole? Have the small tunnel start in the shadows. Once we are inside, close up the hole. You will slowly open the tunnel for us to move forward. After we pass, you will close the other side. Shishiki instructed. The metallic wraith didn't reply. Treat her orders like they are from me, Naoma added. Yes, mistress. The metallic wraith replied. Shishiki let the metallic wraith out of the shadows. It quickly dove into the ground and opened a small tunnel. Shishiki quickly slipped into the small tunnel with Shadowrun. The tunnel had enough room for Naoma to stick her finger out. The metallic wraith followed Shishiki's instructions. As they moved, the entire place began to violently shake. What's going on? Naoma shrieked. Mistress, the walls are beginning to move. The metallic wraith answered. Open the entire tunnel. Shishiki ordered. The metallic wraith quickly opened the rest of the tunnel. Shishiki used Shadowrun to arrive at the entrance to the tunnel. They looked to see the tunnel they were in suddenly separated into two pieces. They watched as everything around them began to transform. Scene change, with Ichigo. Ichigo sighed as he arrived at the last tower on the planet. He quickly flew up and easily dealt with the tower's defenses. Ichigo arrived at the top of the tower and saw another office with a computer on the table. Ichigo entered the office through the window. The computer screen lit up with Intelligentsia's face on it. I didn't expect you to defeat all my forces, Intelligentsia said. They were too weak. Ichigo criticized. Oh? Intelligentsia questioned. Despite being the overlord of knowledge, your robots are extremely dumb. Ichigo continued. That is uncalled for, Intelligentsia replied. Ichigo could see Intelligentsia beginning to get angry at him. So? Ichigo quickly replied. I doubt you know how to fight with how pathetic your robots tried to fight against me. You want to fight me? Intelligentsia mumbled. Got her. Ichigo thought. Oh please, a fight against you would be too easy. Fine. Intelligentsia yelled. If you want to fight me, then let's go. Suddenly the planet began to rumble. The tower Ichigo was in began to descend toward the ground. Ichigo quickly jumped out of the office and flew up in the air. Ichigo could the ground begin to move. Ichigo quickly flew out into outer space. Ichigo floated there as he watched the planet begin to transform. A portion of the upper hemisphere of the planet moved toward Ichigo. The remaining portion of the upper hemisphere and the mirrored side on the lower hemisphere moved away from each other. Small portions of the lower hemisphere facing Ichigo also moved toward him. Suddenly the two hemispheres moved 90 degrees away from each other, revealing an upper body. The lower body portion rotated 180 degrees, revealing a set of legs. Master! Ichigo heard Shishiki, Keter, and Naoma's voices. Where are you? Ichigo asked as he continued to watch Intelligentsia's transformation. He could see laser cannons moved out of the lower ankle portion of both legs. I believe we are somewhere on her lower body, facing you, Shishiki replied. Suddenly the upper body expanded sideways, revealing the shoulders and arms. I see. Ichigo replied as a familiar face shot up from the upper body. Now then. Intelligentsia yelled as she quickly found Ichigo. How will you fight me now, human? Ichigo took a deep breath as he began to grow larger. The Juko Achubiwa around his arms glowed and began to spin. Ichigo could feel the Juko Achubiwa gathering cosmic energy from around them and pushing it into him. Ichigo continued to grow until he matched Intelligentsia's height, which was about 334,000 kilometers, 207,537.98 miles, too. Let me know which arrow hits nearest you. Ichigo thought as he raised his left arm. Sky Chaser appeared on his left arm. 1. Ichigo countered as he drew the arrow. Spiral shot, Ichigo said as he fired the arrow. The arrow flew towards Intelligentsia. One of the cannons mounted on her body immediately fired at the arrow, causing it to prematurely explode. Ichigo quickly fired more spiral shots, numbering each arrow. Intelligentsia quickly counterattacked by firing her lasers. Ichigo used Hirenkyaku to move around, making it harder for Intelligentsia to counterattack. Once in a while, an arrow would be able to slip past Intelligentsia's defenses. Unfortunately for Ichigo, the arrow didn't hit Shishiki's location. Eventually one of Ichigo's arrows managed to pierce through Intelligentsia's knee. Master, that was a direct hit. Shishiki informed him. Good, Ichigo replied. The plan is still the same. Find the planetary core while I distract her. Ichigo ordered. Got it, Shishiki replied. Time to change this up. Ichigo thought as he suddenly used Hirenkyaku, sending Sky Chaser away. He quickly moved towards Intelligentsia and slammed into her, knocking her off balance. Scene change, with the ladies. Shishiki turned to Naoma and Keter. They could easily see Ichigo battling against Intelligentsia. How are we going to move? Keter asked. With Master's help, we have a basic map of Intelligentsia. A screen with an image of Intelligentsia appeared beside Shishiki. We are currently here. A red circle marked their spot. Master believes the planetary core is located in the middle of Intelligentsia's body. A blue X marked the middle of Intelligentsia. That's going to be far, Naoma commented. Shishiki nodded her head. It is, but Master trusts us. She replied. Do we have the plan to get up there? Keter asked. We should use the metallic wraiths to scout our paths. Once we know where we are going, we used the metallic wraiths to open a small hole for us to use Shadowrun to move through her body. Shishiki suggested. Good idea, Naoma replied. She used Gamaliel to summon 2 more metallic wraiths. Number 1, Shishiki pointed at the first metallic wraith Naoma summoned. You will be tasked with making sure we are moving in the correct direction by checking where according to Intelligentsia's body. Metallic wraith number 1 nodded its head. Number 2, Shishiki began as she turned to the second metallic wraith. You will be in charge of making a small tunnel for us to move forward. Metallic wraith number 2 nodded its head. Number 3, Shishiki turned to the last metallic wraith. Your job is to close the tunnel behind us. Metallic wraith number 3 nodded its head. The team quickly resumed their journey. As they traveled towards Intelligentsia's core, they didn't see any warframes. Where's all the warframes? Keter asked. Not sure, Naoma replied. We can find them later, Shishiki replied as she continued to use Shadowrun. It took them 10 minutes before they arrived at the Intelligentsia's core. It was a large chamber with a golden glowing sphere in the middle. Large black metallic rings orbit and rotate around the golden sphere. They could hear a thumping sound from the golden sphere. Shishiki pulled out the planetary communicator. Looks like we're here, Shishiki said. We have arrived at Intelligentsia's core, Shishiki informed Ichigo. Good, Ichigo replied. Shishiki used the planetary communicator to speak to the planetary core. As you do that, have your nanomachines begin the process of hacking Intelligentsia's core. Understood, Shishiki replied. Naoma. Keter. Yes, master? The ladies quickly replied. Both of you are tasked with defending Shishiki once she begins. Intelligentsia will no doubt send her robots down to eliminate you. Yes, master. They replied. Ichigo cut the connection with them. Shishiki moved them as close to the golden core as she could. Are you ready? Shishiki asked. I am, Keter replied. She wore Makath over her body. She held Gabura, in a smaller form, in her right hand while Typhorit was in her left hand. I'm also ready, Naoma replied. She held Galachab in both hands. She had recalled all the metallic wraiths back to Desolate and she deactivated Gamaliel. Shishiki released everyone from the shadows. She quickly moved to the golden sphere and infested with her nanomachines. As it happened, she activated the planetary communicator. Scene change, mind of the planet. Shishiki opened her eyes to see she was in space. I didn't expect one of Intelligentsia's children to betray her. Shishiki turned around to see a large feminine being covered in silver and black metallic armor. Her eyes are constantly changing between yellow, red, and orange. She has long yellowish-orange flames for hair. How did you know I used to be one of Intelligentsia's children? Shishiki asked. Simple. I can sense a small remnant inside of you that Intelligentsia placed in all her children. The being explained. Will she be able to take control of me? Shishiki asked. Whoever modified you had already prevented that from happening. The being replied. Are you the will of the planet? Shishiki asked. Not exactly. The being answered. I am the will of the stars. The stars? Shishiki questioned. Yes. The will of the stars said. Intelligentsia decided to use the remains of the fallen worlds to create her utopia. As she created her utopia, she realized that she needed something to power her utopia. So, she created a machine to capture a star? Shishiki asked. Not at first. The will of the stars admitted as it waved her hands. Shishiki could see an image form around them. They appeared to be floating in space. Shishiki could see a star floating there. Is that you? Shishiki asked. It was. The will of the stars began. They created a large net around me and collected all the heat I produced. She used the collected heat to power her utopia. Later on, she modified the net to produce a magnetic wave. She then began to compress the net, causing me to be compressed as well. Wouldn't a star as small as you run out of fuel? Shishiki asked. You would be right. The will of the stars answered. Intelligentsia found other stars and used them to feed me, also each of the wills to fight each other for survival. I see. Shishiki mumbled. Will you stop us? I will not stop you. The will of the stars answered. Will you help us? The will of the stars shook her head. These restraints prevent me from doing anything. The will of the stars admitted. I see. Shishiki said. If Intelligentsia sees that there is no chance of winning, she may decide to turn off all the gravitational net, causing me to become unstable. Wouldn't that cause you to rapidly expand outwards? Shishiki asked. Correct, but it also unleashes supernova levels of energy across the solar system. The will of the stars added. I see. Shishiki said. I need to inform my master of this. Good. The will of the stars said. Do you think your master is truly able to stop Intelligentsia? He can, Shishiki replied. Then do you think you could grant my wish? The will of the stars asked. I believe my master will grant your wish if it is within his capabilities. Then when he defeats Intelligentsia, please kill me. She asked. I will also let my master know about your request, Shishiki replied. Thank you and good luck to you. The will of the stars said before Shishiki was kicked out of the mind of the stars. Scene change, outer space. Magnum! Ichigo shouted as he punched his fists forward, firing his rings at Intelligentsia. That attack can't stop me. She shouted as her cannons fired large energy blasts at the incoming rings. The energy blasts knocked the rings off course, causing them to harmlessly fly past Intelligentsia. Reload, Ichigo said as the rings flew back to Ichigo. Even if your allies try to attack my core, you will not be able to defeat me. Intelligentsia proclaimed as she fired more energy blasts at Ichigo. Dividing wall, Ichigo said as he raised his left hand. A transparent blue barrier appeared around Ichigo, blocking the incoming attacks. I wonder how much longer Shishiki is going to take. Ichigo thought. Naoma, Keter, how is it going with both of you? We are fine, Keter said. They are no match against us. Naoma added. Good, Ichigo replied. Divided reflection. Ichigo shouted as he fired transparent blue energy blasts at Intelligentsia. She quickly stopped her attack and did her best to dodge Ichigo's attacks. Master, I have returned from speaking with the will of the stars, Shishiki said. Good, tell us what happened, Ichigo replied as he used Chained Magnum to attack Intelligentsia. Shishiki quickly informed everyone about what she learned. Are you ready to begin the next phase of the plan? I am, Shishiki replied. So are us, Keter said. Begin! Ichigo ordered as he summoned Tetsubo. Nobairo, Ichigo shouted as he swung Tetsubo at Intelligentsia. Tetsubo quickly grew longer than the distance between himself and Intelligentsia. She shifted her body, ready to dodge when suddenly her body froze. The enlarged Tetsubo slammed into her shoulder and sent her flying down. Chijime, Ichigo said. Tetsubo quickly retracted to its regular length. Ichigo could see Intelligentsia stopped her descent. What happened? Why did my body freeze up? Intelligentsia questioned. Agama. Nobairo. Ichigo said. The head of Tetsubo changed to a scythe and quickly grew. Ichigo swung Agama Tetsubo behind Intelligentsia. Chijime. Agama Tetsubo shrunk towards Ichigo, and the scythe blade caught Intelligentsia's back, forcibly pulling her towards him. Ichigo could see Intelligentsia pointing her cannons at him, but the cannons failed to fire. I've gained control of all her limbs, Shishiki informed him. Good, Ichigo replied as he summoned Kuken Sakura. He let go of Agama Tetsubo and quickly used Kuken Sakura to lash off Intelligentsia's arms and legs. What did you do? Intelligentsia screamed. You should take a look at your core, Ichigo said. Intelligentsia glared at him as she focused her mind on her core. Her eyes widened as she could see all the warframes were destroyed by Keter and Naoma. Not only that, but she could also see Chishiki continuing to hack into Intelligentsia's core. Suddenly she lost visual of the inside of her core. I just noticed her presence and immediately blocked her, Chishiki reported. Good. Let's finish this. Ichigo replied. He could see Intelligentsia as she glared at him. You think you won? She questioned. Ichigo could sense a large buildup of power from Intelligentsia's chest. She is slowly deactivating the magnetic field around her core, Shishiki warned. Got it, Ichigo replied. Yawatch, Kyoka, are you ready? He asked as he summoned Ain no Murakumo no Tsurugi. I am, Yawatch replied. So am I, Kyoka replied. Die! She shouted as she prepared to fire her attack. Teo no Hikari, light of the sun. Ichigo cast as he used Hirenkyaku to move in front of Intelligentsia. A transparent veil of heat surrounds Ichigo, protecting him from any harm. Ichigo dove down and stabbed her chest cannon with Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, piercing directly to the core. The force from the attack destroyed all the gravitational rings Intelligentsia has used to keep the star stable. Ichigo quickly recalled Keter, Naoma, and Shishiki back to his mindscape. All the solar energy from the core began to expand outwards. In Ryoku, attractive force. Ichigo yelled. Ichigo pulled all the solar energy towards Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi, which began to absorb the energy. As this happened, Yawatch and Kyoka stood inside the manifestation of Script T, the Teo. As the solar energy flowed in, Kyoka began to absorb the energy as much as she could. Impossible! She screamed as Ichigo continued to absorb all the solar energy. She tried to shake her body. When Ichigo sent Shishiki back to his mindscape, she took control of most of Intelligentsia's body. Somehow, she was able to retain control of her mind in her head. Please don't kill me! Intelligentsia cried out, realizing her fate. Ichigo ignored her as he continued to absorb all the solar energy. In his mindscape, Kyoka absorbed enough energy for her transformation. Yawatch was using Script I, Impartial Impedimenta, to convert solar energy into energy for Ichigo's other script. It took Ichigo 10 minutes before Ichigo finished draining all the solar energy. He pulled a no Murakumo no Tsurugi out of the cold silver core. During the energy draining process, Ichigo granted the will of the star's request, killing her in the process. Ichigo summoned Shishiki back out. Finish her and absorb everything, Ichigo ordered as he summoned Intelligentsia's missing limbs. Yes, master, Shishiki replied as all her nanobots began to devour Intelligentsia. No! She screamed. Shishiki floated over to Intelligentsia. She transformed her body into more nanobots and flowed down Intelligentsia's throat. In a few minutes, all that remained of Intelligentsia was a cold silver core. Ichigo sent the core into his mindscape. I am surprised that her Dakibi didn't come to see her. Ichigo thought. Master, Intelligentsia didn't trust anyone, so she never accepted any of the Dakibi's trackers, Shishiki replied. I see. Let's finish the job. Ichigo decided as he sealed his Volstandig. Ichigo raised his hand and slashed down, opening a Garganta. Ichigo Shuunpaed into the Garganta as it closed behind him. Scene change, Takamagara. Ichigo stepped out of the Garganta. He could see he was in front of a large Japanese-styled gate. Ichigo could see the sky was cloudy. Ichigo could see two guards standing outside the entrance. Ichigo-sama. One of the guards shouted as he bowed to him. The other guard quickly followed behind. Hello, Ichigo replied. What can we do for you? The guard asked. Inform Amaterasu-sama that I wish to speak to her, Ichigo said. Yes, Ichigo-sama. The guard said as he pulled out a talisman and spoke into the talisman. A few moments later, Ichigo was greeted by one of Amaterasu's Miko. Hello Ichigo-sama, please follow me. The Miko said. Ichigo silently followed behind her. As they walked toward Amaterasu's home. It looked like a traditional Japanese palace. Reminds me of Yosaka's palace in Kyoto. Ichigo thought as he entered the palace. As they walked, a few other Miko bowed to him. Ichigo silently nodded his head at them. Eventually, they stopped at a set of doors. The Miko escort knocked on the door. I told you I do not wish to be disturbed. An annoyed voice said from the other side. I am aware of your order, Amaterasu-sama, but Ichigo-sama is here to see you. Ichigo. A shocked Amaterasu replied. They could hear running from the other side of the room. Give me a moment. The Miko walked to Ichigo. Amaterasu-sama had stayed inside her room for the past 2 weeks, the Miko began. She usually does this when she is depressed or extremely guilty. I see, Ichigo replied. Come in. Amaterasu shouted. The Miko walked to the door and pulled the door open. She bowed her head to Ichigo, who calmly walked inside Amaterasu's office. Ichigo could see the office looked exactly how it was the last time he was there. Amaterasu physically looked exactly how she normally looks like, but Ichigo could tell she wasn't okay. She wasn't able to make eye contact with him. She was extremely tense. It was as if the roles were swapped where she was the mortal, and he was the god. Amaterasu, Ichigo began. Yes. She quickly replied. Relax, Ichigo said. Take a deep breath. Amaterasu took a deep breath before letting it out. I'm sorry. She said. For what? Being tensed around me or feeling guilty about sending me to another world for 10 years? Ichigo asked. Both. She said as she bowed to him. Ichigo sighed. From a logical standpoint, you made the right decision, Ichigo said. But personally, you should have at least asked. I know, but knowing you, you wouldn't have been willing to go. Amaterasu replied. Ichigo stood there for a moment before he opened his mouth. The past is the past. There's no point regretting the decision. Ichigo began. But we all must bear the weight of our actions as we all move forward. I know. Amaterasu replied. Earth-sama is ready for you. Amaterasu escorted Ichigo out of her office. A few minutes later, Amaterasu knocked on the door. Come in. Amaterasu slid the door open to reveal Earth in her business suit. Ichigo, come in, Earth replied. Ichigo entered the room as Amaterasu slid the door behind them. Ichigo sat down in front of Earth. How did your mission go? Mixed results, Ichigo answered. Tell me, how did it go? Earth replied. Every night, the will of the planet of Overlord of Darkness's planet decided to submit herself to you, Ichigo said. Oh? What does she want in exchange? Earth asked. Evernight wants her people to be able to live on Earth with the former will of the planet becoming their goddess, Ichigo said. That is fine, Earth replied. I then visited the will of the planet of the Overlord of Destruction, Ichigo said. How did that go? Earth asked. When we showed up in its mind, it simply blew us off and went back to sleep. I see. So true neutrality. Earth concluded. But I also rescued some dragons from them, Ichigo added. So, more refugees, Earth concluded. Yeah, Ichigo replied. Earth sighed. Continue. After that, we visited Matrona, the will of the planet of the Overlord of Everlasting. Did she also decide on true neutrality? Earth asked. Not exactly, Ichigo said. Oh? Why? Earth said as she sounded interested. Matrona was split between trying to fix her people and restarting from scratch, Ichigo answered. I see. Earth replied. So, she split herself into 2 parts, Matrona remained as the will of the planet and Diantha, Matrona's hope. Diantha wishes to recreate her people, have them live here, and for Diantha to become a goddess for her people. In that case, we can treat them as friendly neutrality, Earth replied. The last planet was the Overlord of Instinct, Ichigo said. How did it go? Earth asked. The Overlord of Instinct didn't care what its people did, Ichigo said. If he died, then he accepted his fate. I see, so he also gets true neutrality, Earth said. The other three were killed by me, Ichigo said as he summoned the planetary core of the Overlord of Corruptive Frost, the planetary core of the Overlord of Pestilence, and the star core of the Overlord of Intelligence. Earth grabbed the cores from Ichigo. Ichigo summoned Evernight and Diantha. You must be the will of the planet for Ichigo's planet, Evernight asked. I am, Earth replied. Has Ichigo told you our requests? Diantha asked. He has, Earth said as she stood up. She walked to Evernight and Diantha. I accept your request. Evernight and Diantha took a knee in front of Earth. I, Evernight, the physical manifestation of the planetary core of Evernight. Submit myself to Earth and allow her to absorb myself. Evernight began to glow purple. In exchange for Evernight's submission, I, Earth, the physical manifestation of the planetary core of Earth, will allow Evernight's people to live on my planet and allow Evernight to become a goddess for her people. Earth began to glow blue. So, mote it be. They said together. Evernight reverted into a planetary core. Earth's blue energy flowed around her and wrapped the purple planetary core before handing it to Earth. She looked at Diantha. I, Diantha, the physical manifestation of the fragmented planetary core of Giganton. Submit myself to Earth and allow her to absorb myself. Diantha began to glow light brown. In exchange for Diantha's submission, I, Earth, the physical manifestation of the planetary core of Earth, will allow Diantha to create her people, for those people to live on my planet, and allow Diantha to become a goddess for her people, Earth said as she glowed blue again. So, mote it be. They said together. Diantha reverted into a planetary core, one much smaller than Evernight and colored light brown. Earth's blue energy flowed around her and wrapped the light brown planetary core before handing it to Earth. Where are the refugees? Earth asked. They are in a pocket dimension, Ichigo said. Would you be able to summon them in here? Earth asked. I could, but I also have some island we annexed from Evernight's world. I see. Earth snapped her fingers as a portal opened beside her. Follow me. Earth and Ichigo entered the portal and arrived in an empty pocket dimension. You can release them here, she said. Ichigo activated Tengen, transforming his eyes. So, Amaterasu gave him her eyes. Earth thought. How gone? Ichigo activated as he sent out the islands from Haozimasho. Kazara and Valiona flew out and landed beside Ichigo. Ichigo silently sent them back to his mindscape. Earth snapped her fingers. They are stuck in time, unaware of what is happening. I will allow those goddesses to deal with it. Okay, Ichigo replied as they left the pocket dimension. They sat back down. With the overlords dead, I can formally ask the Dakibi to see if the contract is over, Earth said. That sounds good, Ichigo replied. It is, but it also leads us to a different problem, Earth said. What do you mean? Ichigo asked. We will have a small grace period to rest before another Dakibi could challenge us again, Earth said. Can we turn them down? Ichigo asked. We can turn them down for the time being, but eventually they will force us to challenge them, Earth replied. So the overall population needs to continue to grow stronger, Ichigo concluded. Correct, Earth said. Which leads me to use these. Earth showed the 4 planetary cores and the 1 star core. I plan to merge these with me, which will cause the planet to evolve. What are the effects? Ichigo asked. The planet will likely triple in size. Earth began. Wouldn't that disrupt everything in our solar system? Ichigo asked. Yes, that is correct, Earth answered. But I am adjusting the planet's location and orbit to maintain optimal living conditions. I see. If the planet grows larger, this means there will be more land. Earth nodded her head. That new land may be populated by our refugees or the residents from the middle layer. Middle layer? Ichigo asked. When the Age of Gods was coming to a close, the majority of the intelligent magical creatures escaped to the middle layer, where the world's mana still remained. Due to this evolution, both of these layers will combine, Ichigo asked. Correct, Earth replied. This also means the mana would likely be much denser than before. Most electrical equipment would likely break down from the dense mana unless shielded or redesigned to handle the dense mana. Would there be any negative effects on the population? Yes, Earth said. I will trigger a forced epigenetic evolution for everyone on the planet. What will that do? Ichigo asked. It will force their body to adapt to handle dense mana, Earth explained. What about those who can't handle it? Ichigo asked. Either they explode or evolve into ravenous monsters, Earth answered. Wait, wouldn't that also apply to the animals currently on the planet? Ichigo asked. Perhaps, Earth replied. Another mess we got to deal with. Ichigo thought. How much time will we have before you being the evolution? Ichigo asked. Maybe a few days, Earth said. I see. Ichigo said. That isn't much time to prepare, Ichigo said. It isn't, Earth admitted. But I also advise you not to interfere too much. Because this isn't for me? Ichigo answered. Correct, Earth replied. I will do my best, Ichigo said with a sigh. Good, Earth said. You should be able to enter the other dimensions in a few hours. That's good, Ichigo replied. Earth stood up. Once again, thank you for your hard work. Earth disappeared from the room. Ichigo stood up and left the room. He could see the Yuki, the Miko from earlier standing outside the door. Ichigo-sama, is there anything else I can do for you? She asked. For me no, Ichigo said. But I hope Amaterasu blesses her people with good fortune, Ichigo said as he opened a garganta and entered it. Scene change, Ichigo's office. Ichigo exited the garganta and arrived in his empty office. Ichigo glanced at the clock to see it was 9 in the morning. I wonder where is everyone? Ichigo thought as he exited his office. He walked down toward the dining room when he suddenly spotted Akasha. Akasha! Ichigo called. The sudden call startled her. She turned to face Ichigo. Ichigo! She shouted as she ran over and hugged him. Akasha began to lick his neck. Ichigo cracked a smile as he tilted his neck to the side. She opened her mouth and bit down on his neck. He could feel her drinking his blood. After a minute, she let go. She kissed the holes as Ichigo's regeneration healed the holes. Thank you. No problem. How long have I been gone? Ichigo asked. About a week, Akasha replied. That's good. How's everything? Ichigo asked. Overall, it has been good. We were able to harvest a lot of mana stones before the dungeon began to destabilize. Akasha said. Did anyone die? Ichigo asked. We had a lot of causalities but no fatalities, Akasha answered. Good, Ichigo replied. I need you to set up an emergency inner war council. I will arrange it immediately, Akasha replied. Good, Ichigo said. They arrived in the meeting room. Ichigo sat down in the chair as Akasha reached out to everyone. A few minutes later, Yasaka, Artoria, Gilgamesh, Jean, Akua, Isteth, Tyr, and Hana arrived in the conference room. Ichigo exchanged hugs and kisses with everyone except for Isteth and Hana, whom Ichigo hugged. They sat down in their respective chairs as the hologram of Rias, Percy, Annabeth, Quetzalcoatl, Chad, Reina Ramirez Arellano, and Magnus appeared. Thank you for attending this sudden meeting. Ichigo began. He told everyone about Earth's plans, except for the parts regarding the refugees and the merging of the layers. For the next 10 minutes, they talked about the procedure for claiming land. There is a chance that the land may have residents already there. Don't worry, we should be able to speak their language. Rias confidently said. Sure, Ichigo said. Also, I recommend we allow our weaker forces to do the exploration while the stronger forces focus on training the new Awaken. Soon the emergency inner war council ended. Ichigo, you better be back tonight, Akasha warned. I understand, Ichigo said with a chuckle, knowing that his ladies intend to do later. Ichigo walked out of the conference room. Office, this is Ichigo. Ichigo sent through the peerage link. Hello, Ichigo. I assume everything is over? Office replied. It is. He said. Suddenly a rainbow-colored portal appeared in front of him. Office and Nyx stepped out of the portal. Nyx has grown up since he last saw her. She looked exactly like a clone of Office when Ichigo first saw her. Nyx quickly hid behind her mother as she shyly looked at Ichigo. Office chuckled as she gently pushed Nyx forward. Nyx, meet your Uncle Ichigo. Office introduced. Hello, Uncle Ichigo. She shyly whispered. Ichigo got on a knee, closer to her height. Hello Nyx, Ichigo replied. Ichigo, follow me, Office said as she opened another rainbow-colored portal. They all stepped into the portal and arrived in the dimensional gap. Ichigo could see Office build a house on the floating asteroid they arrived at. Nyx, you can go inside while I talk with Uncle Ichigo. Okay, Kazan, Nyx replied as she walked inside the house. As soon as Nyx walked inside, Office suddenly leaped at Ichigo and began to make out with him. They spent the next few minutes making out. Finally, Office pulled away from him. Did you enjoy yourself? Ichigo asked. I did, Office replied. Good. Then let's get down to business. Ichigo replied. Okay, Office replied. She snapped her fingers as a barrier appeared around the house. Office opened her mouth and let out a loud roar. Stupid Red. Ichigo is here. The barrier blocked the sound from Office's roar. Ichigo watched as Great Red flew towards them and landed beside them. Hello, Ichigo. Great Red roared. Hello to you, Ichigo replied. With the completion of the death quest, you are now granted an opportunity to speak with the concept of death, Office said. Suddenly a gray barrier formed around Ichigo, blocking their view of Ichigo. It has begun. Great Red thought. Good luck, Ichigo. Office thought. Scene change, inside. Ichigo watched as the gray barrier formed around him. Once the barrier was done, 5 balls of light flowed out of his body. The death blessings. Ichigo recognized as he saw the orbs floating in front of him. From his right to left, he saw a silver orb with a golden outline, a golden orb with a red outline, a purple orb with a golden and sliver outline, a dull white orb with a dark brown outline, and finally a black orb with a purple outline. All 5 orbs glowed as they began to change shape. Ichigo recognized the shape the orbs became. Soon standing in front of him was Odin, Osiris, who took a form of a green-skinned man with a pharaoh's beard, partially mummy-wrapped at the legs and wore an Atef crown, Anku, Hades, and Giratina. They all retained the same color as their orb. Ichigo, son of the Shinigami clan of Shiba, son of the Quincy clan of Kurosaki, adopted son of the Shinigami clan of Yamamoto. All of them said in unison. Their voices, while sounding like their own voice, was monotone and emotionless. Hello Death, Ichigo replied. You had gained the blessing from the dream and infinite. You had found and earned the blessing from 5 of my faces. What is it that you wish? I wish to be able to control when I and when my loved ones die, Ichigo replied. You wish to cheat me? Death asked. No, Ichigo said. I just wish to control when we die. Death stayed silent for a few moments. I will agree with your request, but you must accomplish 5 tasks for me. Death decided. What are they? Ichigo asked. You will be sent to 5 different universes with different objectives. Death said. Then Odin stepped forward. The first task, arguably the easiest, is to stop the deaths of over 10 trillion lives, Death Odin said. What? Ichigo questioned. In this universe, there exists a being named Thanos. One of my faces seduced Thanos, making him extremely in love with her. He eventually lost her affection because he failed a mission. He decided the best way to earn her affection back is by slaughtering all life in his universe. Why is that bad? Ichigo asked. Because that amount of death all at once will disrupt the reincarnation cycle all across the multiverse. How? Ichigo asked. When a soul enters the reincarnation cycle, the soul has its old memories purged and then is graded from a scale of 1 to 5. Grade 5 souls are those souls who will not remember anything from their past, leaving them in an unblemished state. Grade 4 souls only retain small fragments from their previous lives, which leads to unexplained preferences or styles. Grade 3 souls still don't remember their past but may instinctively remember things from their past. Grade 3 souls are prone to learn faster, have greater instincts, and are prone to experience déjà vu. Grade 2 souls will initially forget everything but will gradually remember everything from their past. Grade 2 souls typically regain their memories between 5 to 15 years after their reincarnation. Grade 1 souls are extremely strong souls. If they enter the reincarnation cycle, they will naturally remember everything from their past. But how does this relate to Thanos' action? Ichigo asked. I'm getting there, Death Odin said. With the large influx of souls, the reincarnation cycle has to quickly process them, leading to improper memory purges which can result in more Grade 3 and Grade 2 souls. But if their universe is dead, why is that a problem? Ichigo asked. Simple. Those souls will get reincarnated in other universes. Death Odin answered. Ichigo's eyes widened. Those reincarnation isekai stories are true? Ichigo asked. Indeed. Death Odin. Some gods would ask us to arrange specific souls for them for their respective universe. I see. Ichigo said. Anyways, back to Thanos, Death Odin said. As he traveled across the universe, slaughtering everyone in his path, he discovered the ultimate weapon to accomplish that goal, the Infinity Stones, Death Odin explained. What are the Infinity Stones? Ichigo asked. The Infinity Stones are special stones that have absolute controls over the law of reality, law of time, law of space, law of energy, law of souls, and law of thoughts, Death Odin explained. Does every universe have this? Ichigo asked. No. Only a few have them and their power is limited to only their respective universe. Death Odin replied. I see. Please continue, Ichigo said. When you enter their universe, Thanos will already possess the Space Stone, Power Stone, Reality Stone, and Soul Stone. He and his army plan to invade this reality's Earth to obtain the Time Stone and the Mind Stone. Death Odin said. So, I need to stop Thanos and then separate the stones? Ichigo asked. Close, Death Odin said. You need to kill Thanos. Why? Ichigo asked. Thanos will not stop until he gets what he wants, Death Odin said. Okay, Ichigo said. Death Odin summoned 2 sticks and handed them to Ichigo. Ichigo accepted the sticks from Death Odin. The first stick was made from an unknown black wood with the number 1999994 engraved on it. The second stick is made from an unknown white wood with the word home engraved on it. When you are ready to go, snap the black stick and you will be teleported to universe 199999. When the task is done, the white stick will glow. You can then snap the white stick and you will be sent back to your home universe. Death Odin said. So, I don't need to immediately snap the stick, Ichigo asked. No, you don't, Death Odin said. You will be sent to the correct location with optimal time to prepare for Thanos, Death Odin answered before he stepped back. Death Osiris stepped forward. The second task will send you another universe. Death Osiris began. You've heard of the Detective Comics series? Detective Comics? Ichigo questioned. I believe you've heard about DC Comics, Death Osiris asked. I have, Ichigo said with recognition. He watched a Green Lantern movie which inspired him to use his mother's Quincy cross and make it into a ring. Good, Death Osiris said. In this universe, many criminals have either discriminately killed or their actions lead to the deaths of many innocents, causing a backlash to the reincarnation cycle. Your task is to punish these criminals for their reckless actions. A scroll appeared in front of him. Ichigo grabbed the scroll and unraveled it. He could see a lot of names on the scroll. I have to kill all of them? Ichigo asked. If you wish to, Death Osiris answered. None of them are innocent, but if you decide to be merciful, then they are banished from their universe. How do I banish them? Ichigo asked. That is your problem, Death Osiris replied. So I need to take them to my universe? Ichigo asked. If you choose to, Death Osiris replied. Can I add names to this list? Ichigo asked. That is fine, Death Osiris replied. What if other heroes or other villains not on this list wish to follow me to my universe? Ichigo asked. Do as you see fit, Death Osiris replied as he handed Ichigo another pair of sticks. The black stick looked exactly the same as the stick Death Odin handed to him, but it has the number 209-13134 instead. The white stick was exactly the same. Death Osiris stepped back as Death Anku stepped forward. The third task will take much longer compared to the first two tasks. Death Anku began. In this universe, the planet is controlled by a variation of the Shinto pantheon. The problem is the rules of death have been ignored. Those who have long died are being revived, a heretical god is interfering with the world, and those who should have died long ago are cheating death. Death Anku said. Should this world have its own forces to take care of these issues? Ichigo asked. You are right, they should, Death Anku said. That is part of your task, to investigate the lack of response from them. I will do what I can, Ichigo replied. Good, Death Anku said as he handed Ichigo another pair of sticks. The black stick had the number 104-19995 on it. Ichigo took the sticks from Death Anku, who in turn took a step back. Death Hades stepped forward. The fourth task is even longer than the other three. Death Hades began. It will be taking in an alternative universe that branched out from your final fight with Ulquiorra. Oh? Ichigo said. Ulquiorra quickly realized that it wouldn't be able to overpower you in your holified state, so it decided to use the Dawn Eye to destroy you instead. Ulquiorra opened a Garganta to the Dawn Eye and flew in. You recklessly changed into the Garganta and got stuck in the wall. Ulquiorra finally fired a Zero in your face, killing you. Death Hades explained. Damn. So Aizen was able to accomplish his goal? Ichigo guessed. Exactly. When Aizen killed the Soul King, the separated dimensions merged back into one. The dimension fusion threw the world into chaos. All humans became spiritually aware. The Hollows attacked the humans. The Shinigami tried to fight back. The hidden Quincy's took the opportunity to attack everyone. Thousands of years later, two gods emerged from the remnants, a god of light and a god of darkness. The god of light united the humans while the god of darkness restrained the Hollows. The god of darkness was able to remove the souls from the Hollows but caused them to mutate further. Some time passed and the twin gods abandoned the world, and everything was thrown back into chaos. Death Hades said. So, you want me to destroy these mutated Hollows and restore order to the world? Ichigo asked, unsure of what Death Hades wanted. Yes, but also to figure out why the twin gods abandoned the world, Death Hades said. Okay, Ichigo said. Death Hades handed the pair of sticks. The number on the black stick was 110373996. Death Hades stepped back as Death Giratina stepped forward. Death Giratina took an appearance of a human female, but her clothing resembled Giratina's regular body. The final task will no doubt take longer than the other four tasks combined, Death Giratina said. As you know, reincarnation and Isekai are something real. Ichigo nodded his head. One of my faces decided to betray me. That doesn't sound like a good thing to do, Ichigo said. It isn't, Death Giratina replied. This traitor killed 7 other faces and absorbed their powers, giving her dominion over death for 8 different worlds. She then reached out to those content streamers. You mean the Dakibi? Ichigo asked. Death Giratina paused for a second. Are they small, annoying, and have reality warping powers that can only be used to produce their content? Death Giratina asked. Yes, Ichigo answered. Them, Death Giratina confirm. Anyways, she reached out to the Dakibi and suggested to them to use those worlds to fight each other for survival. The Dakibi loved the idea and tricked the remaining gods to abandon their planet for power. The Dakibi began to play their game on those planets. When those residents died, the traitor absorbed their souls. Before I could stop her, she stole a group of souls and had them reincarnate to those planets with the sole purpose to cause internal strife among the residents in that world, which causes even more death. So do you want me to fight the traitor and the Dakibi? Ichigo asked. Eventually, Death Giratina said. As part of the Dakibi's game, each planet created a legendary weapon and 2 vassal weapons. The legendary weapon can only be used by a hero from another world, while the vassal weapons could be used by anyone. So the traitor could use the Ice Skyed hero to cause more internal strife. Ichigo guessed. Correct, Death Giratina said. You will be summoned as one of the legendary heroes. Try not to reveal your power too early. I know. I've dealt with the Dakibi before. Ichigo replied. Death Giratina nodded her head as she handed Ichigo his sticks. The black stick had the number 11012021-7 engraved on it, while the white one was the exact same as the other ones. Death Giratina stepped back. Come seek us when all 5 tasks are completed. Death said in unison. They all turned back into balls of energy and flew back into Ichigo. The gray barrier dissipated. Ichigo could see Ophis and Great Red were waiting for him. How did it go? Ophis asked. I was able to speak with Death, but I need to do some task for it before it would grant my request, Ichigo replied. At least Death didn't deny you your request. Great Red replied. Yeah, Ichigo said. Let's head back, Ichigo said. Let me go get Nyx, Ophis said as she walked back to the house. It has been great to see you, Ichigo. Great Red said as he flew away. Ophis returned with Nyx, who has a backpack on. Ophis opened another rainbow portal, and they all left the dimensional gap. Chapter 84, Arc 15. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was surrounded by his peerage in bed. Ichigo remembered that after he got back from the dimensional gap, he had dinner with his entire peerage. As soon as that was done, Akasha, Gilgamesh, Artoria, and Ophis dragged him into his bedroom for the victory party. As Ichigo moved out of bed, his other peerage members began to wake up. Ichigo, Shishiki said. Yes? Ichigo replied. Do you have any plans today? She asked. I plan to go to Soul Society for a few things. Why? Can I spend some time in the trainer? She asked. Doing what? Ichigo asked. Some experiments. She replied. Sure, Ichigo replied. Can Medea, Mysteria, and Hogyoku assist me as well? She added. Mysteria? Hogyoku? Ichigo asked. Sure, Mysteria replied. I don't see any problems with that, Hogyoku replied. He walked over to the bed to see Medea still sleeping. Ichigo gently shook her. Medea? Ichigo asked. Her eyes switched as she slowly woke up. Yes, Ichigo. She replied with a grumble. Sorry for waking you up. He apologized. Not a problem. She replied as she sat up. What do you need from me? 2 things. Can I have the trainer back? Ichigo asked. Sure, Medea said as she waved her hand. The trainer flew into the room and landed in her hand. She handed it to Ichigo. Thank you. He replied. And the second thing? Medea asked. Are you busy today? Ichigo asked. Not really. Why? Medea asked. One of my spirits is planning to do some experiments in the trainer and asked you to join her, Ichigo explained. Sure, Medea replied. When? After breakfast. Okay. Should we meet in your office? She asked. That sounds good. Ichigo kissed her on the forehead. He sent the trainer to his mindscape and went down for breakfast. Morning Ichigo, Akasha said as she sat down next to him at the dining table. Morning Akasha, Ichigo replied. Do you have anything planned today? She asked. I plan to go to Soul Society later today, Ichigo answered. I see. Please be back by dinner time. I have an announcement to make. Okay, Ichigo said. I also will have a few announcements to make as well, Ichigo said. Very well, Akasha said. Soon breakfast was served. As they ate, Akasha gave him a brief update on how everyone was doing regarding Earth's impending evolution. Soon they finished their breakfast. Ichigo pushed his chair back, ready to stand up, and when Akasha sat on his lap, Ichigo cracked a smile and tilted his neck to the side. Go ahead. He said. Thank you. She said as she bit down on his neck and began to drink his blood. He could hear her muffled sexual moans as she drank his blood. Kaasan. Mocha yelled. Akasha quickly let go of Ichigo's neck as she turned to Mocha with a pout. You could wait your turn, you know. She replied. Ichigo glanced to see Akua and Kahlua looking at him, unconsciously licking their lips. Ichigo chuckled. All of you can have a turn, Ichigo said. Mocha, Akua, and Kahlua rushed to Ichigo. Akasha moved to the side, allowing the girls to drink some of his blood. After breakfast, Ichigo went back to his office. Medea was already inside, waiting for him. He summoned Shishiki, Mysteria, Hogyoku. Shishiki, do you need anything else before I send you to the trainer? Ichigo asked. Can you send me Intelligentsia's limbs you severed? She asked. Sure, Ichigo said as he activated Script K, the Kukenteki Shurhai. He opened a small hole into the pocket dimension. He found Intelligentsia's severed limbs and sent them to the trainer. He closed the pocket dimension and sealed Script K, the Kukenteki Shurhai. Anything else I can do for you? Not right now, Shishiki replied. Ichigo teleported Shishiki, Medea, Hogyoku, and Mysteria inside the trainer. He sent the trainer back to his mindscape. With that done, Ichigo opened a Garganta and left. Scene change, Soul Society, First Division. Genryosei Shigakuni Yamamoto sat in his office, staring at a computer screen. He was reading over the third bane of his existence, paperwork. Why does every Taicho need to send me a copy of all the paperwork they signed off? Genryosei thought as he signed the bottom of the page. With a click of his mouse, the digital packet of paperwork was done. He raised his hands, stretching them over his head. I wonder what we have for dinner. Suddenly a Garganta opened in his office. Genryosei gripped his Zanpakuto, ready to use it. Ichigo stepped out of the Garganta, which closed behind him. Genryosei felt relieved as he let go of his Zanpakuto. Hello, Genryosei. Ichigo greeted. Hello Ichigo, Genryosei replied. Can you call for an emergency meeting with the other Taichos? Ichigo asked. Very well. He replied as he snapped his fingers. 12 Jigakucho flew out of the window. If I may ask, what is this meeting about? I captured our missing traitors, Ichigo said. I see. Genryosei said with a sigh. They stepped out of Genryosei's office and down to the assembly hall. Ichigo and Genryosei sat down as they waited for the other Taichos. Slowly the other Taichos entered the assembly hall. They could see Ichigo's and Genryosei's serious faces as they sat down and waited. The Taichos silently sat down and waited. Soon all of them arrived and sat down. Ichigo stood up. Welcome to this emergency meeting, Ichigo began. It's been over a decade since Soul Society was separated from the world of the living. Much has changed since that time. Ichigo glanced at Yukitake. At some point in time, I will hand Kuchiki Fukutecho a notebook filled with important information about the changed world of the living. She is currently working from the Kuchiki estate today, Yukitake said. Then I guess I will visit the Kuchiki estate later today, Ichigo turned to Byakuya. We would be honored for your visit. He replied. Thank you, Ichigo said. Now we can talk about the next thing. Ichigo summoned the trainer and released the Tsunoyoshiro Tokunada, Suifon, and Kayaraku Shunsui. All of them were gagged and bound by Ryatsu-suppressing handcuffs and ankle cuffs. Tokunada, Tsunoyoshiro. The man turned his neck to look at Ichigo. You are guilty of attempting to organize a coup against me. Your punishment is death. Ichigo replaced the trainer in his hand with Kokugutsu. His eyes widen upon seeing Ichigo's Zanpakuto. He tries to wiggle away. Ichigo snapped his fingers. Suddenly his body froze mid-movement. Ichigo allowed his Ryatsu to flow into Kokugutsu, heating the blade as he swung down, decapitating him. Not a drop of blood managed to escape his body. After this meeting, have his body displayed as a warning to everyone. Yes, Rei-Osama. Genryusai replied. Ichigo turned to Suifon and Kayaraku. Suifon and Kayaraku Shunsui. Both of you are also guilty of attempting to organize a coup against me, abandoning your position, disobeying orders, and other mundane crimes, Ichigo began. Due to your actions in the previous war, I will not execute you. Ichigo sheathed Kokugutsu. But I will allow the Gotei 14 to judge you for your crimes, Ichigo said as he sat down. If they decide to imprison you instead, know this, Ichigo lowered his Ryatsu, allowing everyone to feel it. He's even stronger than before. Everyone thought upon feeling his Ryatsu. He focused his Ryatsu and killing intent on Suifon and Kayaraku. Do not take this kindness as weakness. I can easily kill you at any moment. Any time. Any place. I would end you if you crossed my kindness. Ichigo said as he released his Ryatsu and killing intent. Both Suifon and Kayaraku blacked out, foam beginning to bubble out of their mouth. Ichigo glanced at Unohana, who was blushing and squirming. Anohana Taicho, Ichigo said. She looked at Ichigo, trying to control herself. Yes, Rei-Osama? Unohana asked. Make sure they don't die. He ordered. Yes, Rei-Osama, Unohana replied as she left her seat and checked on Suifon and Kayaraku. Both of them are still alive. Good, Ichigo said. In that case, they will be detained in 1st Division cells for the time being, Genryusai said. They are your prisoners, treat them as such, Ichigo replied. Unohana returned to her seat. Ichigo turned to Byakuya. The rest of the Tsunoyoshiro clan will be placed in 6th Division custody. I will prepare cells for them, Rei-Osama, Byakuya replied. What do you plan to do to them? I will allow your division to investigate the Tsunoyoshiro clan and see who's truly a traitor or simply following the former head due to fear. Do you have a punishment in mind for them? He asked. I will trust this matter to you, Ichigo replied. As you wish, Rei-Osama, Byakuya replied. Is there anything I immediately need to know about? Ichigo asked. No one replied to him. After I deliver the prisoners to the 6th Division, I need something from the 3rd Division. Does anyone else wish to have a private word with me? Ichigo asked. Urahara silently raised his hand. Besides Urahara Taicho, does anyone else needs to talk to me? No one else raised their hand. In that case, this emergency meeting is over. You are to return to your regular duties. Everyone except for Byakuya Shunpei away. Genryusai took Suifon and Kayaraku with him. Let's go, Ichigo said. Byakuya and Ichigo Shunpei to the 6th Division. As they entered the division, Ichigo could see the division was busy with Shinigami walking around. Ichigo noticed that the female Shinigami noticed Byakuya and gave him a flirty wave. Byakuya calmly ignored them. It didn't take long before they arrived in the dungeon. Ichigo summoned the trainer and released all the prisoners inside the cell. They all looked shocked and nervous. Ryo-sama has decided to be merciful to all of you. He has allowed us to decide your fate. Byakuya said. They all looked at Ichigo, hope filled their eyes. Kuchiki Taicho was correct. I have allowed the Gotei 14 to determine our fate. Ichigo confirmed. All of them cried out in joy. Ichigo and Byakuya left the dungeon. They soon arrived on the ground floor of the division. Byakuya escorted Ichigo out. Once again Ichigo saw the flirty look from Byakuya's female subordinates. I will see you later at the Kuchiki estate, Ichigo said. We will be waiting for your arrival, Byakuya replied. Ichigo shunpaied away. Ichigo arrived at 3rd Division. Ichigo could see Rose standing there, waiting for him. Hello Ichigo, Rose said. Hello, Rose, he replied. What can 3rd Division do for you? He asked. I need to see Otsu too, Ichigo replied. Rose nodded his head. He is inside his home, Rose said. Do you need me to show you the way? I got it, Ichigo said as he shunpaied away. Ichigo traveled deep underground 3rd Division before he arrived at Hoba Palace. Ichigo walked behind the fake mansion and knocked on the door. The door opened and Ichigo was greeted by one of the many supermodels looking Zanpakuto. Hello, Ryo-sama. Do you need Otsu-sama? She asked. I do. He replied. Please follow me Ryo-sama. Ichigo walked through the fake mansion. They soon arrived to see Otsu laying down on a sofa, surrounded by women. His head was on a woman's lap while another one fed him pieces of fruit. The third one lay in front of him, allowing him to cuddle with her. Ladies, Otsu said. All the ladies stood up and left the room. Hello, Ryo-sama. Hello Otsu, Ichigo replied. What can I do for ya? He asked. Can I get 5 Asachi? Ichigo asked. You gained 5 more Zanpakutos? He asked. No, but I intend to use them to awaken a few Shinigami, Ichigo replied. Otsu stared at Ichigo for a moment before he nodded his head. I will have one of my girls give them to you. He answered. Good, Ichigo said. As a present, take a look at my Zanpakuto. Ichigo summoned Kokogetsu. Otsu looked at Kokogetsu with a curious look. His eyes suddenly widened. What? How? He turned to Ichigo. What did you do to create a third release state? I killed a planetary-level being and Zangetsu decided to absorb its power, Ichigo answered. Otsu stared at Ichigo. Planetary level? Otsu said as he tried to comprehend Ichigo's words. Yep. Ichigo casually replied. What is it called? He asked. Chosatsuki, Ichigo replied. Otsu nodded his head. The name is rather fitting. He replied. One of the Zanpakuto supermodels returned with 5 Asachis. Here you go Ryo-sama. She said. Thank you, Ichigo replied as he accepted the Asachis. He sent them and his Zanpakuto to his mindscape. Anything else you need from me? He asked. No, Ichigo said. Okay. See you later. Ichigo walked out of Hoba Palace and shunpaied away. Ichigo arrived in front of the 12th Division. Ichigo could see Urahara standing outside, waiting for him. Hello Kisuke. Ichigo said. Hello Ichigo, Kisuke replied. Follow me. He said. They entered the 12th Division. They walked down the hallway. Ichigo could see other members of the 12th Division working on all kinds of things. They soon arrived at Kisuke's office. As soon as Kisuke closed the door, Ichigo could feel a few Kitos activating, sealing the room. Now we can speak without being overheard. Kisuke turned to Ichigo. What did you do with Kagarosa Inaba's research? He asked. I kept them, Ichigo replied. Them? Kisuke questioned. He was able to complete his research? He was, Ichigo replied. But they were too weak. The strongest among them, not including Kagoroza himself, was only a Fukutecho. Ichigo said. I see. Kisuke said. But where are they now? They are living their lives under my protection, Ichigo replied. Good for them, Kisuke replied. Do you have any extra Jiken and Gokan Teko? Ichigo asked. Are you finally allowing your sisters to awaken their Shinigami powers? Kisuke guessed. Kind of right, Ichigo replied. I believe I do. How many do you need? Kisuke asked. 5 of each, Ichigo replied. Oh? You got some little ones running around? Kisuke asked. At least I made some progress with my girls. How's you and Yoruchi? Ichigo countered. Good. He nervously replied. So horrible, Ichigo replied. It's not horrible. He quickly defended. Have you done anything with her yet? Ichigo asked. We've dated and kissed. He admitted. That's it? Ichigo replied. It's not easy. We don't want to rush. He said as he stood up. Let me help you get those things so you can continue with your day, Ichigo smirked as Kisuke changed the topic. Ichigo didn't comment as Kisuke released the Kido. They left his office and walked down a hallway. They soon arrived at a counter. Standing behind the counter was a young woman with short black hair that reaches the top of her neck. She has green eyes that were covered by her large square-rimmed spectacles. She wore the standard Shinigami Shihakusho underneath a white lab. Good morning Ryo-sama and Urahara Taicho. The Shinigami manning the counter greeted them. Good morning, Kuna-chan. Kisuke replied. What can I do for you today? Kuna Nico asked. Ryo-sama needs a few Jiken and Gokan Teko, Kisuke replied. Very well, let me write it down for inventory purposes. She replied as she quickly typed something on her monitor. She stood up and walked to the back. She quickly replied with 2 white paper bags with the kanji for the 12th division on them. Thank you, Ichigo said as grabbed the bags and send them to his mindscape. No problem Ryo-sama. It has been my pleasure to serve you. Kuna Nico bowed to Ichigo. Ichigo glanced at Kisuke. Thanks for the stuff, Ichigo said. No problem Ryo-sama. See you later. Kisuke replied. Ichigo shunpayed away. Ichigo arrived at the Kuchiki Manor. As he arrived at the front gate, he was greeted by a maid who immediately bowed to him. Good morning Ryo-sama. The maid greeted. Good morning, Ichigo replied. You may rise. The maid stood back up. Allow me to escort you to Rukia-sama. She said. Ichigo silently followed behind the maid. They soon arrived at the door. The maid was about to knock on the door when the door suddenly slid open, and a child ran into Ichigo's legs. Ow! The child cried as it fell to the ground. Ichigo took a closer look at the child. The child had bright red hair, which is bound with a white ribbon and a high spiky ponytail at the back. The child rubbed the back of their head and looked at Ichigo. He could see the child was a girl with large violet eyes. Ichika! A familiar voice yelled. Ichigo and Ichika turned to see Rukia running toward them. Ka-san! Ichika said. Rukia grabbed Ichika and lifted her. As soon as Ichika was standing, Rukia grabbed her head and forced her to bow. I'm sorry Ryo-sama for my daughter bumping into you. Rukia quickly said. It's fine. I can see your child will someday become a strong Shinigami, just like her parents. Ichigo replied. They soon entered the room. The maid slid the door behind him. Ichigo snapped his fingers as he erected a private Kido around them. Ichika, I told you to stop running inside the manor. Rukia yelled at her daughter. Sorry, Ka-san. Ichika replied. Is he really the Ryo-sama? Ichigo chuckled. It doesn't matter if you believe me, Ichigo admitted. He turned to Rukia. He could see she grew slightly taller and has a slightly more mature look to herself. You look good, Rukia. Thank you. She replied. But you are still a midget. Ichigo quickly added. Rukia's right eye twitched. And you are still an idiot. Rukia yelled as she instinctively kicked Ichigo's shin. Everyone heard the crack of a bone breaking. Ow! Rukia shouted as she held her broken toes. Ichigo waved his hands over Rukia's broken toes, instantly healing them. Thanks. She said. No problem. I don't want to be held responsible for bullying a Fukutecho. Ichigo added. Rukia rolled her eyes. Ichigo chuckled as he summoned a notebook. The world of the living has dramatically changed in the last decade. Make sure everyone reads this notebook and is mentally prepared. Got it, Rukia replied as she took the notebook. Also, when your division is ready to redeploy, please let me know so I can arrange with the ruler of each country, Ichigo said. You have control of all our territory? Rukia asked as she looked at the map of the world. My subordinates, Ichigo admitted. I will get this out immediately, Rukia said. Before you read, I have a quick question, Ichigo said. Sure, Rukia replied. Ichigo turned to Ichika. I need you to go into the corner while I have a private talk with your mother. Sure, Ichika replied. Good girls get a reward, Ichigo said as he summoned a bag of chips from his mindscape. Oh, Ichika said as she grabbed the bag of chips. She quickly sat in the corner, munching on the salty goodness. Ichigo snapped his fingers, having a privacy barrier around them. Did you really need to spoil my daughter with those? Rukia asked. Yes, I had to. Ichigo calmly replied as he summoned a pack of boxed chocolate milk. So, what did you want to ask me about? Rukia asked as she took the chocolate milk and began to sip it. Are the nobles trying to pair their daughters with Byakuya? Ichigo asked. They are, Rukia admitted. The Kuchiki elders reminded Oniai-sama that he doesn't have an heir to the Kuchiki clan. They told him how close Oniai-sama was to dying in the Quincy War. Oniai-sama, in turn, reminded him that was married to Ne-sama and doesn't want a second wife. Let me guess, the elders decided to announce that clan was looking for a suitable wife for Byakuya. The only requirement was that the wife needs to be a noble clan and has to attract Byakuya's attention? Ichigo guessed. Correct, Rukia replied. Couldn't he name you, his heir? Ichigo asked. The Oniai-sama suggested that, but they argued that I don't contain any Kuchiki blood, Rukia replied. Then why doesn't he just blood adopt you into the Kuchiki clan, Ichigo suggested. Blood adoption? Rukia questioned. Yeah. It is a procedure where they use their blood to adopt someone into the family. I doubt they will allow me to go through the blood adoption process, Rukia said. Wait, how do you know about this process? I was blood adopted into the Yamamoto clan, Ichigo said. Wait, the same Yamamoto clan as the Sotecho? Rukia asked. Yeah, Ichigo said. It was a part. Ichigo suddenly stopped midway. I think I know a way to force the elders to do the blood adoption on you. Ichigo stood up. Where is Byakuya? He should be back in his office in 6th Division, Rukia replied. Okay. Let me grab him. Ichigo said as he walked over to the door. He disabled the privacy spell around the room. As he slid the door, they could see a maid was about to knock on the door. The maid swerved her head to the side. Kuchiki-sama, it is time for Ichika-sama's lessons. The maid said. Oh. Is it already that time? Rukia replied. She turned to Ichika. You heard her. It's time for your lessons. But Oka-san. Ichika complained. Ichigo quickly shunpaied away to 6th Division. Ichigo quickly slipped past all the Shinigami. Ichigo arrived in front of Byakuya's office. Ichigo knocked on the door. Come in. Ichigo slid the door open to see Byakuya sitting at his desk, sipping some tea. "What can I do for you, Rei-osama?" Ichigo slid the door shut and immediately activated a privacy keto. "I have a solution to your air problem," Ichigo said. "What is it?" Byakuya asked. Ichigo told him his idea. Byakuya's eyes widened upon hearing Ichigo's plan. "Do you think the elders will agree to it?" Byakuya asked. "If they question the credibility of it, we can ask Genryusai or Retsu," Ichigo said. "Fine," Byakuya said. Time skip, 1 hour. Byakuya entered room following behind by Rukia and Rinji. They stopped in front of a table where 5 elderly people sat. Ichigo recognized the elder in the middle. "He's Kuchiki Jinrei, Byakuya's father." "Lord Kuchiki, you requested this urgent meeting with all 5 elders," Jinrei said as he sat in the middle. "You mentioned that you have a solution to the lack of an heir." Elder number 1 said. She was sitting on the immediate left side of Jinrei. "I do," Byakuya said. "He is coming in now." Everyone turned to see Ichigo calmly waking in. "Rei-osama?" Elder number 2 questioned. He sat on the other side of Jinrei. "I am not here as the Reo," Ichigo said, "but as a friend of the clan who planned to call in a debt the Kuchiki clan owed me." "A debt? Is this related to when you rescued Kuchiki-san from being executed?" Elder number 3 asked. She sat on the other side of elder number 2. "No," Ichigo said as he summoned a scroll. Ichigo walked to the desk and placed it in front of Jinrei. Ichigo returned to his spot. Jinrei grabbed the scroll. His eyes widened upon seeing the scroll was sealed with the ancient form of the Kuchiki clan emblem. He broke the seal and began to unroll the scroll. He began to read the message. Jinrei finished reading the scroll and handed it to elder number 1. They waited till all the elders finished reading the scroll. "Is the content in the scroll true?" Jinrei asked. "If you are doubting the authenticity of the scroll, I can call on 2 witnesses to testify the authenticity of the scroll," Ichigo said. "No need." Jinrei quickly replied. "What can the Kuchiki clan do for you to repay this debt?" "I request the Kuchiki clan to allow Byakuya to blood adopt Rukia, making her his sister by blood, and making her his heir." "Are you sure you wish to use this simple act to pay off the clan's debt?" Elder number 2 asked. "I am," Ichigo replied. "How is this ritual performed?" Elder number 1 asked. "We are going to need 7 drops of blood from every immediate family member," Ichigo said as 2 large jars and a knife appeared behind Ichigo. Byakuya calmly walked to the jar and slit his palm. Blood began to leak out and landed in the first jar. Once the 7th drop landed in the first jar, Byakuya moved his palm to the second jar. Once there was enough blood, Byakuya moved his palm away. Ichigo immediately healed Byakuya's wound. Next, Byakuya said as he glanced at the elders. Slowly all the elders repeated the process. Soon the jars were full of blood. Ichigo handed everyone a piece of paper. "Is everyone ready?" Ichigo asked. Everyone nodded their heads. He glanced at Rukia, signaling her to start. "I, Rukia, request permission from Lord Kuchiki and the elders of Clan Kuchiki to join Clan Kuchiki." Rukia began. White Ryatsu surrounded Rukia. Some of the white Ryatsu entered the first cup of blood. "I, Kuchiki Byakuya, Lord of Clan Kuchiki, accept Rukia's request to join Clan Kuchiki," Byakuya said. Light pink Ryatsu surrounded Byakuya. Some of the pink Ryatsu entered the cup. "I, Kuchiki Jinrei, Elder of Clan Kuchiki, accept Rukia's request to join Clan Kuchiki," Jinrei said. Light blue Ryatsu surrounded Jinrei. Some of the light blue Ryatsu entered the cup. The rest of the elders followed suit. Their own Ryatsu flowed into the cup. "I, Rukia, accept the blessing that Lord Kuchiki and the elder of Clan Kuchiki have given to join Clan Kuchiki," Rukia said as she grabbed the glass and drank the blood down. The Ryatsu around Rukia cycled through the different colors before the glowing ended. Rukia took a knee in front of Byakuya. Rise, Kachiki Rukia, heir of Clan Kachiki. Byakuya said. Rukia stood up and hugged her brother, now by blood. Rukia, you need to add your blood to the next cup, Ichigo instructed. Rukia nodded her head as she took the knife. She slit her palm and allowed 7 drops of blood into the cup. They repeated the same ritual for Ichika, making her the second heir. Is there anything else you need from us? Jinrei asked. I don't. Ichigo glanced at Byakuya. Please inform the rest of the clans that I no longer need a wife to produce an heir, Byakuya said. Very well. Jinrei sighed. In that case, this emergency meeting is concluded, Byakuya said. All the elders shunpaied away. He glanced at Ichigo. Once again, thank you for the help. No problem, Ichigo replied. Thank you, Ryoja-sama. Ichika said. Ichigo chucked. He took a knee in front of Ichika. No problem, Ichika. Ichigo replied. He summoned a pack of strawberry milk and handed it to her. She took the pack with a questionable look. He stood up and waved goodbye to everyone. He opened a garganta and entered it. Scene change. Ichigo's estate. Ichigo appeared back in his room. Ichigo looked at the time and noticed it was only lunchtime. Ichigo walked down and ate lunch. He could see most of the estate was empty. I guess everyone was outside, preparing for the impending transformation. Ichigo thought as he finished his meal. Ichigo, someone said through the peerage connection. Yes, Yusaka? Ichigo replied. Are you busy right now? She asked. No. Do you need something? Ichigo asked. Amaterasu-sama asked me to tell you that Earth-sama wants to talk with you, Yusaka replied. I see. Is Earth-sama waiting in Takamagara? Ichigo asked. She is, Yusaka replied. I will be there momentarily, Ichigo replied as he sat up from his spot at the table. Ichigo opened a garganta and entered it. Scene change, Takamagara. Ichigo appeared outside the gates of Takamagara. Ichigo could see one of Amaterasu's Miko was already waiting for him. Please follow me, Ichigo-sama. The Miko said. Ichigo and the Miko silently walked to Amaterasu's palace. Ichigo could see the sun peeking out from behind the clouds as if Amaterasu was subtly looking at him. Ichigo ignored it and continued to walk with the Miko. Eventually, they entered Amaterasu's shrine. Ichigo once again had every Miko he passed bowed to him. They soon stopped in front of a door. The Miko knocked on the door. Come in, Amaterasu replied from the other side. The Miko slid the door open for Ichigo, who calmly entered the room. Ichigo could see Amaterasu and Earth sitting there. Ah, Ichigo, come in, Earth said. She glanced at Amaterasu. Thank you for allowing me to use your rooms. No problem, Earth-sama, Amaterasu replied as she left. Ichigo, you can sit down there, Earth said, pointing at the seat in front of her. Ichigo sat down. Ichigo opened his mouth. We need one more person. Suddenly there was a flash of light as a Dakibi appeared. This one has primary sky blue fur with a few green swirls. Ichigo, meet Rochelle. French for Little Rock. Ichigo translated. Nice to meet you. Rochelle, the Dakibi, said. Same with you, Ichigo replied. Rochelle is the Dakibi that represents us during the invasion, Earth explained. I see, Ichigo replied. Ichigo, Rochelle began. According to Earth, you were the one who single-handedly killed all 7 overlords? I am, Ichigo confirmed. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Oh my. Rochelle excitedly shouted. Ahem, Earth interjected. The sound interrupted Rochelle. Sorry for that. She quickly apologized. Please continue, Earth said. Right, Rochelle replied. She turned to Ichigo. As Dakibi, our goal is to find content for our customers. The constellations, Ichigo said. Correct, Rochelle said. But have you wondered how to become a constellation? I don't know, Ichigo replied. Rochelle nodded her head. Constellations used to be powerful individuals who accomplished acts that became stories. These stories are passed around, which allowed that individual to gain more recognition, which empowers them. Rochelle explained. So, like a god who gains power from those who worship them? Ichigo asked. Earth smiled. Not like a god, Earth replied with a smile. Exactly how a god. I see. Ichigo said. Anyways, Rochelle said. I believe you have the opportunity to ascend to become a constellation. What are the pros and cons of becoming a constellation? Ichigo asked. The pros are that it is easier for you to gain power through worship, Rochelle said as a white coin-shaped object appeared in her hand. This is a coin, which is the main currency of the star stream. She handed the coin to Ichigo. He could slightly feel the energy from the coin. This is quantified worship. The more people read your stories, the more coins you gain. I see, anything else? Ichigo asked. Rochelle began to tell him the other benefits of being a constellation. Reminds me of watching live television. Ichigo thought as he recalled television shows where the audience can affect the results of the contestants in a show. And the cons? Ichigo asked. There aren't any real cons until you shed your human body and leave your world, Rochelle admitted. What happens then? Ichigo asked. Then you can only use those methods to intervene in someone's life, Rochelle said. What do you guys think? Ichigo asked. All of us just want one thing, to stand with you in what you want, King Sangetsu replied, representing everyone in his mindscape. I accept, Ichigo said. Excellent. Rochelle said as a light blue screen appeared in front of Ichigo. It was a contract. Ichigo began to read the contract. In short, Rochelle will use a technique called editorial which will allow her to watch my life and extract stories from them. Those stories will be then graded as either historical, legendary, quasi-mythical, or mystical. If there are at least 5 legendary, quasi-mythical, or mystical stories, the person will be allowed to become a constellation. The collective mind of the star stream will grant a modifier and a synonymic construction based on those stories used for constellationhood. Under certain circumstances, usually with unique stories, an additional modifier and a synonymic construction could be attached to a constellation. Rochelle is not allowed to reveal any information she gained through the process. Ichigo interpreted. He signed the contract. Excellent. Rochelle said as the blue screen vanished. She placed her hands on Ichigo's forehead. Mighty star steam. I, Rochelle, invoke the powers of editorial on this individual. She said. Ichigo could feel the energy flowing from Rochelle's hands into his mind. Ichigo's eyes widened as words began to flow around him. Those floating words combined to form a book. This continued for another 5 minutes. All the floating words transformed into 15 books. Rochelle let go of Ichigo. Wow, I never expected someone to accumulate this many high-quality stories in such a short period. Thank you? Ichigo replied. Now then, I need to submit these stories to the Starstream, Rochelle said as all the books were surrounded by black and white energy, which reminded Ichigo of a starry night. A blue screen appeared in front of him. By using Defying the Written Fate, Mythical, Fight for Supremacy, Mythical, Extinguishing Light, Quasi-Mythical, Overthrow the Overlord, Quasi-Mythical, and Reforging the Protector, Quasi-Mythical, the Starstream has granted the following modifier. The words on the screen changed. Protector that defies all to protect all. Ichigo suddenly could feel his presence grow bigger. He noticed another blue screen informing him of the coins he passively gained. The words on the blue screen changed again. By using Rise of the Jigaku no Kotai, Mythical, Rise of the King of Souls, Mythical, Rise of the Consort, Legendary, Ender of the Thousand-Year Blood War, Legendary, and Return of Wrath, Legendary, the Starstream shall grant an additional modifier. The words on the screen changed. Emperor of Hell's Wrath. Ichigo could feel his presence grow even more. Another screen appeared in Ichigo's view. This one was blue with red words which also informed him of the number of coins he gained under that modifier. The main blue screen changed as more words presented themselves. By using Son of God, Quasi-Mythical, Liberator of Hope, Legendary, Envoy of Penance, Legendary, Light of the Requiem, Legendary, and Awaken of the Protector, Legendary, the star stream shall grant an additional modifier. The words on the screen changed. Prince of the Heavens Salvation. Ichigo once again could feel his presence grow even bigger. Another blue screen with golden words appeared in his view, telling him all the passive accumulated coins under that modifier. The main display disappeared. With a thought, Ichigo made the other screens disappear. Can you release the Dakibi you captured? Rachel said. Ichigo activated Tengen and used Haugan to summon the two Dakibi from Haozaimasho. Hello Eoleum Chui. Jiansa. Rachel greeted her fellow Dakibi. They glanced at Rachel before looking at Ichigo. Before I free them, they must swear upon the star stream that they will not try to reveal any information related to me, Ichigo said. Valid. Rachel glanced at Eoleum Chui and Jiansa. Both of you should know the words since you've made other Dakibi swear the same oath. I guess Rachel had supported the losing side before. Ichigo thought. I, Jiansa, swear upon the star stream to not use any means to reveal any information on how the planet 420161 against the 7 overlords. I also swear to make sure anyone who knows any information related to planet 42016's victory also swears this same oath. Jiansa said. Ichigo could see Jiansa glowing as the oath took effect. I, Eoleum Chui, swear upon the star stream to not use any means to reveal any information on how planet 420161 against the 7 overlords. I also swear to make sure anyone who knows any information related to planet 42016's victory also swears this same oath. Eoleum Chui said. Ichigo could see Eoleum Chui glowing as the oath took effect. Ichigo glanced at Rachel. You can release them now, she said. Ichigo released them from the hell chains. They looked at Ichigo one more time before teleporting away. I have a question for you, Rachel. Go ahead, she replied. Would you or I get in trouble if I interfere with another Dakibi's content creation? Ichigo asked. In this hypothetical situation, if I was aware that you intended to purposely interfere with another Dakibi's efforts in creating content, then I am obligated to stop you and inform my superior. You're obviously not going to do that, right? Of course not. Ichigo quickly replied. This is just for me to understand the rules. So, she is obligated to stop me if she's aware of it. But as long as she doesn't know, then she won't interfere. Ichigo interpreted. I have another question, Ichigo replied. I'll try and answer it to the best of my ability, Rachel replied. In this hypothetical situation, how should I interfere with the story and prevent the Dakibi from interfering? Ichigo asked. The best bet is to make yourself important to the story without showing off too much of your powers, Rachel answered. So pretend I am weak or at a disadvantage until later on in the story when I decided to reveal parts of my true power, Ichigo suggested. Exactly, Rachel replied. By that point, it would be too late for the Dakibi to remove you from the story. Good thing I have a reliable Dakibi to answer these questions. Ichigo thought. Anything else I do for you? Rachel asked. If I have further problems or needs, do I reach out to you? Ichigo asked. You are currently speaking with me since I am the Dakibi representing Earth's side of the Overlord conflict. Once we are done, you will no longer be able to speak with me. You would only be able to interact with another Dakibi if you are currently a part of its content or watching their content. Okay. That is all my questions. Ichigo said. You are free to leave the room, Earth said. Ichigo nodded his head and left the room. Rachel looked at Earth. You can announce the end of this war, Earth said. Scene change, Ichigo's estate. Ichigo returned to his office room to see it was close to dinner time. Ichigo went down to the dining room and began to eat his dinner. Ichigo spotted Akasha, who sat down next to him. "Good evening, Akasha," Ichigo said. "Good evening, Ichigo," Akasha replied. "Everyone in the peerage is aware of the meeting in the throne room after dinner." "Good," Ichigo replied. "You can make your announcement first." "Okay," Akasha replied. Other peerage members joined them at the table. They talked about how the world will change and the new continents Earth is creating. Ichigo pretended to be ignorant of the exact details. Soon dinner was over, and the entire peerage met in the throne room. Ichigo once again sat down on his throne, looking over all his peerage members. Once the last peerage member arrived, the doors to the throne room were closed. Ichigo stood up. "Good evening, everyone," Ichigo began. "We have a few announcements to make." Ichigo turned to Akasha. She stood up and faced everyone. Ichigo took the opportunity to sit down. "After seeking medical attention, it has been determined that I am pregnant," Akasha announced. Ichigo's eyes widened. "Really?" Ichigo asked. Akasha smiled. "I am," Akasha answered. Ichigo opened his mouth, but Akasha interrupted him. "But I am not the only one that is pregnant." Ichigo turned to see Yasaka, Iu, Tyr, Scathach, Reiku, Nell, Emaoa Rin, Karen, Akua, Mocha, Fleur, Medea, Tamomo, Yuzu, Sabrina, Kahlua, Zealot, Hannah, Jean, and Jean Alter stood together with Akasha. "All of you are pregnant?" Ichigo asked. "We are." All of them confirmed. "Congratulations!" Elizabeth shouted as she walked over to her mom and mother. The rest of the peerage moved to the future mothers and joined in the celebration. Ichigo sighed as he joined in the celebration. Ichigo pulled Mocha to the side. "Yes, Ichigo?" Mocha asked. "Do you know why it's easy to get you pregnant?" Ichigo whispered. "Honestly, I don't know," Mocha replied. "I might know the answer," Yasaka interjected. Ichigo and Mocha turned to her. "I asked Amaterasu-sama the same question. She said that due to our naturally long lifespan and powers, we are fated to have a low fertility rate. But I can defy that fate." Ichigo realized. "Correct," Yusaka replied. Amaterasu-sama also theorized that our children are destined with a normal fertility rate compared to their mother. "That makes a lot of sense," Ichigo said. He turned to the rest of the crowd. "We can continue the celebration after my announcement." Everyone obeyed Ichigo's instructions and retook their places in the throne room. Ichigo stood up and looked at his peerage. "Yuzu, Karen, Elizabeth, Konu, and Senna. All of you please come up here," Ichigo said. All 5 girls stood in a straight line, all facing Ichigo. "I think it's time for all of you to begin to awaken your Shinigami powers," Ichigo said. All of their eyes widened. Ichigo summoned the 5 Asachi. "I am going to allow some of my Ryatsu to flow into you through enlightened pieces to jumpstart your soul so it can produce Ryatsu. I will use the enlightened pieces to pull your Ryatsu and allow it to flow into your Asachi," Ichigo explained. He grabbed the first Asachi. He walked to Yuzu, who was the first in line. "Are you ready?" "I am," Yuzu replied. Ichigo closed his eyes as he concentrated on Yuzu's enlightened piece. He allowed his Ryatsu to flow into her body, stimulating her soul. She let out a gasp from the unusual feeling in her soul. Yuzu's soul began to use Ichigo's Ryatsu as fuel to produce her own Ryatsu. Ichigo pulled the Ryatsu from Yuzu's body, through the peerage connection, and into the Asachi. The Asachi began to devour the given Ryatsu. This process continued until the Asachi stopped absorbing Yuzu's Ryatsu. Ichigo stopped pulling Yuzu's Ryatsu out of her body, allowing her Ryatsu to gather inside her body. Ichigo stopped giving Yuzu his Ryatsu once he sensed she was near the maximum her body could handle. Ichigo looked at Yuzu. She was slightly sweating. He could feel her Ryatsu surrounding her body. "Looks like she's currently the level of a 10th seat," Ichigo thought. "Are you okay?" Ichigo asked. I'm Good, Yuzu said. Ichigo pointed the Asachi at Yuzu. Ready? He asked. I am, Yuzu replied. Ichigo stabbed the Asachi into Yuzu's chest. There was a burst of light, engulfing Yuzu. The light died down to reveal Yuzu looked exactly the same. The Asachi had disappeared. Did the transformation fail? Not exactly, Ichigo replied as he summoned a tight, red, wrist-length glove, a large insignia of a skull shrouded in blue flames on the back. The fingers on the glove only reached the first knuckle. Someone catch her body. Ichigo raised his right hand and gently pushed against Yuzu's forehead. The red-gloved hand moved into Yuzu's head and pulled out her soul. Karen and Elizabeth caught Yuzu's soulless body. Ichigo moved his hand away, revealing Yuzu. She wore the standard black kimono with short sleeves. Ichigo could see the Asachi tied to their obi sash. Thank you! Yuzu shouted as she tackled Ichigo and hugged him. Ichigo hugged her back. A few moments later she let go of him. She merged back with her body. Ichigo repeated the same process with Karen, Elizabeth, and Kunu. Tusan, Senna's parents don't appear to be Shinigami, Elizabeth asked when it was Senna's turn. Ichigo glanced at Senna. You didn't tell them yet? Ichigo said. Not yet, Senna admitted. It's your secret, Ichigo said. Is she your secret daughter? Kuno asked. Senna blushed while Ichigo laughed. No, she's not. I don't want either one of you to try and pressure her to tell you. Ichigo said. Got it, Elizabeth replied. Kuno nodded her head. Good, Ichigo said as he began the process on Senna. Soon Ichigo was done with Senna, who took her spot back on the line. Ichigo handed each of the girls a Jiken and Gokan Teko and explained to them how they worked. The ladies nodded their heads and placed them in their pockets. How should we train our powers? Elizabeth asked. For now, just get used to moving in and out of your body and begin to do basic kendo katas, Ichigo instructed. Yes, Tusan, Elizabeth replied. Does anyone have anything important to announce? No one said anything. Then let's celebrate. Everyone cheered as the celebration began. Time skip, next morning. Ichigo woke up to see he was surrounded by his peerage members. Ichigo cracked a smile as he slipped around his peerage members and used the restroom. Good morning, Ichigo. Shishiki greeted him. Good morning, Ichigo replied. Do you need something? Yes, I was wondering after breakfast, could you come into the trainer? Sure, Ichigo replied as he went down for breakfast. Ichigo, your phone is ringing, Kyoka said. Thank you, Ichigo replied as he summoned his phone. Hello? He said. Good morning, Ichigo-sama. Morning, Rukia. I assume this is the courtesy call? Ichigo asked. It is, Rukia replied. Good. Can you open a Senkaman at my location? Ichigo asked. I will work with Urahara Taicho to set up the Senkaman based on your location, Rukia replied. Good. See you later. Ichigo ended the call. Ichigo turned to Sakuya, who stood by his side, ready for his instruction. Inform Akasha, Yasaka, Gilgamesh, Akua, Mocha, and Hana that the Shinigami who will patrol their area for hollows are going to arrive soon. Ichigo handed her his phone. Please have my phone outside. Yes, Ichigo-sama. She said as she shunpeied away, to follow his orders. Ichigo finished his breakfast and headed outside. Ichigo could see Akasha, Yasaka, Gilgamesh, Akua, Mocha, Estef, and Hana standing outside with a large sign with their designated country in Japanese. A Senkaman appeared in front of Ichigo. Sakuya returned Ichigo's phone as the Senkaman opened. Ichigo could see Rukia and a large group of Shinigami stepping out of the Senkaman. Good morning, Ryo-sama. Rukia said. Good morning, Kochiki Fukuteicho, Ichigo replied. She turned around and looked at the Shinigami behind her. As explained before, we will now patrol all of Asia. Each of you has been broken up into groups. Ryo-sama has been kind enough to provide us with escorts who will help us get situated in the respective area. Go meet your representative while I speak with Ryo-sama. Ichigo snapped his finger, enveloping them in a privacy dome, while the rest of the Shinigami walked to Akasha, Yasaka, Gilgamesh, Akua, Mocha, Esteth, and Hana. What can I do for you? Ichigo asked. I was wondering if I could stay here for the time being. She asked. Sure, Ichigo said. But in exchange, you need to train a few people who just awaken their Shinigami powers during your stay here. That's fine. Rukia accepted. Also, I have a stowaway with me, she said as she dropped her backpack to the ground. The backpack shook as the top popped open, revealing Ichika. Ow! She yelled as she rubbed her butt. She then noticed Ichigo, who cracked a smile, and Rukia, who had an annoyed look. Ah, good morning, she nervously said. Just let Rinji and Byakuya know, Ichigo said with a shoulder shrug as he lowered his privacy barrier. Everyone turned to them. Ryo-sama has been kind enough to allow me to operate from his estate, Rukia said. All of you are free to leave, Ichigo said. Everyone nodded their heads and left. He turned to Rukia. Follow me. Ichigo led Rukia and Ichika down a few hallways before they arrived at a training ground. Ichigo could see Yuzu, Karen, Elizabeth, Konu, and Senna all in their Shinigami form, performing kendo katas. Rukia-san, Yuzu said as she noticed them coming. Everyone else stopped what they were doing and walked to them. To those who don't know her, this is Kuchiki Rukia, Fukutecho of the 13th Division. She will be living with us for the time being. During that time, she will also be your tutor regarding your Shinigami powers, Ichigo said. Hello everyone, Rukia said. She looked at Ichika, who was shyly hiding behind her mother. And who is the little one behind you? Yuzu asked. Hello. I am Kuchiki Ichika. She introduced herself. Rukia-san, is this your daughter? Yuzu asked. She is, Rukia replied. Seems like all of you get along, Ichigo said. Does anyone need anything else from me? No, Rukia replied. Everyone else shook their head. Okay. See all of you later, Ichigo said as he shunpeied to his office. Kaiten appeared with the trainer in her hand. Good morning, Ichigo, Kaiten said as she hugged him. Morning, Kaiten, Ichigo replied. They stayed like that for a few moments before Kaiten let go. Better not keep them waiting, Kaiten said as she pointed the trainer at him. See you later, Ichigo replied as Kaiten sent him into the trainer. Scene change, trainer. Ichigo opened his eyes to see he was in a laboratory of some kind. He could see Chishiki, Hogyoku, and Medea staring at a screen. Hello everyone, Ichigo said. They all turned to Ichigo. Hello, Ichigo-sama, they all said. So, what did you want to show me? Ichigo asked. Sit down, Ichigo-sama, Chishiki said. Ichigo sat down at a nearby chair. I was scanning through all the information that Intelligentsia had and discovered something interesting. A screen appeared in front of Ichigo. He could see large mechanical suits of armor. They stood over 3 meters, 9.843 feet, tall. They were armed with large guns. They charged into battle against monsters Ichigo haven't seen before. What am I seeing? Ichigo asked. From what Intelligentsia has gathered, Shishiki began. The image paused and focused on mechanical suits. These men are known as Ultramarines. They are one of the many chapters of Space Marines. The Space Marines or Adeptus Astartes are foremost among the defenders of humanity. They are barely human at all, but superhuman, having been made superior in all respects to a normal man by a harsh regime of genetic modification, psycho-conditioning, and rigorous training. Chishiki said. I guess these Space Marines are from an alternative universe? Ichigo asked. Likely an alternative universe and 10,000 years in the future. Chishiki theorized. So, you want me to have these modifications done on me? Ichigo asked. Partially, Shishiki admitted. Right now, the majority of your abilities are connected with any of your 3 modifiers. If it is true that our enemy is a Dakibi and can connect your powers to your modifier, then they could prematurely expose us. So you want me to grow in a way that isn't connected with any of my modifiers? Ichigo asked. Correct, Hogyoku replied. If we remove all your current abilities, then you would likely be still faster, stronger, and more durable than a regular human, but still weaker than everyone else. After analyzing the organs that are implanted into a Space Marine recruit, we formed a list of organs we want to implant into you, Shishiki said. The screen in front of Ichigo changed to show a 3D model of a human body. The first organ is called the second heart, or the maintainer, Shishiki said. The screen zoomed into the heart cavity of the human body. Ichigo could see an additional smaller heart in the body. The second heart resembles a smaller heart and is implanted in the chest cavity and connected to the rest of the circulatory and pulmonary systems near the original heart. This would dramatically increase your body's ability to transport oxygen and nutrients to the muscles, promoting more muscle growth. Shishiki said. Does the second heart also functions like a regular heart if the first heart is damaged? Ichigo asked. It does, Shishiki replied. The second organ is called the osmodula or iron heart. Hogyoku continued. Ichigo could see the screen now showed the brain. This implant, surgically placed alongside the pituitary gland at the base of the brain, Ichigo could see something, which he assumed is the osmodula, was highlighted red. The osmodula secretes a specially engineered form of human growth hormone. This hormone, in conjunction with a diet laced with microscopic ceramic-based minerals, will cause the rapid growth of the skeletal-muscular system, which leads to their superhuman strength and size. The third organ is called the biscopia or the forge of strength. It is implanted in the chest cavity. Nidia said. The screen zoomed into the chest cavity. Ichigo could see a small spherical object highlighted in red. The biscopia stimulates muscular growth across the entire body. Through working out? Ichigo asked. Correct, Nidia answered. These 3 organs are designed to be implanted at the same time. These are the foundation of their development. Nidia said. Ichigo could see the screen zoom back out, revealing the entire body. After about 2 years, they will be about 2.1 to 2.3 meters, 7 to 7.5 feet, tall with an equivalent amount of skeletal-muscular mass. Ichigo could see the human model grew taller and more muscular. In addition to this, the rib cage will fuse into a solid mass of bulletproof, interlaced bone plates. The screen zoomed in to reveal the rib cage covered in overlapping bone plates. The fourth organ is called hemastamen, or the blood maker. It is implanted into a main blood vessel like the aorta, femoral artery, or the vena cava. Shishiki resumed. Ichigo could see the human model changed, revealing the circulatory system with red circles around the mentioned areas. The hemastamen alters the blood's biochemical composition, allowing it to carry oxygen and nutrients more efficiently. This also turns the blood a brighter shade of red. The hemastamen also acts to biochemically regulate the actions of the osmodula and biscopia. The fifth organ is called the Laraman's organ, or the healer. It is also implanted in the chest cavity. Hogyoku resumed. The screen revealed the model's muscles and zoomed in on the chest cavity. Ichigo could see a small object shaped similarly to a liver being highlighted in red. The Laraman's organ produces biological cells known as Laraman cells. They serve similarly as platelets but act much faster and more effectively. After a few years, the sixth organ is installed, Medea said. The human model rotated 360 degrees and revealed the brainstem. The sixth organ is called the catalepsian node, or the unsleeping. It is implanted into the back of the cerebrum, just above the brainstem. A small portion above the brainstem was highlighted in red. The catalepsian node allows the Space Marines to turn off a portion of their brain to rest while using the other side to maintain awake and alert, Medea explained. The seventh organ is called the omophagia or the remembrancer. It is implanted into the spinal cord and then wired into the central nervous system so that it is directly attached to the cerebral cortex and the stomach. Shishiki said. The human model moved down and highlighted the spinal cord. This implant is designed to allow you to absorb any information related to experience or memories based on what you eat. The eighth organ is called the neuroglottis, or the devourer. It is implanted within the upper nasal passage. Hogyoku began. The human model rotated 360 degrees again and zoomed into the model's face. This organ will allow you to taste and smell any substance and determine if the substance is to test it for toxicity and nutritional content, essentially determining if the substance is edible or poisonous. The organ also allows the space marine to identify extremely subtle odors with the same fidelity as the average canine bred for tracking, allowing him to even track his quarry by smell or taste alone. The ninth organ is called the multi-lung, or the imbiber. As the name suggested, this is a third lung. Medea said. The human model zoomed out in focus on the chest, revealing the organs. The imbiber is implanted in the pulmonary and circulatory systems. The imbiber allows you to absorb oxygen from environments usually too poor in oxygen or too toxic. Breathing is accomplished through a sphincter implanted into the trachea, allowing all three lungs to be used at full capacity. The 10th organ is called Lyman's ear, or the sentinel. This implant replaces one of your ears. Shishiki screen moved to show the model's ear. The sentinel prevents dizziness or motion sickness, but it also allows space marines to consciously filter out and greatly enhance certain sounds over the capabilities of normal human hearing. The 11th organ is called the immortus gland, or called the Godmaker, Medea said. The immortus gland is implanted into the brain's cortex. Hogyoku began. The model disappeared, revealing the brain. The immortus gland is broken into two parts, the dextrophic lobe and the centarius lobe. Ichigo could see two thumbnail-sized objects being highlighted in red. The dextrophic lobe intensifies the function of its other transhuman implants, especially those of the biscopia and the osmodula. Those who have the dextrophic lobe have grown 0.31 meters, 1 foot, taller and are much physically stronger than those without this lobe. Does this mean that the immortus gland was something that not many had? Ichigo asked. Correct, Shishiki answered. There was a lack of information on the reasoning, but I theorized that the immortus gland was something they recently rediscovered and began to implant into recruits. Anyways, Hogyoku resumed. The centarius lobe was something that was actually an implant that was lost in time. Oh? Ichigo asked. Indeed, Shishiki confirmed. However, after carefully studying and seeing how all these implants operate, I believe I found what would have been the purpose for the centarius lobe. Which is? Ichigo asked. The centarius lobe would secrete hormones that allow the body to rapidly evolve to harmonize with all the other implants, adapt to new situations, further promote cellular regeneration and evolution, and promote learning and comprehension, Hogyoku said. With an idea in mind, I used intelligentsia's knowledge to create the centarius lobe, Shishiki said. The 12th and final implant is called the sinew coils, or the steel within. Medea began. The model zoomed out and showed the entire muscular system. The body's sinews are reinforced with metallic cables that magnify his muscular strength as well as giving his body another layer of defense, Medea said. These are all 12 implants that we believe will provide the best benefit to you, Shishiki said. There are more implants? Ichigo asked. There are a total of 21 implants, Medea answered. I see. Ichigo said. Not only that some of the implants will be altered even more, Hogyoku said. For example, the second heart, Shishiki said as the model returned to show the second heart. They used a modified version of a human heart, but instead we will be using a dragon heart, Medea said. Another screen appeared. Ichigo could see the 5 dragon hearts from the 5 dragon kings. They were in a magic circle. Shishiki pressed a button, playing the video. It showed all 5 hearts merged to form a golden heart that is slightly larger than the dragon heart used in its creation. What are the benefits of the dragon heart? Ichigo asked. The first is that you gain an actual magic core and no longer need to rely on Mysteria, Shishiki said. Suddenly Mysteria appeared. I have you know that dragon heart will not replace me. She yelled. Shishiki was not trying to attack you with her words. Hogyoku interrupted. But we no longer need to convert Ryatsu into magical energy. The Dragon Core would be able to passively convert the natural mana from the world into something you could use. The Dragon Core would also help strengthen the magic circuits you have all over your body, Medea added. But will I still be needed? She turned to Ichigo. After all, I was initially created to serve as the magic core. Yawatch, I need you out here, Ichigo said. Yawatch quickly appeared. Yes, Ichigo? Yawatch asked. Is it possible for Script M? The Magus to combine with the Dragon Heart? Ichigo asked. Yawatch thought. It may be possible, depending on which one will be the core. Core? Ichigo asked. Yawatch nodded his head. Did you notice whenever you obtained a new power or blessing that is compatible with a script, that power is fused with the script and causing the script to grow stronger? Yawatch asked. Yeah, Ichigo replied. The new power is actually fused with the script, which was the core of the fusion. If you activate Script F, Fangari Nero, your enemy would be able to sense the divine energy, but they won't be able to determine that it has Artemis's blessing and Poseidon's sea authority. I see. So, what do you think would happen if I chose Script M, the Magus, as the core? Likely the physical aspect of the Dragon Heart will disappear and fuse into the script. In the process, it would grant you the ability to produce dragonic mana instead of regular mana. Yawatch theorized. What about using the Dragon Heart as the core? Ichigo asked. The Dragon Heart will likely grow stronger as Script M, the Magus and Mysteria will disappear. The Dragon Heart will produce only neutral dragonic mana as well as fire, water, wood, metal, and earth-based dragonic mana. Due to your blood flowing through the heart, it may grant you dragonic abilities. Yawatch theorized. I admit there are more benefits for Ichigo if he used the Dragon Heart as the core, Mysteria admitted. Is it possible for me to retain my conciseness after the fusion? I don't know, but I believe it may be possible, Yawatch answered. Since the Dragon Heart doesn't have conciseness, then it might be possible. Even if you survive the process, you'll likely no longer be the same. After all, your body was born from pieces of all the wand core from Ichigo's staff. Mysteria turned to Ichigo. Ichigo, I was born from your powers. Please decide. She asked. Ichigo nodded his head as he began to think. No one tried to intrude into Ichigo's thoughts. After careful consideration, I've decided. Ichigo finally said. I want dash. Chapter 85, Arc 15. After careful consideration, I've decided. Ichigo finally said. I want to use the Dragon Heart as the core. In doing so, we must create a new Script M to replace Script M, the Magus, Yawatch said. How do Space Marines deal with enemies that can manipulate magnetism? Ichigo asked. Let me look, Shishiki said as she stood still, searching through her database for the answer. What are you thinking? Medea asked. If I encounter an enemy that's able to use magnetism, would they be able to immobilize me due to all the metal in my body? Ichigo asked. Medea's and Hogyoko's eyes widened as they realized the potential weakness they would give Ichigo. Sorry, they said as they fell to their knees and bowed to Ichigo. Get up and no need to apologize, Ichigo said. Medea and Hogyoku stood back up. The implants would be good overall. I have finished looking through the collected data regarding the Space Marine, Shishiki said. And? Ichigo asked. There has never been mention of an enemy using magnetic attacks directly at Space Marines, but based on what I can gather, the power armor that the Space Marines wore passively generated its own electromagnetic field that prevented that from happening, Shishiki answered. With that in mind, I would consider the new Script M to be Script M, the magnet, Ichigo said. Very well. The fusion will begin once the Dragon Heart is placed in Ichigo's body. Yawatch instructed. Very well, Hogyoku said. I will begin creating the script once Mysteria fuses with the Dragon Heart. He said as he returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Mysteria hugged Ichigo before returning to the mindscape. Another thing we are changing is the Laraman's organ, Shishiki said as the screen zoomed back into the chest cavity. By using Warframe's technology, we can evolve the Laraman cells, so it is biomechanical. Earlier you mentioned that I need to ingest microscopic ceramic-based minerals to help strengthen my skeletal-muscular system. All the ladies nodded their heads. Since the Laraman cells will become biomechanical, couldn't we have my body produce biomechanical material to build my bones? Shishiki once again searched through her database for the answer to Ichigo's question. I believe that it should be possible, Hogyoku said. Same, Medea answered. There is information of successful attempts to strengthen bones by using chemically altered cells on prototype warframes, Shishiki added. The next change is the liman's ear, Medea said as the screen moved to the model's ears. We were able to modify it into a set of implants that go to each side of the ears. That sound good, Ichigo said. Lastly is the sinew coils, Shishiki said. As stated before, we will use a mix of biomechanical materials to reinforce and eventually rebuild the sinews in your muscles, Shishiki said. How will the operation work? Ichigo asked. We will install all the implants into you. After that, we will have you train in here until the transformation is complete. Hogyoku explained as she summoned the tablet. She quickly typed a few commands on it. The flow of time has been adjusted. Every year in here is an hour on the outside, she said as she vanished the tablet. Shishiki snapped her fingers as a futuristic surgical bed appeared. Ichigo same, please strip down and lie on the bed, she instructed. Ichigo stripped down and lay down on the bed. Ichigo could see metallic handcuffs locking his wrists and ankles down. He could feel his Ryatsu channels were being blocked. Zangetsu, Hogyoku called. Zangetsu appeared. What's up? He replied as he cracked his neck. We need you to prevent Ichigo from regenerating his body during the process. Got it, Zangetsu replied. Ichigo, you need to release your transformation, Hogyoku instructed. Got it, Ichigo said. His brown eyes reverted to his true spiral galaxy eyes. The lady's clothing changed to resemble surgical gowns. Medea pushed a cart full of implants in jars. Shishiki's hands transformed into black tentacles with various surgical equipment at the ends. Time to begin, she said. Good night, Ichigo, Medea said. They shared a brief kiss. Good night, Ichigo replied. Medea placed her hands over Ichigo's face and cast a sleeping spell on him. Ichigo quickly fell asleep. We need to get started. We're not sure how long the spell will affect Ichigo, Hogyoku said. Shishiki nodded her head as they began the surgery. Time skip, post-surgery. After 4 hours of surgery, they were done with implanting all the new organs into Ichigo's body. Ichigo opened his eyes. He turned to Medea. I assume the surgery went well? Ichigo asked. It did. Nothing unexpected happened, Medea said. Can you feel your dragon heart? She asked. Ichigo closed his eyes as he could feel his dragon heart beating. What about Mysteria? Ichigo asked. You should turn around. Ichigo turned his head to the other side to see a new but familiar woman. She's a beautiful young woman that stood about 190 centimeters, 6 feet 2.8 inches, tall with light tan skin and a voluptuous figure with very large E-size breasts. Her hair carries a two-tone complexion of black and golden. From Ichigo's perspective, the ankle-long hair has 2 layers. The outer layer is pitch black, like the night sky, while in the inner layer, it is a golden blonde color. From the top of her skull, a pair of golden horns protrude out and curve slightly back. She appears to have dragonic heterochromatic eyes. Her right eye is crimson red with a white iris while her left eye is sky blue with a black iris. Ichigo could see 5-fingered golden claws for hands and golden scales that flow up to her shoulders. More golden scales form around her breasts, like a bra. The golden scales formed around her lower waist and hips, forming an armored skirt. Ichigo could see a pair of large golden wings from her shoulder blades. above her, but Ichigo could see a golden tail moving side to side. From her knee and down, Ichigo could see golden scales shaped similar to the shaft of boots with 3 toe claws with a clawed heel. "Wow," Ichigo said. "Thank you," Mysteria replied. "I can tell you your new powers after they give you an update on your body." "Thank you." Ichigo turned his head to Medea. "Right now, your body is gradually getting used to the new implants in your body. Most Space Marine recruits need a few days of rest before beginning physical therapy, but for you, it would likely take the rest of the day." Ichigo sat up, allowing the blanket to fall off. He was still nude from the surgery. He immediately noticed that he had layers of dried skin on him. "What happened to my skin?" Ichigo asked. "I believe that this is a side effect of all the implants," Medea said. "Since your body is growing, your old skin is falling off, so the new, thicker, elastic skin can handle the new body." "I see," Ichigo replied as stood up from the bed. "Looks like you are ready to begin the physical therapy," Shishiki said as she appeared out of thin air, in her regular attire. "Yeah," Ichigo said. "Good, here is a set of clothes for you." Shishiki handed Ichigo a set of clothes. He quickly put it on. As he put them on, he noticed he still had Ryatsu restraints on his wrists and ankles. "Now then, your powers are still restrained. We want to allow your body to naturally develop before we allow your powers to flow into your body." "Where's all the excess Ryatsu going to?" Ichigo asked. "We are crystallizing your excess Ryatsu into pills for later use," Hogyoku said as she pointed to a machine in the distance. Ichigo could sense his Ryatsu flowing from the restraints to the machine. 90% of the pills are being stored for later. "What about the last 10%? Ichigo asked. "Those last 10% are being diluted and then given to Nozomi and the other Reigai," Hogyoku said. "Okay," Ichigo said. "Now let's begin the physical therapy," Shishiki said. A sheet of paper appeared in her hand, which she handed to Ichigo. Ichigo took the paper. 6 to 6:15, wake up and warm up. 6:15 to 7 o'clock, running. 7 to 7:15, cool down stretches. 7:15 to 8 o'clock, shower and eat breakfast. 8 to 10 o'clock, kendo, senjutsu, swords, and sparring training. 12 to 1300 hours, lunch and hot spring break. 13 to 1600 hours, mixed martial arts training, sparring, and gymnastics. 16 to 1700 hours, dinner and hot spring break. 18 to 2100 hours, spear/staff training and sparring. The schedule will change as we see how your body responds to the training, Shishiki said. Okay, Ichigo said as he accepted the training. Time skip, 5 years later. Ichigo had physically changed since he began the training. Before he stood about 185 centimeters, 6.07 feet tall. But after 2 years of high-intensity training and diet, now he proudly stood 305 centimeters, 10 feet tall, and 500 kilograms, 1,102.31 pounds. Ichigo's body is extremely muscular and well-defined physique. He has chiseled features on his face with a strong jawline and pronounced cheekbones. Ichigo wore a black sleeveless tank top, black combat shorts, and a pair of black combat boots. Once Ichigo stopped growing, Hogyoku began to slowly allow Ichigo's Ryatsu to flow into his body. Due to how strong Ichigo's Ryatsu was, Hogyoku had to release it by 0.1% a week. Ichigo spent the next 3 years gaining control over his Ryatsu. During that time, Ichigo was still forbidden from using his Ryatsu. But now Ichigo could use his Ryatsu. Mysteria appeared in front of Ichigo. Looks like Hogyoku finally released you from your restraints, she said. Yeah, Ichigo said as he rubbed his wrists. Good, I can explain to you the power of your dragon heart, Mysteria said. Follow me. Mysteria took off with a flap of her wings. Ichigo followed her with Shuunpa. They soon arrived at an empty field. Mysteria summoned a tablet. She created a barrier 200 meters away from them. As you know, your dragon heart is where all your dragonic mana is created. She began. Ichigo nodded his head in understanding. This also means your spells will have a certain dragonic feeling to them, especially the fire, water, earth, metal, and wood elemental spells. I understand, Ichigo replied. You can review your spells on your own time. We'll focus on your dragon transformation. Okay, Ichigo said. We will begin by first picking an element. Let's go with fire, Ichigo said. Okay then, Mysteria said as her scales turned red. Focus on the fire dragonic energy and allow it to flow around you. Ichigo was engulfed in a sphere of spinning fire. The sphere of fire began to grow bigger and changed shape to resemble an egg. Suddenly the fire exploded out to reveal Ichigo's dragon form. Ichigo stood over 50 meters, 54.6807 yards, tall. He has a long, red, and white serpent-like tail that forms the lower half of his body with a red thigh guard around his waist. His torso is covered in red and white metal, with white ribs around the sides. His arms are also covered in metal, with large blades attached to his forearms, and 3 claws on each hand. Ichigo's head is mostly red except for his white lower jaw, with 2 large spikes above his eyes and 2 wing-like ears behind his eyes. There is a pair of large, red, and orange wings that are frayed near the ends of his back, too. How do you feel? She asked. Good, Ichigo replied as he took a few steps forward, getting used to moving in his dragon form. Ichigo took a deep breath and gathered dragonic fire mana. Ichigo opened his mouth and fired a large stream of red flames. The flames hit a barrier, preventing the flames from destroying anything. Ichigo ended his attack. What if I compressed the fire mana before I released it? Ichigo thought as he took another deep breath and gathered more dragonic fire mana. This time he compressed the mana and blew. This time a beam of yellow lightning shot out of his mouth. Did he just fire lightning out of mouth? Mysteria thought. Ichigo ended his attack. He spread his wings out and flew in the air. Mysteria stood there and watched. A few minutes later, Ichigo landed on the ground. I wonder if I could ignite myself on fire, like when I used Enryusei. Ichigo thought as he floated in the air. Ichigo drew upon the dragonic fire mana and sent it around his entire body. Ichigo erupted into flames. Ichigo flew up in the air before slamming into the barrier. Cracks formed around the impact spot before the barrier regenerated itself. Ichigo extinguished the flames and landed on the ground. Are you done testing out your dragon form? Mysteria asked. Let me try one more thing, Ichigo said. Let the world witness your rise. Let my allies feel your warmth. Let my foes feel your fury, aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. Ichigo roared as he extended his hand out. Ichigo could feel the divine fire energy flow around his body. Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi appeared in his hand, growing bigger and changed into a katana. Soon Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi was the size of a katana fit for Ichigo's dragon form. Interesting, Mysteria commented as Ichigo performed a few different attacks with Aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi. What would happen if I used the divine fire energy instead of the dragonic fire mana? Ichigo thought as he took a deep breath. He drew upon the divine fire energy. His black horns glowed red. He fired a powerful stream of red-orange divine fire at the barrier. I didn't expect that to work. Ichigo thought. I wonder if the flames become black if I used Koken. Ichigo thought. He took a deep breath and drew on the divine fire energy again. Koken! Ichigo roared as he fired his attack. Another stream of divine fire came out of Ichigo's mouth, this time it was black. The flames slammed into the barrier. Ichigo soon ended his attack. What would happen if I compressed the divine fire energy? Ichigo thought as he took another deep breath and drew upon the divine fire energy. He compressed the divine fire energy. Ichigo made sure Koken wasn't activated before firing his attack. A powerful bolt of blue divine lightning shot out of his mouth and collided with the barrier. I wonder why this divine lightning is blue instead of purple. Ichigo thought as he ended his attack. Ichigo repeated the same process. Koken! Ichigo roared as he fired his attack. This time black lightning with hints of blue shot out of his mouth. Ichigo finally sealed aim no Murakumo no Tsurugi and returned to his human form. He looked to see Mysteria still shocked at what she saw. "Looks like you're satisfied," Mysteria finally said. "I am," Ichigo said. "I named this form Kane Tenryuo, Calamity Flame Heavenly Dragon King," Ichigo said. "Very well. Shall we move to the next dragon?" Medea asked. "Sure," Ichigo said as he was enveloped in a sphere of water. The water swirled too fast, obscuring Ichigo from her view. The sphere of water changed into the shape of an egg. Suddenly something blue shot out of the top of the egg-shaped water. The water disappeared to reveal Ichigo. Ichigo resembles a traditional Chinese dragon. He was about 75 meters long, 82.021 yards long. His entire body was composed of mostly sapphire blue scales. Ichigo has a long snout with long flowing whiskers/barbels, crescent-shaped nostrils, and flowing sapphire blue hair on his cheeks. Above his head, he has a pair of bluish-brown antlers. Ichigo's eyes remained the same during the transformation. Ichigo has 4 5-fingered hands, 2 on each side of the body, 3. "How do you feel?" Medea asked. "Great," Ichigo said as he quickly moved around in the air. He easily maneuvers in the air. He took a deep breath as he gathered dragonic water mana before firing a powerful blast of water at the barrier. "What if I compressed the mana before I released it?" Ichigo thought as he took another deep breath and gathered more dragonic water mana. He opened his mouth and fired another powerful blast of water. This time the water was scalding hot. Ichigo stopped the attack. "I wonder if I could coat my body in water," Ichigo thought as he allowed the dragonic water mana to flow out of his body. Ichigo's body was cloaked in water as he tackled the barrier with his body. "I wonder if I could use my other scrifts as well," Ichigo thought. "I summon the Wrath of the Heavens, Summoner of Clouds, Bringer of Rain, Rage of the Earth, Dragonslayer, Kusanagi no Tsurugi." Ichigo roared as he activated Script A, the Erasure Shokanshi. To his surprise, Kusanagi no Tsurugi didn't appear in his claws. Instead, he could feel the divine lightning energy, divine water energy, and divine wind energy flowing around his body. "Let's try it with the divine lightning," Ichigo thought as he took a deep breath. He drew upon the divine lightning energy. Small sparks of purple lightning gathered around his antlers. He fired another stream of divine lightning, this time it was purple. He stopped the attack. "Let's see what happens when I use divine wind," Ichigo thought as he took another deep breath. He drew upon the divine wind energy. The green wind blew around his body, causing his whiskers and hair to flow around. He fired a powerful stream of divine green wind. The force of the wind blew everyone in the nearby area away. Mysteria luckily grounded herself with her claws. He ended his attack. "Are you okay, Mysteria?" Ichigo asked. "I am," Mysteria replied as she summoned the tablet. She pressed a few buttons, repairing the area. "I'm going to continue," Ichigo said as he took another deep breath. He drew on the divine water energy. The sapphire blue scales around his body began to glow. He fired a jet of teal-colored divine water. Ichigo soon ended the attack. Mysteria quickly repaired the surrounding area. Ichigo sealed Script A, the Erasure Shokanshi. "Are we done with this form yet?" Mysteria asked. "Not yet," Ichigo replied. "Rage through the seas of the heavens, Nejibana," Ichigo chanted, as he activated Script F, Fengari Nero. Ichigo's sapphire blue scales turned into metallic blue with silver highlights. In front of Ichigo's snout, a corkscrew/drill-shaped horn grew. Ichigo's deer antlers disappeared. Ichigo's tail transformed into a larger version of Nejibana's trident head. Ichigo could feel the energy from the moon flowing into him. Ichigo took a deep breath as he drew on the moon's energy. He fired a pale silver energy beam. Soon the beam ended. Ichigo sealed Nejibana and returned to normal. "What's the name of this dragon?" Mysteria asked. It will be called Heisei Tenryuo, Surging Azure Heavenly Dragon King. Ichigo named. Mysteria nodded her head. Which element next? She asked. Earth, Ichigo said as the nearby ground rose and enveloped Ichigo in an egg made of ground. The nearby ground was pulled in by the earth egg, causing it to grow bigger. Mysteria quickly moved the egg to a different spot as it continued to pull more earth. Soon the egg shattered to reveal Ichigo. Ichigo looked like a brachiosaurus. He stood on 4 legs, covered in dark brown scales with lighter brown spikes all over his back. Ichigo was about 70 meters long, 76.55 yards, and 100 meters, 109.361 yards, tall, mostly due to Ichigo's long neck. Ichigo took a few steps forward as he got used to his large and slow body. Let's try the breath attack. Ichigo thought as he took a deep breath and drew upon the Dragonic Earth Mana. Ichigo fired his attack, unleashing a cyclone of sand at the barrier. Ichigo ended his attack. Let's see if I could use these spikes. Ichigo thought as he focused on one of the spikes on his back. I could store Dragonic Earth Mana in the spike itself, compress the Dragonic Earth Mana at the end of the spike, and use the Dragonic Earth Mana to design a new spike. Ichigo used about the same amount of Dragonic Earth Mana for all 3. Ichigo watched as the spike fired off his back. The spike flew high in the air. It quickly slammed into the barrier, causing an explosion. A new spike formed on Ichigo's back, replacing the one he fired. Ichigo continued his experiment, changing the amount of Dragonic Earth Mana used in each step. He discovered that the stored Dragonic Earth Mana in the spike determines how strong the explosion is. The amount of Dragonic Earth Mana used when the spike fires determined how far the spike goes, as well as the piercing power, and how much Dragonic Earth Mana is used to form the new spike determines how thick the spike is. Even though I represent his dragon forms, I didn't expect him to discover all of this already. Mysteria thought. Interesting, what if I could do the same thing as a Pokemon? Ichigo thought as he gathered more Dragonic Earth Mana to his right front leg. He raised the leg and slammed it down. All the Dragonic Earth Mana transferred down to the ground. The surrounding area shook as if it was having an earthquake. That resembled earthquake, but let me see if I can do earth power. Ichigo thought as he gathered more Dragonic Earth Mana. Ichigo raised his leg. This time he imagined stalagmites shooting up in front of him. Ichigo then slammed his leg down. This time the Dragonic Earth Mana transferred in front of him and forced stalagmites to shoot out of the ground. Looks like that works, but what happens when I use Scrifty, the Earth? Ichigo thought. Test the resolve of others with my resolve, Terrastorm. Ichigo roared as he activated Scrifty, the Earth. Ichigo could feel the divine earth energy flowing throughout his body. The dark brown scales turned even darker. Ichigo's tail transformed into Terrastorm, complete with the lance drill tip. Let's try the breath attack. Ichigo thought as he took a deep breath and drew upon the divine earth energy. Ichigo fired his attack, unleashing another cyclone of sand, which was darker than the first one. At the barrier, Ichigo ended his attack. He focused his divine earth energy on the spikes on his back. The spike gained a darker shade compared to earlier. The spike soon was sent flying toward the barrier. The spike landed there and exploded, releasing divine earth energy all over the place. He activated the Terrastorm's drill and used it to drill down into the ground. He pulled Terrastorm out of the ground and used its shield mode as Terrastorm continued to spin. Ichigo sealed Scrifty, the Earth, and transformed it back to normal. That was much shorter than the others, Mysteria commented. Scrifty, the Earth, was the only one compatible with it, Ichigo admitted. Anyways, I named this dragon form Gekishin Tenryuo, Earth-Shattering Heavenly Dragon King. Good, 3 more to go, Mysteria said. I will pick metal next, Ichigo said as pieces of silver metal shot out of the ground around him. The pieces of metal began to overlap and began to form an egg. Mysteria watched as more pieces of metal continued to overlap the egg, causing it to grow bigger. Suddenly something triangular-shaped poked its way out of the egg. Slowly mechanical limbs could be seen tearing the egg apart, revealing Ichigo's new form. Ichigo resembled a large mechanical Tyrannosaurus Rex. It stood about 50 meters, 54.68 yards, long and 75 meters, 82.02 yards, tall. It's mainly silver with slight red and black. The head is triangular with Ichigo's spiral galaxy eyes. On its back are large laser cannons on the back. It sports a series of short metal plates running from the back of its neck down to the tip of its tail. Its forelimbs are considerably long and bulky with 3 claws on its hands. 4. How do you feel? Mysteria asked. Good. Ichigo roared. His voice sounded slightly mechanical. Ichigo took a few steps to get used to moving. Ichigo took a deep breath as he gathered the dragonic metal mana. Ichigo fired his attack, unleashing a cyclone with dark silver metal fragments at the barrier. Ichigo stopped his attack. Let's try these laser cannons, Ichigo thought as he focused his mana toward his back. The mana gathered inside the cannons before shooting 2 beams of concentrated mana at the barrier. Ichigo stopped his attack. Tyrannosaurus Rex is known for its powerful bite. I wonder if I could weaponize it, Ichigo thought. Mysteria, can you create a few buildings for me? Ichigo asked. Sure, Mysteria replied. A few generic builds appeared in front of Ichigo. Great, Ichigo said. He gathered more dragonic metal mana and allowed it to flow around his mouth. His teeth began to darken. Ichigo opened his mouth and bit down on the build, ripping it to pieces. What if I enforce my tail? Ichigo thought as he cut the flow of mana from his mouth and redirected it to his tail. Ichigo's tail took on a darker shade of silver. He swung the tail at the next building. The tail sliced through the building. Ichigo allowed the tail to return to normal. What would happen if I used Script X, the Zenemachina? Ichigo thought as he activated Script X, the Zenemachina. Black circuit lines began to flow out of his chest and across his metallic body. So, this is your metal dragon form, Master? Shishiki asked. It is, Ichigo replied. I wonder if I could do some modifications to it, she asked. Sure, Ichigo replied. Ichigo could feel his entire metallic body shake as Shishiki began to change his body. Certain parts moved around. Others shrank down. Parts disappeared. A few minutes later, the shaking stopped. Finished, Shishiki said. What did you do? Ichigo asked. Ichigo could sense Shishiki smirking before she answered him. Henshin, she said. Ichigo lost control of his body. Ichigo's body let out a loud roar before it returned to its natural resting position. Suddenly Ichigo's upper body began to rise up toward the sky. As that happened, Ichigo's shoulders began to rotate downwards. Soon they locked into place, with Ichigo's head staring into the sky. Ichigo glanced to see his shoulders rotated down to reveal a set of human hands and shoulder missiles. Ichigo's head suddenly moved downwards to the chest. As that happened, an object with 3 horns, 1 red center and 2 black ones on either side, appeared. The object split apart, revealing a face. The face had large black spiral galaxy eyes and a silver face mask with black markings on it, making the mask appear to have sharp teeth. Ichigo could see in front of him and regained control of his body. I transformed? He said. Indeed, Shishiki said as she appeared beside Mysteria. In the Intelligentsia database, she had prototype designs for transforming Warframe. In the end, the designs were discontinued. I see. Will I retain this transformation if sealed Script X, the Zenemachina? Ichigo asked. You should, Shishiki replied. Since I modified your physical body, Shishiki replied. Ichigo sealed Script X, the Zenemachina. The black circuit lines disappeared. Now let's see what this body can do, Ichigo thought. Ichigo quickly got used to moving in this mode due to it resembling Kane Tenryuo. Now what happens when I gather the energy into my fists? Ichigo thought. He gathered the energy into his arms to discover 3 things. Based on this, I could strengthen my fists with the mana, fire the fists and retract it with the mana-enforced cable, or activate the mana swords. Ichigo thought. He decided to activate the mana swords. Ichigo's arms flicked downwards. The former cannons dislodged themselves and slid toward Ichigo's open hand. Ichigo's hands grabbed the handle, which used to be the barrel of the cannon, and silver dragonic metal mana shot out. The blades were about 25 meters, 27.34 yards, long. Ichigo grabbed the mana swords and did a few moves. Ichigo recalled the mana and returned them to their original location. The missile launcher in my shoulders acted the same way as Gekishin Tenryu's spikes, so no need to experiment with those. Ichigo thought as he reverted back to normal. So, what's the name of this form? Mysteria asked. Mogia Tenryuo, Great Raging Heavenly Dragon King. Ichigo decided. And your human form? Shishiki asked. Mogia Tenryu Bujino, Great Raging Heavenly Dragon Warrior King. Ichigo decided. That's an acceptable name. She replied. Any problem with the implants? She asked. None that I could tell, Ichigo replied. Shishiki nodded her head. After you are done, please come see me for a quick inspection. She said. Okay, Ichigo replied. Shishiki disappeared. Now the wood dragon form, Mysteria said. Got it, Ichigo said. Sprouts began to form around Ichigo's feet. The sprouts quickly transformed into vines, which trapped him in a pillar of vines. More vines grew around the pillar. It didn't take long before a tree appeared around them. The ground around the tree violently shook. Mysteria quickly took to the air as she watched. The ground around the tree rose up like a dome. 4 thick brown roots shot out of the sides. All of them pushed up, lifting the dome up. A 5th thick root rose out of the dome, 5. A turtle dragon made of wood and stone, Mysteria realized. Ichigo was about 100 meters long, 109.36 yards, and 125 meters, 136.702 yards, tall due to the large tree on his back. Ichigo let out a loud screech. Ichigo tried to walk around. Man, I didn't expect to be this slow. Ichigo thought as he continued to walk around. It's not just walking, moving my body movement are also slow. Ichigo stopped moving. Hopefully in exchange for slow speed, I have a powerful offense and defense. Ichigo took a deep breath as he drew on the dragonic wood mana. He fired a powerful cyclone of thorns and pollen at the barrier. Ichigo soon ended the attack. Could I do the same thing as Venusaur? Ichigo thought as he gathered more dragonic wood mana and directed it toward his shell. He imagined the mana splitting into 4. The shell rumbled as 4 thick green vines shot out of his shell. Ichigo could easily control each of the vines. Ichigo grabbed a few chunks of broken buildings and began to juggle them with the vines. Very dexterous. Mysteria thought as suddenly Ichigo threw the chunks at the barrier. I wonder what happens when I allowed the mana to flow into my feet. Ichigo thought as he directed the dragonic wood mana into his feet. Suddenly roots sprouted out of his feet and dove into the ground. He could feel the energy from the ground flowing into him. Ichigo shook one of his legs only to discover he was stuck. Mysteria, Ichigo called. Yes, Ichigo? Mysteria replied. I want you to attack me with a powerful blast of wind. Sure, Mysteria said as she summoned the tablet. Suddenly a large blast of wind came toward Ichigo. Ichigo stood his ground as the wind hit him. After the wind subsided, Ichigo looked to see he was fine except for a large chunk of leaves was torn off. Are you okay? She asked. I am, Ichigo replied. He sent a burst of mana into the tree. He could sense the leaves quickly growing, replacing the missing ones. Are you planning to activate any of your scripts? Mysteria asked. No, Ichigo replied as he returned to his human form. Have you considered a name for this form, yet? Mysteria asked. I have, Ichigo replied. Sakumori Tenryuo, Blooming Forest Heavenly Dragon King. Now time for the final form, Mysteria said. Ichigo nodded his head. A pillar comprised of all 5 different dragonic mana erupted around Ichigo. Mysteria was forced to take a few steps back as the pillar of mana transformed into an egg composed of all 5 different mana. The mana egg cracked and exploded, revealing Ichigo's new form. Ichigo's body was mainly golden. He had a heavily muscled upper body and a long slithery tail instead of legs. Each side of his shoulders has a large spike on each side with muscular arms. Where his right hand would be was replaced by Mogi Utenryu's head with a pair of laser cannons on either side. While his left hand was replaced by Tsukumori Tenryu's head. There is a collar-like object behind Tsukumori Tenryu's head. The collar has 12 covered holes on it. Ichigo also has a pair of wings on his back. From Ichigo's waist to his golden tail, there are slightly darker circular covered holes. His wings each have a wingspan of 200 meters, 218.723 yards. Ichigo's entire body was over 300 meters, 328.084 yards, long, 100 meters, 109.361 yards, were from Ichigo's upper body, while the last 200 meters, 218.723 yards, were due to Ichigo's long slithering lower body. He's massive. Mysteria thought. This isn't too bad. Ichigo thought as he moved his body around. He gradually got used to slithering around. Ichigo took to the sky using his wings. Let's see if I could fire each of the elemental blasts. Ichigo thought as he took a deep breath and drew on the fire dragonic mana. He was able to unleash a blast of fire. Ichigo took a deep breath and continued to test each of the attacks. Looks like that worked. Ichigo thought. He looked down at his arm. I wonder if I could do the same with these. Ichigo thought. He gathered more dragonic fire mana and sent them into his arms. Both Mogi Utenryu's eyes and Tsukumori Tenryu's eyes glowed red before they opened their mouth and fired 2 blasts of flames. Ichigo stopped the attack. Ichigo quickly allowed the other dragonic mana into his arms. Mogi Utenryu's eyes and Tsukumori Tenryu's eyes glowed based on the respective mana before firing the attack. Looks like I could use either mouth to fire the attack. I wonder if I could fuse the mana to create one large attack. Ichigo thought as he took a deep breath. He gathered all 5 different dragonic mana into his one attack. Ichigo unleashed a powerful golden blast composed of all 5 different mana working in harmony with each other. The golden blast slammed into the barrier. Ichigo soon ended the attack. That was the strongest attack I've seen since we started this. Mysteria thought. I wonder if I could use these cannons. Ichigo thought as Ichigo allowed the metal dragonic mana to flow into his right hand. Mogi Utenryu's eyes glowed silver as the laser cannons began to charge. They fired rapid energy blasts at the barrier. Ichigo stopped the attack. Mogi Utenryu's eyes returned to golden. I wonder if I can fire the head like I can with Mogi Utenryu's fist. Ichigo thought as he gathered more dragonic metal mana. Mogi Utenryu's eyes turned silver again. Instead of firing the head, the entire arm suddenly elongated, like a whip. Ichigo made Mogi Utenryu's head bite down on something and retract the head back. I wonder what I can do with this hand. Ichigo thought as he looked at his left hand. Tsukumori Tenryu's eyes turned green. The bracelet on Ichigo's left hand glowed green as 12 green vines shot out. Ichigo could easily control the vines, just like when he was Tsukumori Tenryu. Ichigo retracted the vines. I wonder if these dark spots act like the spikes in Gekishin Tenryu. Ichigo thought as he gathered dragonic earth mana and allowed it to flow into one of the dark spots near his belly. Ichigo could feel a spike form in front of him. Ichigo fired the spike toward the barrier. The spike behaved exactly like the Gekishin Tenryu's spikes. Ichigo finally returned to his normal form. Have you considered a name for this form? Mysteria asked. I have, Ichigo replied. Gosei Tenryu Shino, 5 stars of the Heavenly Dragon God King. Looks like it's Yawatch's turn, Mysteria said as the man appeared in front of Ichigo. Hello, Yawatch, Ichigo said. Hello, Ichigo, Yawatch said as floated in the air to look at Ichigo without straining his neck. Do you have the script ready? Ichigo asked. I do, Yawatch replied as a shrift orb appeared in his hand. He handed it over to Ichigo. Thank you, Ichigo said. I, Kurosaki Ichigo, bestow upon myself this script, Ichigo said as he pushed the orb into his chest. Ichigo could feel the new script settling nicely in place. I name you Script M, the magnet. Ichigo named. Any abnormal feelings? Yawatch asked. Nothing abnormal, Ichigo confirmed. Ichigo activated Script M, the magnet. An electromagnetic barrier appeared around him. Ichigo raised his hand at the nearby metal scrap that somehow survived the destruction. Those metal pieces were magnetized and pulled all the other metal scraps together. Looks like the script are working as planned. Ichigo thought. He deactivated Script M, the magnet. He could feel the residual magnet field from the magnetized scrap metal trying to pull him towards the rest of the magnetized scrap metal. Ichigo activated the script again, encasing his body in its own electromagnetic field. Yawatch, could you summon a large magnet? Ichigo asked. Very well, Yawatch said as he clicked a few buttons on the tablet. A large industrial magnet appeared 10 yards, away from Ichigo. Are you ready? He asked. I am, Ichigo replied. Yawatch activated the magnet. Ichigo saw the magnetized piles of scrap metal were pulled toward the industrial magnet. Ichigo could feel the slight pull from the industrial magnet. Ichigo quickly increased the strength of the electromagnetic field around him, blocking the pull of the industrial magnet. Ichigo could see iron sand from the ground being pulled toward him. Ichigo could see the iron sand collecting on the outside of his electromagnetic field. I am turning up the intensity, Yawatch warned. Ichigo could feel the magnetic pull return. The collected iron sand was pulled toward the industrial magnet. Ichigo increased the strength of his magnetic field, once again overpowering the industrial magnet's magnetic field. Yawatch continued to increase the intensity of the industrial magnet and Ichigo would reply by increasing his own electromagnetic field. This continued for 5 minutes. Ichigo, the magnet is at maximum power, Yawatch warned. Okay, Ichigo said. Ichigo and Yawatch took turns slowly lowering the power of their respective magnetic fields, eventually turning them off. How was it? Yawatch asked. Good, Ichigo admitted. With this, I should be able to prevent anyone from trying to attack me using magnetic fields. Indeed, Yawatch replied. Yawatch, can you summon me a few steel nails? Ichigo asked. Yawatch tapped the tablet and a box of nails appeared in Ichigo's hand. Thanks. Ichigo opened the box and pulled out a nail. I need 20 sets of steel targets, 5 meters away from each other. If I remember how a railgun works, I need one current going forward and the opposite current going backward. Ichigo thought as he held a nail between his thumb and pointer finger. Ichigo raised his arm up as if he was throwing a dart. He reactivated his electromagnetic field. Ichigo's right pointer finger flowed with a positive electrical current, which flowed through the steel nail, to the thumb which was negatively charged. Ichigo threw the nail forward. The nail shot out of Ichigo's hand towards the metal target. The nail pierced through all the targets. How fast and strong was that? Ichigo asked. Yawatch quickly typed something on the tablet. The nail went approximately 4 times the speed of sound and you hit the exact spot through 19 of the targets. On the 20th one, there was a slight deviation to the left. Yawatch said. Looks like the railgun was a success, Ichigo said as he deactivated Script M, the magnet. Indeed, Yawatch replied as the area reverted to normal. Thank you for the help, Yawatch, Ichigo said. Yawatch nodded his head and disappeared. Ichigo shunpaed to a silver building. Ichigo opened the door to enter a modern-looking house. To-san. In the distance, Ichigo could see a small child with brown eyes and violet hair running towards him. The child was dressed in a white shirt and a pair of jean shorts. Ichigo bent down and used his fingers to lift the child up in the air. Chalciope, 6. Someone shouted. Ichigo and Chalciope glanced to see Medea walking toward them. She was dressed in a black top with a jean jacket and a long tan skirt. "But Two-san is back," she replied. "I know," Medea replied as she reached out and grabbed the child out of Ichigo's fingers. "But Two-san also wants you to focus on your studies." Chalciope looked at Ichigo, waiting for his input. "How long until she finishes studying?" Ichigo asked. "She'll be done in 20 minutes, Medea replied. Chalciope, Ichigo kissed her forehead. "Being strong and smart are important things. Once I am done with Ani Chishiki, I'll let you do whatever you want." "Really?" she asked. "Really," Ichigo confirmed. "Yay!" she cheered. "Come on, let's finish your lesson," Medea said as she carried Chalciope away. "Chishiki is in the basement," Medea added. "Thank you," Ichigo replied as he walked downstairs to the basement. Ichigo could see Chishiki standing there, waiting for him. Ichigo snapped his fingers, causing all his clothes to disappear. He laid down on the table. "How does your body feel?" she asked as a laser began to scan his entire body. "Good," Ichigo replied. A few moments later, the laser finished its scan. Ichigo sat up and snapped his fingers, putting his clothes back on. He turned to the screen, which generated a 3D model of Ichigo's body. "Looks like your epidurium 6 skin was not damaged from the experiments," Chishiki commented as she pressed a button. All of the model's skin revealed the bones and muscles in his body. She clicked a few more keys, causing all the muscles to disappear, leaving only Ichigo's metallic skeleton. "Looks like your vibranium 6, cavorite 6, steel alloy, and cogmium 6 skeleton was also not disturbed by the magnetic fields," Chishiki said. She typed in a few more keys. The skeleton model was replaced by his muscles. His muscles were a darker red. Ichigo could see his 2 hearts, his 3 lungs, and all the other organs behind his rib cage. "The sinews also appeared to be fine," Chishiki said as the 3D model disappeared. "In conclusion, everything is fine," Ichigo said. "Correct," Chishiki said as she released her nanomachines. They began to reabsorb all the equipment around them. It didn't long before Ichigo and Chishiki were standing in a barren chamber. "Call me if you feel any abnormalities with your body." Chishiki returned to Ichigo's mindscape. Ichigo walked back upstairs to see Medea and Chalciope finishing up a lesson. Chalciope glanced over and noticed Ichigo entering the room. "Two-san!" she shouted as she ran over to him. Ichigo grabbed her and easily carried her in his hand. "Chalciope, what do you want to do?" Ichigo asked. "I want to spend time with you," she replied. "Doing what exactly?" Ichigo asked. "I heard from Ka-san that you're super powerful. Can I see your power?" she asked. "I mean, I need to go through the rest of my powers." Ichigo thought. "Sure," Ichigo said. "Yay!" Chalciope shouted in joy. "After we are done, be prepared to go back to the real world," Ichigo said to Medea. "I understand," she replied. Ichigo grabbed Chalciope and Shunpei to the same spot where Ichigo tested his abilities earlier. Ichigo summoned the tablet and created another set of barriers. Ichigo also created a small transparent box for Chalciope to sit in to safely see Ichigo's power without injuring herself. Ichigo summoned Kokogetsu. Zangetsu appeared beside him. Ichigo raised his sword and swung down. The force of his slash carved the ground and slammed into the barrier. "With your strengthened body, you don't even need to use your Ryatsu to slay your foe," Zangetsu commented. Ichigo placed Kokogetsu to the side as he summoned Longinus. Ichigo stabbed Longinus forward. The force of his stab once again carved the ground and slammed into the barrier. "Kanatsu, sword force. And Yariatsu, spear force," Ichigo said. Zangetsu questioned. "Those are the name of those attacks," Ichigo said. "Very well," Zangetsu said. "As for the nameless Getsuga Tensho," Ichigo said as he gathered his Ryatsu into his blade and swung his blade down. The nameless Getsuga Tensho tore apart the ground as it slammed into the barrier. I think it's time for it to have a name. What do you want to call it? Zangetsu asked. Getsunai, moonless, Ichigo said. He could feel the attack and the name harmonize with each other, accepting the name. That's fine, Zangetsu replied. Ichigo spent the next hour familiarizing himself with the rest of his powers. Chalciope watched in awe of Ichigo's true power. Ichigo finished testing out all his powers with his completed body. Ichigo walked over to Chalciope and set her free from the transparent barrier. She ran over to him. Ichigo easily picked her up with his large hand. Did you have fun? Ichigo asked. Yes. She shouted. Good, Ichigo replied. He shunped back to the house, where Medea finished packing up everything. Are you going somewhere, Kaa-san? Chalciope asked as Ichigo let her down. We are going somewhere, Medea answered. We are returning to the real world. Real world? Chalciope asked. We are currently in a pocket dimension that your father owns. He used it to train quickly. Medea explained. I see. Chalciope said, trying to understand it. Don't worry about it, Ichigo said as he used his finger to gently rub her head. Just know that you're about to meet your aunts. Really? Chalciope asked, immediately getting excited. Of course, Medea replied. Ichigo. Kaiten suddenly said. Yes, Kaiten? Ichigo replied. I have taken the liberty of organizing an all-hands meeting with your peerage and servants in the throne room, Kaiten said. I see. Ichigo said. Thank you for the heads up, Ichigo said. Chalciope, stay with your mother for the time being, Ichigo instructed. Yes, Tusan, Medea replied. Kaiten, we are ready, Ichigo said. Suddenly they were surrounded by green energy and were ejected out of the trainer. Scene change, Ichigo's estate, throne room. Kaiten stood in front of Ichigo's throne. Standing before her was Ichigo's entire peerage. Many of them were curious about Ichigo's whereabouts. Kaiten pointed the trainer out as Ichigo, Medea, and Chalciope appeared. Everyone was shocked at Ichigo's change in appearance. I know, many of you have questions, Ichigo started. Medea and Chalciope quickly moved away from Ichigo. To you, it has been hours since you've all seen me, but to me, it has been years. Ichigo snapped his fingers, causing his throne to grow bigger and tougher. Ichigo sat down on his throne. The idea of the surgery was an idea proposed to me by one of my spirits. The idea is to strengthen my body when there is a situation where I can't use any of my other powers. Ichigo, Akasha spoke up. Yes? Ichigo replied. Who is the little girl besides Medea? She is my daughter with Medea, Ichigo said. As he said that, he sensed the jealousy from his peerage. None of you will harass Medea about it, Ichigo interjected, causing the jealousy to disappear. She was requested upon by my spirits due to her capabilities. Once the process was done, she stayed there for the entire time to make sure there weren't any side effects. Ichigo could see his peerage calmed down. Now are there any questions? I do, Gilgamesh said. Ichigo nodded to her. Should we announce our pregnancy and your relations to us? If we really want to, Ichigo said. We just need to be able to deal with people who will no doubt complain about me having too much power over the world. Right, the masses, Gilgamesh mumbled. What about just announcing our pregnancy? Artoria asked. The public will no doubt be curious about the identity of the father, Gilgamesh replied. We could simply say that the father wishes to remain anonymous at the time, Artoria replied. Enough. Ichigo interrupted. Akasha. Yes, Ichigo-sama? She replied. You will host a private meeting to discuss this topic. Once a conclusion is reached, you will inform me and we will continue from there. Ichigo said. Any other questions? Ichigo asked. I have one, Yasaka said as she stood up. Are you leaving again? She asked. Everyone quickly looked at Yasaka and Ichigo. I am, Ichigo admitted, decided not to hide the truth. Why? She asked. 2 reasons, Ichigo said. The first is that Earth-sama, the embodiment of the planet, wants all of you to continue to grow stronger without my direct intervention. With that in mind, you could just stay here. Yasaka began. And pretend to not care about your safety while all of your journey to the unknown? That sounds worse than what would actually happen, Yasaka admitted. And the second reason? Akasha asked. To finish a quest I've spent years on, Ichigo said. A quest? Akasha replied. Indeed, Ophis said. Everyone turned to her. While I can't go into the details about the quest Ichigo is on, I can confirm he is in the middle of one. Is Ichigo allowed to take anyone with him? Mocha asked. I'm not allowed to take anyone with me, Ichigo said. I see. She replied. Can some of us use the trainer to accelerate our births? Yuzu asked. I don't think so, Ichigo replied. All of your work with people who will ask questions the moment you reveal you have a child but don't show the signs of being pregnant. When do you plan to leave? Akasha asked. After the planet finishes its transformation, Ichigo replied. Does anyone else have anything for me? No one replied. In that case, everyone but Zealot can leave, Ichigo said. Everyone listened to Ichigo's order. A few minutes later, Zealot was the only one left. She was on her knees, bowing to Ichigo. Zealot has answered his Holy One's summon. She said. Rise, Ichigo said. Zealot sat up, remaining on her knees. Zealot, I am aware that you take care of the statues and educate others about my greatness. Yes. Zealot quickly replied. Zealot dedicated all Zealot's time to cleaning all his Holy One's statues and spreading the legend of his Holy One's greatness. May I see those books? Ichigo asked. Zealot doesn't have his Holy One's legends written down. Zealot recites all of his Holy One's legend from memory. She replied. Ichigo closed his eyes and used his coins to create a copy of his legends. A large stack of books appeared in his hand. Zealot, for your dedication to worshipping me, I task you to use these books and spread my legend to all who wish to worship me, Ichigo said. Zealot hears your orders and Zealot shall dedicate my life to them, Zealot said as she stood up and grabbed the books from Ichigo. Good. Each story is related to a statue. Whenever you recite the story, make sure you are near that statue. Yes, Zealot has to listen and will obey. She replied. Good. You are dismissed. Ichigo said. Zealot bowed her head and silently disappeared. Ichigo, Akasha said through the peerage connection. Yes, Akasha? Ichigo replied. We are at an impasse and need you to make the final decision. She said. I will be there. Where are all of you? Ichigo asked. I've already tasked Siko to head to the throne room and escort you there. She replied. Ichigo stood up from his throne and walked towards the exit. As he opened the door, he immediately spotted Siko. Hello Ichigo-sama, she said with a bow. Hello Siko, Ichigo replied. Please follow me. She said. Ichigo walked behind her. They soon arrived in a meeting room. Ichigo could see Asaka, Iu, Tyr, Scathach, Reiku, Nell, Emoa Rin, Karen, Akua, Mocha, Fleur, Tamomo, Yuzu, Sabrina, Kalua, Hana, Jean, and Jean Alter sitting around the table. Akasha stood in front of a whiteboard, leading this meeting. Akasha, please give me a summary of the meeting, Ichigo said. We decided to write down all the pros and cons of revealing to the world our pregnancies. Akasha began. For the pros we have. Avoid people questioning why we hid our pregnancies. Don't need to hide our relationship. Ichigo nodded his head. For the cons, we have. Deal with people scared of us taking over the world. Constant threats to us and our loved ones. Ichigo walked to the front of the whiteboard. Are we weak? Ichigo asked, facing everyone. Are we weak? Ichigo repeated. No, Akasha answered. Then why are we scared? Ichigo asked. If those people are scared of us taking over the world, then they should become strong enough to not need us, Ichigo said as he pointed at the first Khan. As for those who threaten our loved ones, meet the same fate, death, Ichigo said. Gilgamesh looked at Ichigo with a seductive smile. Spoken like a proper king of kings. She said. Getting back on track, Akasha interjected. When we announce to the world our pregnancies, will we also announce the father of our children? I'm all for announcing who the father is. Ichigo began. But will all of you be able to handle the criticism towards me, especially since I'll be gone for a while? We will somehow manage, Gilgamesh said. Soon the meeting ended, and Ichigo was dragged away by his peerage. Time skip, a few days later. Ichigo spent the last few days with his extremely large family. Ichigo allowed everyone to use the trainer to give themselves a week with Ichigo to do whatever they wanted. As Ichigo spent time with his family, he tasked Shishiki with copying all kinds of information from the internet. He tasked Shishiki to gather all information about the DC villains in addition to downloading and creating physical copies of all kinds of media. He remembered Earth-sama's warning regarding the increased density of mana, likely sending the world back to the Second Industrial Revolution. Ichigo decided to have her scan everything that has value. Ichigo sat in his office. He had many monitors on news channels. Each of the news channels was broadcasting the guild leaders announcing their pregnancies. Ichigo suggested that they should time the announcement right before the planet's evolution, hoping to use the planet's evolution to bury the news. Suddenly the entire planet began to shake. It's finally beginning. Ichigo thought as a new screen appeared in front of him. It showed the view of the entire planet courtesy of the Uzushio, who was tasked with recording the transformation from outer space. Ichigo could see the planet beginning to expand. The ground began to rise out of the sea. Ichigo could feel the mana around them getting denser as if there were more mana around them. Ichigo watched as many of the reporters attending the news conference fell to their knees and screamed in pain. Some of them exploded, sending blood and gut everywhere because their body couldn't adapt to the change in mana. Some of the reporters were able to stand up, withstanding the change in mana. The last group evolved into monsters. Their eyes were red and tried to attack the nearby people. Ichigo stood up and glanced outside to see Sakuya, Siko, and Yuri began to lead the homunculus maids out to assist. The rest of his peerage had long left to patrol their respective area. Ichigo looked back at the newsfeed to see the hunters that were on standby had already begun to restrain the monsters, tying them up with ropes. Looks like it's time for me to leave. Ichigo thought as he summoned the black wooden stick with the number 199,999 engraved on it. Everyone, Ichigo broadcast through the peerage connection. Good luck and survive, Ichigo said. Everyone flooded the peerage connection with their goodbyes. Ichigo entered his Shinigami form and snapped the stick. Ichigo was surrounded by transparent energy before was teleported away. That wraps up this part of What If Overpowered Ichigo Left Karakura Town. Thanks so much for listening. As always, new parts drop every 4 days, so be sure to stay tuned. If you enjoyed the video, don't forget to like, subscribe, share it with your friends, and please consider supporting the original author as well. See you in the next one.